As a new set of challenges arrives, new teams will join alongside as well, but the casting panel is going to remain the same. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Today's going to be the day 3 of the round 4, and I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is my good friend, Salty. How you doing, my man? Day 3, new teams join alongside. It's a great pleasure to be here.
It's certainly a great pleasure to be here, and I am honestly absolutely pumped for this because we saw yesterday, man, such a topsy-turvy things of affairs, and to be honest, I'm expecting something of that sort as well because these groups, they are going crazier day by day.
Listen, this group that's going to be joining us alongside, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be even crazier than what you guys witnessed yesterday. A lot of the known teams are going to be playing inside the first group where we're going to kick things off with. And just to let you guys know, little hints of the groups. You guys have probably seen them in the timer as well when it was running alongside. But teams like Revenant Esports, Newman Gaming, even Brave Esports, one of the undergods who was able to pull off some insane clutches, even they're going to join us alongside. But you know what, with that being said, some big stuff is also on the line. And with that being said, even the prize pool, that's going to be 2 crore rupees for this BGIS 2023.
It's actually a little too big to be called big. It's humongous, Necro, at this point. Too many zeros just involved in this as well. Just have a look at this. 2 crore prize pool involved in this entire competition. And it's also been split up in a really good fashion. You've got the champions taking up the 75 lakh tag as well. Second place getting 37.5. That's life-changing money, to be honest, Necro.
That is true. Life-changing indeed. But then you take a look at the bottom of the graphic and you see MVP of the BGIs getting 4 lakhs. And you also see the Rising Star getting 2 lakhs all to themselves. The MVP of the finals getting 2 lakhs. And then the best IGL also getting 2 lakhs all to themselves. A lot of money on the line over here, Salty. And especially that individual prize pool that's been given out to the players. That's going to put a big smirk on their faces.
You know, it definitely will put a big smirk on everyone's faces, but for all of this to happen, these teams, the 64 teams that we have in the competition right now, they'll have to qualify for the grand finals. That is simple. You have to go to the finals to get the big bucks and to get the big awards. And I'm pretty sure, like, only the best of the best will do it for sure.
That is true, but you know what? Speaking about the best of the best, how do we find these teams and these players? Let's move on forward towards the format and check out how the journey for this BGIS 2023 has been looking like so far. As we all know, we kicked things off with the ground where 256 teams were invited, but then only top 64 were able to move in forward inside BGIS.
You know, right from the start of it all, we had a very merciless format, and that should be the case, to be honest. Merciless format, just absolutely cutting down teams who could not really perform. That's how things should be. That's the amount of pressure which brings out the best teams out of the entire country. And like you said, of course, the entire format of this tournament is in front of our screens right now. You've got multiple rounds. You've got round 1, round 2, round 3, and round 4, where we currently are right now. But the interesting thing is the lower brackets, once again giving the teams a second chance to qualify for the bigger levels, the semi-finals and the grand finals.
And as we've been mentioning, inside the round 4, no team will be eliminated whatsoever. The teams that won't be able to qualify inside the top 4 in all these groups, they will have a chance to duke it out once again in the lower brackets and sort of make a comeback. But that also means 32 teams in total will be there in the semifinals, and the top 16 teams, as usual in the grand finals, will be seen.
Absolutely. But speaking of round 4, you mentioned it, no team is actually getting eliminated. Now, that is sort of a brownie point which you get after qualifying from round 3, which was like one of the toughest rounds in my opinion, to be honest. Only the top 4 qualifying, and then of course you had that little bit of a position for the 5th spot as well. But look at this, right? Top 4 teams from every single group, they get that direct entry into the semi-finals. That is the stakes. That is the high stakes that we have right now. Every single team is looking to be directly entered into the semi-finals because that sort of gives you the advantage, the upper hand. You know, you can watch all the teams in the lower brackets play, you can strategize according to them, and you can also prepare yourself with more time in your hand. Meanwhile, the teams who are going down to the lower brackets, I'm pretty sure they are in the trenches of hell, man.
I mean, we've already seen our semifinalists yesterday, the top four. They're already sitting over there waiting for everyone with their arms open. And a lot of these underdog teams too have been stepping things up massively. For example, so many of the improvements have been seen. A lot of the teams, Nate Officials is one of those examples too. Yeah, it's understandable they were not able to qualify inside the semifinals, but still, if you remember all the way back in the grind when we saw them, it's a big improvement.
It certainly is a big improvement, and I think it comes down to how they have sort of distributed their gameplay. Distributed what? How they actually get their points from this particular game itself. Now, of course, you've got two different categories. You've got position points and you've got finish points. Each finish equals 1 point, and that is like absolutely basic, to be honest.
Yeah.
But in terms of position point, I think you mentioned Nate Official as well. This is one of the teams who sort of try to prioritize the top 3 positions every single time, try to go for the podium finishes. This is where you get the most amount of points, 15, 12, and 10. You want to get those big brownies for yourself.
Exactly, but you know what? Speaking about the new groups, Sean, alongside too, Group C is going to be the one to kick things off on the map of Erangel. This will be an interesting affair too, especially the game of Sanhok. That's where a lot of the things will be switched up.
Oh, you know, man, the map of Sanhok is my favorite. I mean, I've been talking about this time and time again. I love the map of Sanhok, and every single time, the sort of group that ends on Sanhok, that is the most deadly. It turns out to be the most deadly. But then we kind of start things off for Group D on the map of Vikendi. A sort of a slow start, but at least on the other side, on the other day, of course, they will get to play the Erangels first, and then the Miramars, and then proceed to Sanhok. So, which is, I think, like a two-edged sword, a double-edged sword for them. They start slow, but then they end really fast.
That is true. They end really fast, and day 2 is usually supposed to be like one of the most aggressive days out there too, right? And considering we know the second group's going to kick things off with Vikendi, as you mentioned, the initial will be quite slow, but then even Miramar and Erangel is going to be there for the end. So all these groups in general, so many big expectations are going to be there from all the fans that are going to be there in the chat as well, just waiting for the games to start. Salty, I'm going to move on forward and ask you for your prediction. Which team do you think can actually have a fantastic note, considering we're going to take a look at the matchup soon enough?
You know, to be honest, we were having this discussion off broadcast as well, and I said, I think it's going to be either of two teams. Either it's going to be Newman or Marcos. Now, why am I going with Newman? Because they've proved themselves time and time again that in spite of certain bad performances, they know how to convert the big chickens, and that is something which I'm looking out for, Necro.
Look at Team System, some good names. 7 Habit is one of those teams that we have seen in the past. If you remember 7 Habit, they're one of the zone magnets. And to be honest, now that we have seen a little switch up even from the side of Team Soul in their playstyle, I think the 7 Habit and Team Soul, they sort of correlate. They have quite a similar playstyle. They like to play from the center spot of the circle.
Exactly. And you know what? You mentioned it very correctly, drawing the parallels between 7 Habit and Soul. I kind of feel like Team Soul and their potential to convert that zone advantage into like big number chicken dinners, that is something which 7 Habit lack currently. But I think if they can amp up the firepower along with the positional style of play, I think this team can do pretty good. I mean, they certainly have potential, and you have picked up one of the best young teams inside of this particular pool. So I'm looking out for this team as well.
That is true. But you know what? Speaking about the playstyle change, Team Soul have definitely implemented that quite nicely. But then another end of the spectrum is going to be another team that is called Revenant Esports. Even they have showcased quite a big change in the playstyle. Now they're starting to go aggressive, all guns blazing inside the lobby, especially that game of Sanhok, if you remember.
Yes, sir. I mean, to be honest, the move from Sensei, everybody remembers, right? The player from the high ground, he missed a couple of shots, and then Sensei hits back, slaps him down.
That was disgusting.
That was disgusting, to be honest, and that is something which you expect. You expect from a big team like Revenant Esports.
And that too, that fight was up against another big team that was there in the lobby. It was another known team in the lobby that they were able to slap down just so easily. So Revenant Esports, definitely these type of changes might just put them on the top of the leaderboard. But once again, there's so many known teams. Even Midwave Esports is going to be one of those teams.
Midwave Esports, for sure. Midwave Esports have had that great balance. I mean, they kind of played really well in the grind as well.
Yeah.
But I'm not really sure, you know, especially this group, it's extremely aggressive, and these are the teams who very much excel in their 4v4 fights. I think 4v4 battles is going to be like one of the biggest talking points on how the group is going to play out, because if you cannot survive those mid-rotation clashes where all 4 players are alive, then you're going to have a lot of troubles. Midwave Esports, I think they kind of, you know, fall in that particular basket.
Listen, you're speaking about 4v4 battle, and then I get reminded about Brave Esports, where single man is able to clutch out everything. If you remember that clutch in the map of Sanhok, where Simple was able to pull off a 1v4 against the foes. That was one of the most astonishing moments, that's for sure. The man was able to get 2 knockouts from the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, when you have like the DBS, you've got multiple bullets in your chamber, and you just have the authority to just hear your footsteps, bring your six senses activated, and then you just shoot blank. And I think Simple is one of those guys who kind of takes a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He will definitely be a contender for the Rising Star. Do you think so?
I think so. He might just be, considering with how Simple have been playing so far. Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of the Brave Esports, that's for sure, because quite a decent amount of games have also been in the offline side. But if you remember, another clutch was being pulled out from that same team, another player, which was Dude, in the map of Vikendi, that final 1v2 to get that chicken dinner.
Exactly. See, Brave Esports as a complete unit, everyone has a lot of expectations. Even the Hindi desk, casters from the Hindi desk have a lot of expectations. They've got great set of young players, to be honest. You mentioned two of them, right? Simple, Dude. And I'm pretty sure this team knows how to play as a unit. It's just about converting. And this is the best stage that they can possibly get, against so many big names. I think if they can perform well today, I think Brave Esports will be sort of a household name in the entire BGMI community.
Listen, speaking about the great set of players, then I get reminded about Great Esports. Another team that is sort of like the undergods, but they have been performing so phenomenally well. If you remember in the previous group, which was the round 3 in the previous round, these guys were just dominating the floor. No one expected. Everyone was thinking that maybe the known teams are once again going to dominate, but no, Great Esports was like, no, you thought we're going to just steal everything away from you guys, even the fun to watch out the known teams, and Great Esports was just dominating the entire floor.
Exactly. And to be honest, for Great Esports, I don't know, man. We've just named out like 6, 7, 8 teams who are like possible candidates for the top 4 at this point, and I'm not even sure. Great Esports is definitely a quote-unquote great team, but will they be able to get the podium finish for every single game? I think that might just be snatched. Now, they have to bank on the one game that they get. Every single time I say this, that you will have those decent matches where you have to get like 10 or 12 points. But one game where the circle is on you, especially for Great Esports, their positional play is absolutely brilliant. That one game where the circle is on them and the BGMI gods are like, all right, fine, we'll give you blessings for this match itself. They'll have to convert that into a massive game to directly qualify for the semifinals.
I mean, look, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we've mentioned so many teams, and I think so we've done a great job in explaining how each and every single team plays too. So this is where I want to know your guys' prediction as well. Which team do you guys think can win this upcoming game of Erangel? Because it's going to be quite an intense one, right? And still there are a couple of known names that we haven't even mentioned. For example, Newman Gaming. You would want to elaborate more on that?
Newman Gaming, their strategy is simple. For them, if you take them out early, especially for the underdogs, all right? If the underdogs are listening to the broadcast right now, if Newman Gaming gets taken out early, then they are done and dusted. That is the only way you can stop them. But if they survive until the late game stage, Necro, this team knows how to walk away with 15, 16, 17 finishes. They know how to get those big elimination numbers. But there is one more team. Newman Gaming for sure is extremely topsy-turvy, but one team who is very consistent on the opposite end of the spectrum, Marcos Gaming. We haven't really talked about them. This lineup is stacked with players. Siam, Spraygod, I'm looking out for these players.
That is true. These guys are definitely quite stacked. Speaking about Spraygod too, I mean, this guy has been on a roll recently. He's been feeling himself, and his name suggests that he is the Spraygod, and he is actually one of the best sprays that I've seen so far inside the game. That M416 4X spray, I think no one does it better than Spraygod himself. All the time he's able to at least get one knockout from a moving vehicle. That's how good he is.
It's not just that, his proactiveness as well in the battlefield. We saw that one fight yesterday where Night Owl's Leo was actually there. I think Cleo, that's how he actually likes to call himself. Cleo went up in that Miramar particular fight, just pushing the opposition behind. I think Spraygod kind of takes up similar responsibilities as well, takes up a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Even though he's like one of the players from the front lines, he knows how to just not give his life up, but also impactfully take the team and the other team and their numbers down. He knows how to get that numbers advantage and convert that numbers advantage into a victory. I think Spraygod will have a lot of responsibility, but with players like Siam, who is always behind him, always giving all the support that he wants, I'm pretty sure this team is like sorted.
I mean, speaking about Siam too, it's sort of like that addition where he isn't really able to go that aggressive inside the lobby. He definitely tries his best to get a lot of elimination points too acquired, but once again, when you've got players like Spraygod in your team, do you really even need a try? This guy single-handedly is just manhandling every single team that stands against them. But then if you add a couple of teams like Metal Esports, Newman Gaming in the competition, Brave Esports too, it's going to be tough to manhandle these type of teams. And this is why we say Round 4 is where the big deal starts.
Oh, it definitely does. And you know what? As a matter of fact, I would have wished that there was some sort of an elimination criteria involved into it as well, because that would have made things extremely scary. Teams
You're
would have
cruel.
actually. Yeah, I am cruel. My name is Salty, and I'm supposed to be salty inside the game as well. You know what? I really feel if there was some sort of an elimination criteria into this whole picture, then teams would feel that pressure. Right
That is
now,
true.
there is no pressure. They know that, all right, if we don't qualify, we still have the lower brackets. But that comfort should not be given, I feel.
That is understandable, right? And a lot of these teams, as you mentioned, they have been sort of stepping in that comfort zone, getting a little bit too complacent because they know they've got nothing to lose anyways. A lot of the teams will probably make the bounce back too. And one of the great examples for this entire factor is Blood Rose Esports. How can we forget about this team?
Oh,
A
of
team
course.
that showcased so many promises in the previous groups inside the round 4. They were completely deactivated. Another team is going to be CK.
Yeah, I mean, for CK, to be honest, we were talking a lot about them as well. They showed so much potential. They showed so much firepower. For Blood Rose, it's sort of understandable because Blind Esports were like, all right, fine, we are not letting you qualify. Blind Esports, every single game, they were like, wait, I can smell Blood Rose Esports in the vicinity. And they just go up and they just finished him off. But for CK, they were just being picked apart left, right, and centers. All of those conversations, ladies and gentlemen, will happen. But this group number C, they start off the games right now as the Big Bird takes it to the skies. Where are we heading, Pilot Necro?
Exactly. The plant flat path's going to start all the way from Yasna Poliana towards down south Quarry. Now, this plant flat path is heavily tilted towards the main island. If the teams do want to go down south towards military base, it's going to be a little bit of tough extent, my friend.
Toughest team for sure, but look at this. I mean, certain players, certain teams are already taking their drop locations. Oh, well, one team who we actually forgot to talk about is going to be God's Reign Esports as well. God's Reign, as a matter of fact, they have been brilliant. Their consistency in the last rounds was commendable, to be honest. And this round is something which I want to see if they can continue the run.
Do we really need to speak about God's Reign? These guys have been sort of creating their own identity inside the BGIS. These guys are phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal is sort of like the understatement. These guys are personifying so much perfection inside the lobby. They start to kick things off in the Yasna Poliana in the map of Erangel, and then later on, the domination that you guys see. They are just, as I mentioned, personifying perfection. They know how to take every single fight. They know how to challenge and handle a 4-on-4 fight.
Yeah. And to be honest, that sort of playstyle has sort of worked for them in certain maps, in certain off maps. They've sort of showed what sort of domination that they can pull out. But we see something interesting on the northern hemisphere of the map. Look at that wide split that Team Kerala Esports and Team 4 Aggressive Men have for themselves. Now, 4 Aggressive Men, they are on the edges of the map, so they don't really have to worry about. The circle also pops up right on top of them, so this is interesting. But for Kerala Esports, if they actually want to go in for such a big split, I'm not really sure how or when they will converge and actually regroup together, Necro.
Speaking about converging, though, I mean, another team that we forgot to mention is Big Brothers. Their journey has been shaky initially, but I think so later on they sort of got in the groove. They understand how things are going to be looking like inside BGIS, and then they adapted pretty nicely. But they took a bit of a long time. I hope this time inside this group, they're not going to take too long, because look, top 4 is going to be the cutoff. If you're not going to make it inside the top 4, direct shot miss for the semifinals, and then you will be dragged down to the depths of hell and try your best to sort of qualify from there.
Yeah, I think Big Brother Esports are going to make it. You know, I just have a gut feeling, to be honest. Their balance between their aggression and positioning is brilliant. They know how to take that decision of going in for a good fight or a bad fight. And that just seems to be like the most important element in a round like round 4, where you've got so many big names inside the competition, but the lack of decision making has sort of resulted in the bad eliminations of multiple teams in the process. You will have to take certain tough decisions to actually progress further. But God's Reign, as a matter of fact, it's just been their firepower and getting those big numbers on board. I'm pretty sure they will start their aggression on the later half of the game itself. That is when they actually shift gears.
Speak about shifting gears, and we've got the players of Nest Esports still in that flying phase. I mean, I mentioned this, it's going to be a tough extent, but these guys have actually made it happen, extending all the way towards that military island. And now this is where their looting phase will begin. Yeah, they just glided over there.
Man, that was a long time in the air.
Not just that, this is where their looting phase will now begin, Salty. Just imagine this. These guys will go inside military base and now start looting as already 50 seconds or already a lot of the time's being passed inside the game.
And not just that, right? They'll have to take that long rotation back up north as well, because we saw what the circle looked like just a couple of seconds earlier. We saw it was towards that northern hemisphere of this of the map itself, which means that Team NES, Nest Esports, for them, it's not just a long rotation, but also, like just like you mentioned, they'll have to loot up extremely quickly and get back inside the circle. They might just be one of those teams who would love to play in from the edges. You know, I think that they would just be fancying their chances to avoid the blue zone, just not take that much damage, and then play in from the edges. Maybe inside the final circle, just preserve their numbers. But speaking of preserving numbers, Revenant Esports, what do you have to say about this team? We already talked about their change of play style, but do you really think this team is going to make it? Do you feel it?
I think so. The bigger question's going to be, are they going to stick to that change in the playstyle, or are they going to revert back to the default settings?
We witnessed day one for the first groups as well, and it was pretty safe, it was pretty disciplined, not a lot of aggression. And to be honest, a similar sort of playstyle here as well. Not a lot of teams, in spite of that light path, in spite of that weird circle which just popped up in front of us as well. Not a lot of teams have been converged in drop collisions right from the get-go, which is a good thing. But I want to see if the discipline is still going to continue. Is it going to be a regular trend among teams to just start on a slow term and then eventually pick up the pace as the game progresses?
That is true. It's still a big question, as you mentioned. And speak about the progression in general. For Marco's Gaming, if I'm not wrong, it's been a while since this team's actually performed. At least on
in front
screens.
of us. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they were performing behind the scenes, and that was the reason why they're here.
Offline games, of course. Even Midwave Esports. I genuinely think right now Midwave is one of those teams that is sort of undervalued in these lobbies. And I genuinely think they're going to pack massive punch if they keep on moving forward. Maybe they will also be in the top 4.
Necro, right now I'm actually rethinking my decision of calling, I think, group number 1, the group of death. I think this is the group of death right now, because there are so many good names. Speaking of good names, I mean, we just witnessed Aladdin in front of our screens. There was Vexy as well. Vexy is going to be one of those players I'm going to be looking out for, because his DBS is known all across the country. That man can bring down an entire mountain. And speaking of bringing down mountains, it's Big Brother Esports. They'll launch an ambush against the other team, but it seems like Rishi is the one who is on the receiving end.
Yeah, those are some good shots taken against the guy. And he also gets knocked out. Big Brother Esports, as these guys have started moving forward, definitely they have managed to find that first knockout. Still a couple of teams more in that vicinity. Esports, considering they're on the receiving lines, and even that push is going to be happening. Big Brother Esports not even thinking twice before they make this push happen. Uzumaki's way too down low, but still the battle keeps on continuing. RB Sports, they've lost out on one, but then the trade-off comes quite perfect. Safe's able to find another one too, but unfortunately, RB Sports, they're able to bring things back in their courts once again. Now the battle continues, but the shotgun, it misses out on a couple of shots, and it's all down to Lynch.
It's a 1v2 right now. Sarvit as well as the last player, Rishi. But beautifully done. 2 players being completely wiped out. This is lovely stuff. The nade was brilliant, but look at this. Sarvit coming in from the other side.
He just wiped off his own teammates, my friend.
Yeah, that was... He was just caught in the crossfire, but it seems like Lynch will try and fall back. Of course, there were a lot of bodies in there, my friend. It was enemy bodies as well. He had his own teammates as well. He wanted to finish off. The nade wanted to land on the other side of that fence, but it did not.
I mean, the opponents, they're going to be back up on their feet flawlessly with no issues whatsoever. They've got a couple of elimination points for free, too. Lynch. Oh, man, he was not able to leech away those elimination points for the opponents. Or maybe he did, technically. If you do eliminate your own teammates, are you denying the opponent's eliminations? I think so, you do.
Find that out, actually. It's a very tricky question. And I'm not sure.
I think so, he did deny them the elimination points, but as soon as we move on forward towards the players of Big Brother Esports, we'll be able to find that out. Marco's Gaming in front of us. And speak about Marco's Gaming. He's going for the Asnap Poliana. Wow, do they really want to move on forward and take a fight against the players of God's Ring? This might just be a really bold move, But I think the main thing that the players of Marco's Gaming are trying to achieve over here is that get the prime spot in their hands, secure system, taking so many shots against Big Brothers. Once again, the man might just be taken down. His buggy smoking out in the open. Uzumaki barely survives on a sliver of HP, but as soon as I say that, he gets knocked down. Koyuk's going to be the one to find that knockout, and instantly blows up the buggy too. Uzumaki eliminated from the game. Big Brother Esports down to a 3-man squad.
Big Brother Esports have been hit right from the blind side. Team system, they came in from behind and absolutely launched that arsenal. Every single player was just spraying clip after clip on that young man, Uzumaki, and he had nothing to do about it. And of course now Big Brother Esports, in spite of the fact that they survived that initial skirmish against the other team, now they will be working with a man shot. And I'm not really sure if that is actually going to be something good for them.
And right now we've got the players of Revenant Esports on the screen. Considering these guys too, they're on a move. This is going to be an interesting affair. Revenant Esports this time, trying to play a little safe. Not really going for the eliminations just yet. Not really keeping the things on pedal. Instead, just letting the flow of the game catch to them. And they're just starting to flow with the flow. And speak of that, we've got two teams once again chasing each other down. It's going to be the players of Newman Gaming against the opponents. Shots taken. Newman Gaming almost could have found that first knockout. But the opponents are able to slip away quite nicely and quite easily.
Team system barely surviving in that initial skirmish. Newman Gaming would still fancy their chances. It seems like the defense are being parked. Savitar, lovely spray down. Every single team is actually migrating to the northern part of the map. And this rotation, this is going to cause so much problems. Not really a lot of real estate to actually try to take your buggy out. And also from behind, Newman Gaming have to be very careful. Not the right place to actually get yourself a pit stop. Revenant Esports are rotating very close by. And if they catch these players off guard, especially Savitar and these players, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be good for them.
It indeed's not going to be good. Newman Gaming Savitar in front of us. Look at this replay. This is how the fight unfolded. So many things were just back and forth. Orb Esports. These guys were trying their best to fight back. I don't know what that man was trying to pull off there. Was going for a wide swing, but then eventually went a little bit too wide. Forgot to shoot back against his opponent. And then he got eliminated. And the last guy, Lynch, look at this nade. Eliminates his own teammates. I do not even know what Lynch was trying to pull off over there, but at least he's able to survive from that entire fiasco.
I'm trying to be a optimistic guy and just say that he was possibly trying to use the need to hurt his opposition, not hurt his teammates, but
no,
well,
I think so. He was just trying to deny the elimination points. And I think so he's done a great job in that. He just denied those elimination points.
Which is fair, which is 100% fair, but Big Brother Esports, they're going to be kicking themselves in that situation. And to be honest, they did not really deserve to win that fight as well. They were almost having the upper hand. The other team, ORB Esports, had the upper hand majority of the time in that particular fight.
Wait, so how do they not deserve to win that fight? That's my question. They pulled it back. A comeback is always great or valued.
It was a 1v1, man. It was a 1v1 which could have been going in their favor. Sarvith was pretty low on HP. He was barely like at 10 HP at that point.
Midwave Esports on a move towards Stalber. They're going to have a good risk to play around with. I like the thinking that's coming forward, but once again, Midwave Esports, if they position themselves this passively inside the game, they might just be denying themselves a couple of elimination points that they could try to wrap up in this early phase of the game right now. And speak about the early phase of the game, they've also got their hands on the airdrop potentially. If they do want to, they can try and go for it. Maybe it's an MG3 that can provide you such a big advantage inside the fights, but the circle shift comes into play. Shifts a little bit on the left side, and 7 Habit, as usual, they're going to find themselves in the prime spot.
I mean, I'm not really sure if they anticipated this hard shift, to be honest. 7 Habit, this is impossible that you would be able to predict that a circle would come directly on their way. But it's not just 7 Habit, you know. Multiple teams with their convoys coming in from that western part of the circle itself. They are going to be really lucky inside. It's not just 7 Habit. Look at this. Burnix as well. You've got 4 aggressive men. And Kerala Esports, who had occupied the peak of the Stauber Hill, they are also going to be in peak position. And I think out of every single team, Midwave Esports, who are still trying to make that entry point from the northern part, yeah, they're going to find themselves some pieces of real estate. How do 7 Habit hold this location is going to be a question, because they've got a little bit of compound control as well. But I think multiple teams will try and come up challenge against them.
Speak about a challenge. And Marco's Gaming against the players of Godstream. This will be an interesting fight to witness. Now even the opponent's getting pounced on. It's the players of Newman Gaming who are also getting shot at from the back lines. The third party's of course going to hurt them, but the man was too busy tossing his utility and then gets shot in the back lines. Just a little head tap coming into play from that shotgun. Great Esports starting to get picked off left, right, and center. They're getting dismantled, but this return nade from this guy Draco was landed quite perfectly. Now Savitar's also down on 1 HP. It's a 2-on-2 scenario. Maybe Great Esports can pull a great comeback.
I think Great Esports have done the hard work and only one guy is still remaining. That's going to be Avi. And Newman Gaming, they suffered the fate of a third party. Yet again, multiple teams in the vicinity just peppering them left, right, and center. And from the distance, it's Silly Esports as well. There is another team that I can see from the radar who are taking in shots on this compound. This compound is always the most vulnerable. And Newman Gaming, they've had this habit of coming to this compound, getting themselves a pit stop, and then proceeding forward. Doesn't really matter if there is a team inside, they will always push up this compound and try and take it theirs. And this is where it just sort of backfired. 7 Habit from the distance, just landing a lot of shots. I think majority of the finishes from Newman Gaming were racked up by them.
That is true. Great Esports though. These uninvited guests in the compound. Newman Gaming, now they'll need to share this compound with this one single guy, which is Obi. 1v2, Great Esports, they've got the greater odds. Maybe they should make that push happen, but once again, Obi's got his hands on a shotgun. It'll be next to impossible to pull off a clutch, especially an uphill battle. Not exactly uphill, but the opponent does have the high ground.
Yeah.
So in that duel, it's going to be a little bit tough to pull off, even though it's a 1v2, but if you do try to play it off perfectly, if you do have a couple of utilities left over, then maybe you can try and flush out that guy.
I think Avi's doing a good job in trying to deny information of his presence. In amidst all of that chaos, especially with so many third parties happening in that situation, if Great Esports have not read that finish speed properly, then I'm not really sure if they have proper information of Avi's presence in that compound. Because if they had that information, I believe they would have been spraying it down, but oh wait, what? Silly Esports? Through the smoke! Brilliant spray, precise to perfection, and they knock out one of the guys. It's utterly impossible. These undergods, they certainly have the third eye on them.
Indeed they do. Finding those knockouts through the smoke. Indeed, this man's got some sixth sense. Silly Esports. Just going for a silly spray and still finding value out of it. Sometimes being silly is good, I guess.
Yeah, the man just parked his vehicle. He was like, alright, fine, I'm going to shoot at the first spot my crosshair opens up. And that's literally what he did. His crosshair opened up and he shot. He found that man through the smoke. Maybe he had prior information. Maybe he had just seen him disembarking from his vehicle.
This was the best knockout. The best one so far.
Man had
Where's
no
the
clue.
sound?
Oh, he was just too busy. You know, he was already in the animation of pulling like the nade out. He was about to throw. He could not really just put it back in because otherwise it would just explode, you know, Necro. That's how nades work.
You can cancel it.
Yeah, you can cancel it, but think of it logically. How can you actually cancel a nade that's pin has been pulled? In real life.
Yeah, in real life it's a different thing, but in the game he could have definitely tried to do anything, especially with the sound sense. Things could have been a little different, but yeah, I mean, the man just forgot to look around, and even the man forgot to wear the earphones, I guess, properly. Maybe he wore it the other side. That makes a lot of sense.
No, man, I'm pretty sure they are professional players. Don't know which side is left, which side is right.
Human errors. These are human errors. Come on.
These are Necro errors. Nobody does it. No human does it, Necro.
So you're saying I'm not a human?
You're pretty much an advanced form of a human.
So you're saying I'm an advanced form, but you're still saying I'm making some mistakes?
Yeah, certainly.
Well, that's some salty logic right there. Understandable. Some Akash Kohli logic. But you know what? Marco's Gaming in front of us. Oh, a lot of sprays were taken against them. Equinox is going to be the man. God's-Reen, not a team you would want to fight up against. And I like that split that came into play from the side of God's-Reen. This man might just be confirmed, and yes, he will. Marco's Gaming, a great way to kick things off inside this fight, but then they also need to take a look in the sidelines. That's where they're getting shot at from. A return knockout comes into play. Vexy gets knocked out.
Equinox from behind, I think he can be the game changer. Wants to take an entry, wants to regroup with his teammates as well, but from the backlines, I think it has provided much of value, much more value as well. It's just been a utility exchange so far. Blaze tried to close in the distance, but he has suffered. The front lines will always suffer, and that's one of the reasons why you can see Vexy also being knocked out. But both the teams, it's a 3v3 in situation. And for Marcos Gaming, it seems like they are pretty adamant on taking this fight head on.
They would be. I mean, in the front lines are the two players of God's Ring. They know they've got the man advantage. Why would you not be adamant? You've got the man advantage. Tossing out those nades. Could have been so close, Equinox. Man's able to stay alive for now. Marcos Gaming still just not stopping. They're just unloading every single utility they've got in their pocket. And still going for a couple of more loots. He finds more smoke grenades from that one. Nice.
But I'm just concerned about one thing, Necro, to be honest, because the circle shifted right on top of both Marcos Gaming as well as God's Ring. The only thing which it does is delays that fight and delays the onset of the inevitable. And from the backlines, multiple teams, including Big Brother, including Midwave, as well as Team System, they're all going to come in, they're all going to chime into this particular fight. If this fight drags on too long, I'm pretty sure there are going to be multiple sufferers from it. But on the other side of the circle itself, we've got another team, 4 aggressive men, and they are suffering. Spiderjot is the only one who is still standing amidst the collision with Midwave Esports.
Exactly, 4 aggressive men in front of us. And as one of the men's already been knocked out too, Spiderjot needs to close on up to the safe lines. Even the sidelines are quite exposed. Arun's knocked out in the front lines, and the foes are just guarding those lines. Midwave Esports is going to be the opponents for them. For aggressive men, something needs to be done quite desperately. Midwave Esports, they get that confirmation wrapped up, and then even the last guy gets taken out. Midwave Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with.
They definitely do have Big Brother Esports who are already inside the circle. We'll be looking to gatekeep these lads, and even Nest Esports, as a matter of fact. They're trying to move early, but it seems like they're caught in the crossfire yet again. Multiple teams are taking shots, and all of this is due to the fact that this region of the circle, there is practically no cover. If you do not have the smoke paths laid out, then you are going to bear the brunt of the bullets. Once again, Vixie on the receiving end, some good shots from Zoropi, but still manages to survive.
Yeah, he's on the move though, and Matt catches him. What a perfect peek that was. Wixty. And still going for a couple of more shots against the opponents. Nest Esports, even they're able to eliminate the foes that were in the front lines. At least for now, the threat's neutralized. But still, Wixty's out in the open, trying to bob and weave, dodge all those bullets. One more bullet's needed to seal the deal. And that's what exactly happens. Wixty might just be eliminated from the game. But he's still somehow alive on a sliver of HP. If he clutches this one out, this won't be an intense clutch indeed, but no! In the end, it's Sakira who comes out on top.
He was extremely optimistic in that situation. He had barely like a pixel of HP on that HP bar, but he still tried to go in. He still tried to fight against the play zone as well as multiple players from the opposition. But look at this right now. So many bodies are hitting the deck, but Big Brother Esports, they've sort of established the domination inside that circle in spite of losing that one player. Early on in that fight, they've lost Uzumaki due to some third-party situation, but right now, I think they can still benefit. As the circle does shift away, we can see from the radar, they still have to move a little bit forward, but I think they have the amount of map control. The entirety of that northern part of the circle is empty and up for grabs.
What do you think so? This guy from Silly Esports, can he stay alive? Out in the open, one single piece of cover, that too is his vehicle. And soon enough, there are 2 teams who will start to march on forward from the back lines. So many threats that will be approaching him in the front lines. And there's this one single cute little guy on the edge of the circle.
Why do you call him cute? And that's exactly why he
what just happened.
Why would you call him cute, man? Burnix
Listen,
official were like, he is not cute. We disagree with you, Necro. That's why we're going to blow him up.
It's crazy, the conversation that we're having, and instantly a nade comes sailing in and he gets eliminated. It's funny. But you know what? Burnix officials, even they're catching a bit of a shots onto themselves. At least they've managed to breach inside the safe zone, though. That's what that really matters. Brave Esports 2 in the sidelines is, of course, going to be a massive threat. And Brave Esports looking forward to make some moves against the opponents that were in the front lines. God's Ring and the fight against the players of Marcos Gaming keeps on elongated for such a long time. It's been a while since these 2 teams have been duking it out.
Exactly. I mean, they've been trying to jab at, knock or punch each other, but it's just been like a pause, a stalemate for a pretty long time. Just like you mentioned, Burnix official They did enter the circle, but at what cost? They had no cover whatsoever. Practically, it was their vehicle, and now they are being spread apart. Brave Esports from the back lines just leading nades on top of nades, and this time around the fight with Marcus Gaming has started as well.
Yeah, even this fight's now going to start to escalate in front of us as Godsreen, they're trying their best to fight back. The man in the front barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and now even Spray God's taken down way too low. Finally peeks out once again with the DBS in his hands, finds that initial shot, but that's going to be it. Ninja, he connects all the shots that were desperately needed to be connected, and that's what he does. Ninja Jot comes out on top in that fight, but speaking about that entire kerfuffle that was going on against the players of Burnix officials, it was actually Big Brothers who were just tossing in so many nades and shutting down the entirety of Burnix officials, and Brave Esports from the front were just pumping in a lot of lead.
Pumping in a lot of lead, doing a lot of explosions. Big Brother Esports, Brave Esports, and Godsrain, they comprise a top 3 for this map. And now things get pretty interesting because Big Brothers, they've got the entirety of the map to actually play around with. They've got the sort of the higher part of the ground itself. Godsrain, they're not really a key contender inside of this because it's just Ninja Jod who is still surviving, holding on to his dear life, barely at the edge. If he moves out a sliver, I think he's going to get shut down by Brave Esports. But this is where the team who can actually cause an upset, Brave Esports, they might actually pull off something big in this situation because they've got the numbers advantage, and how they play it out is going to be extremely important. They've got a straight split, all of the players just for themselves, and I think Simple will be a key contender in this fight. If he can take down a couple of players from Big Brothers, I think the entirety of the final circle will just break open, Necro.
It might. Brave Esports, that separation's there. It is nice. But even if one single guy gets spotted, getting the res back up onto that fallen man will be next to impossible. Look at how Godsreen are playing. They need to make it inside the circle. This will be an interesting one, how they can actually try and make it in, though. Brave Esports going to be the biggest thorn in their way. They will try to put a little bit of lead in the bodies of Godsreen, and this is where Ninja Jomo is starting to make some moves. He's going to drop out a couple of utilities that he does not really need, and then maybe try and make it inside the circle, but I still doubt it's going to be possible.
Oh no, he actually wanted to go in for the heal battle. He had 5 first aids to work with, but that man did not have enough, and here we go. It is a top 2, of course. We have got a 4v3, and Brave Esports decide to actually make a move. The first player almost on the verge of being knocked out, but Siri once again is get resurrected.
Oh, that return fire from the side of Siri was pretty good, but it's not going to matter. It's Simple in the front. This man doesn't need any line of sight. This man has got that spidey sense, which keeps on tingling inside the game, and then even Can's able to find that second knockout, and that's it. The last guy will be blown to smithereens, as it's going to be the players of Brave Esports as usual. We just kick things off on a fantastic note. These guys are the badasses inside the lobby.
Oh, for sure they are. I mean, it did not really take them a lot of work to actually do that. Brave Esports just decided that, all right, fine, let's just finish this fight, all right. And Big Brother, in spite of the fact that they had the topography to their advantage, nothing just worked out. How is Brave Esports capable of this? I have no clue.
I do not even know myself. I mean, Brave Esports all the time, they're just able to pull off some brave moves. And speaking about that brave move too, right? Considering how God's Arena was taken out, now they knew that there's only 2 more teams alive. They knew exactly where the foes were, which were, of course, Big Brother Esports. And then I just like that instant adjustment inside the field. 2-2 split coming into play. They took as much control as possible of the circle, and then they just surrounded the Big Brother Esports.
Exactly. And to be honest, I kind of felt like Marcus Gaming in that particular fight also had that little bit of a contender as well. They had 4 players, they had the numbers advantage, but all of them being taken down by Ninja Jod, it just goes to show that Ninja is the player to actually watch out for.
Marcus Gaming had 3 players actually, and Ninja was able to shut down all 3 of them. That was definitely quite an intense one. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझेगे नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the round 4 of BGIS 2023. Now, we did spot one of the Easter eggs. I'm not really sure if that is an Easter egg, though. That 7.62 jar placed on the table. I'm just hoping that that is an Easter egg. I'm not really sure. My brain does not work really well.
Yeah, I believe that's one of the easier ones inside of the video, and it's like I think almost everyone spotted it out first.
Yeah, I think I was actually slow in that regard. But ladies and gentlemen, if you find some more, actually just do make sure that you screenshot it, record a video of you spotting it out, and send it to Crofton India Esports on their socials as well. But let's just jump back into the conversation about the game itself. It was pretty good one. Godsrain once again just being inside the top 3, but Brave Esports, what a performance in that final fight.
I mean, Brave was very impressive considering they had the numbers advantage. Sarvit on the flank being dropped first by Simple was one of the things that made it extremely easy for them to close out the game, because then they realized, like, alright, last two players are just huddled up together. One nade in the right spot, and it was just GG's right there. But I'm actually quite impressed with Big Brother Esports, because this was the team that took the first fight of the game and also the last one.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, Big Brother Esports, they kind of survived a scare in this situation. I think ORB Esports, they misplaced this particular nade. Had it been placed to perfection, maybe Big Brother Esports and the journey would have been out.
About this Newman grade Esports, like, just a little bit of FYI to you and Necro, there's a limit to the amount of sounds rendered inside of the game. The limit is 5 at the same time. And I believe that is what must have happened. All the gunfire around him, his teammate shooting, the opposition shooting at the same time, must have just made sure that that particular player's sound rendering limit was reached. And maybe because of that, Avi was like completely, like, he could not hear his footsteps basically for like a few seconds.
You know, my analogy is he just chose to ignore him. He just thought like, alright, fine, just come, I'll see you.
Like mechanics of it.
Yeah, that was my opinion, to be honest. But jumping back into this fight, to be honest, Burnix Official, they were in a good spot. They were getting these finishes. Burnix Official, you have been supporting this team for a while, and in previous rounds as well, you kind of spoke very highly about this team. This round as well, this is not a good, this is not a bad performance to actually start off with.
Yeah, not a bad performance. I mean, it was quite a decent run from the side of Burnix, but again, I mean, this is how the team likes to play. We might not see them finish off the game with chicken dinners, but this is a team that will be consistent in every single game. They are going to be there for the placements, and they will play a survival-based sort of a play style in every single match. And I was a little bit curious about what God's Reign was going to be up to inside of the game, because they lost their 2 players in the mid-game stage on that cliff, and there's absolutely no way of making a comeback from that position. But then at the right nick of time, they decide, all right, let's just keep our heads down, let everyone else fight on the flat surface ahead of us, and it just worked out quite nicely for them.
Exactly, and they were also like having the blessings of the circle. The circle decided to shift both on God's Reign as well as Marcos Gaming. And for Marcos Gaming, this particular fight was not really their true potential. I mean, if Vexy is wielding the DBS, I am pretty sure I will be putting my money, my bets on this lad against anybody else. I just felt like Marcos Gaming gave away the 1v1s to Ninja Jod in a way where they're not supposedly used to.
I mean, if there is a 1v1 between all of these players, and not just these players, any player, if you go in 1v1, it was a 50-50 odds. And I do agree with you. I mean, in situations like that, we would have ideally seen Vexy come out on top usually, but Ninja Jod in recent days has sort of regained that old form of his, and I think him stepping up is going to be impacting God's Reign's overall run in this entire tournament. So we just have to see what this team will be up to. But I guess first things first, stats on our screens, and Sarv with the MVP of the game apparently.
Yeah, I mean, very deservedly so. This man, apart from the final fight, had an impact in every single part of Big Brother and their success in this match. 5 finishes, 62.5 finish contribution. This team laid it out to perfection, apart from the fact that Brave Esports just stole the limelight away from them. But look at this, right? The top 5 rebels, you've got one player, Zod OP from Nest Esports. Now, we witnessed Zod OP trying to actually pull a lot of the triggers, trying to do the heavy lifting for his team, and that's one of the reasons why you see 66% finish contribution on his card.
And I mean, it was impressive from this individual player from the side of Nest Esports as well, as you mentioned, and it is going to be quite interesting to see, though, what will Nest do in the next 2 games. Because, again, we have observed this in the 2 groups that we saw yesterday and day before yesterday, wherein there were these underdog teams that would just pop off one game and then just drop and bomb in the next one. Particularly Night Owls. I mean, we know they just play well on 2 maps. Miramar and Sanhok, their Erangel is not great, their Vikendi is not great. And I don't want to see these undergods like in a similar situation. I mean, Night Owls qualified in quite a decent position, but Erangel is that one main map that you play quite often, especially once you head towards the finals. I mean, you will play a lot more Erangel than Miramar and Sanhok and Vikendi. Miramar is going to be the second most played map. So it's important to sort of get your strats down, all the dots, all the I's dotted, all the T's crossed, and everything needs to be perfect on these 2 maps. But looking at the rankings of the game, I think we're off to quite a decent start. A lot of close calls between a lot of these teams.
A lot of close calls, to be honest. And the highest the points actually went to was like 21-20. Exactly. So, and that is not a lot. You just have another team closely following by multiple teams in the vicinity. And we were talking about this, me and Necro. The fact that I think I might have just overguessed before calling the other groups a group of death. This might actually turn out to be the group of death in reality.
Yeah, I mean, in the other groups, in yesterday's groups, we did see the final cutoff reach that 75-76 points in both those groups. And that was quite interesting because only the top 4 teams were able to dominate the teams below them. I mean, in Group 1, I think the team on the 5th position was somewhere
67.
around 5th. In one group, it was somewhere around in the mid-50s. In the other group, it was around in the mid-60s. So there was a little bit of a difference between the teams that actually qualified for the semis and the teams that are heading to the lower bracket. This group, I don't think that's going to be the case. So I completely do agree with you on that. We're going to have a tough fight in front of us. But hey, that's what we all of us were here for. We wanted to see an intense battle, and I think this group, Group C, is actually delivering to all the hype.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they are delivering, and we've just witnessed like the appetizers. The main course is still yet to come. I mean, in my opinion, main course usually is on the second day. But as we witness all the teams in front of our screens, of course, there are a couple of names who are yet to show up. Be it Revenant, be it Newman. Had a lot of conversations with Necro about their performance as well. And I mentioned Newman Gaming. They will be one of those teams where they get 1 point. They will also be one of those teams where they just take away 30 points.
Revenant is also sort of the same. I mean, you did speak their names in the same sentence, and I do agree with that. I mean, they do deserve to be in a similar position because both of them have this one thing about them where the start is going to be extremely slow and it just completely makes them mad. Like, why are we playing so bad? And in the next few maps, they end up stepping up. Because if you remember Revenant's run in the previous round, the first day, the first two games were pretty horrible from their perspective. And then on Sanhok, they just went completely berserk. Erangel wasn't off to a great start, just like today. They moved on to Miramar, played for survival, gained those survival points. And then once they eventually hit that Sanhok game, they just went all in on that one match. And I think for both these teams today, it might just be a similar run.
Might be a similar run, and if that's the case, of course, then we might see a lot of fireworks on the map of Sanhok. You know, usually Sanhok is like my favorite map, but tonight we are gonna go first to the land of the deserts. Miramar is where we are gonna be heading, ladies and gentlemen, and that is where a lot of the action is going to begin. The majority of the overall standings will start taking shape.
Did you just say tonight we go on to Miramar
It's
first?
not tonight, it's
2
not
in the afternoon.
Oh
What
my
are you
God.
talking about?
Oh, I just thought that it's 8 o'clock. My bad, my bad. Oh, I forgot to change the batteries on my watch.
Yeah, blame the clock, Salty. Blame the clock like everyone else who is always late for work. But, ladies and gentlemen, the man was right about one thing. We're jumping into the map of Miramar, the trajectory of the plane starting from El Pozo, heading towards that southeastern edge of Puerto Palacio, well, between Impala and Puerto Palacio. The only positions of the map that are going to be off-limit are Tierra Bronca, Cruz del Valle, El Azar, maybe a little bit Torre Amuda and Campo Militar. So, that entirety of northeastern quadrant is going to be a little bit too difficult to reach. But we have seen these teams sort of adapt their drops. A few early drop clashes yesterday as well.
Yeah.
A few interesting ones, especially coming in from the players of CK. But that was a different group. It's done and dusted. We talk about this one now.
You know, I love what Team ORB is doing. They're moving towards Montenuevo. They're trying to kind of get that greater part of the rotation path set for themselves. Montenuevo is one of those positions where you can literally rotate everywhere. The highways extend and you've got free rotation to whichever quadrant you actually mentioned it properly. But no real collisions so far as of yet. I can't really see something. I think something might just be brewing up towards San Martin. I think 7 Habit does have some sort of company with them.
Newman.
Oh, it's Newman with them. Now, Newman, once again, an early collision. What do you think is going to happen?
They're used to it. I mean, if you play in competitive lobbies, we all know the other two names that land towards San Martin and Hacia del Petron. I mean, I don't even need to mention them by name in particular. As soon as I say Miramar, Hacia, and then San Martin, people know the teams that I'm talking about. So Newman is used to dealing with those situations, and they're not going to be too worried about it. But in this game, the cluster is a little bit too big. Look at this. What is Avi doing? Doesn't even have a weapon. Is just trying to chase the opposition away with the car or something. Is he actually going for it? I don't think so. Not advisable at this point.
Oh, they actually don't care. They want to go after 7 Habit at this point. The zone magnets might not just be the magnets of the map in the initial skirmish. And Avi, just have a look at this.
Oh, he has a weapon. He has an Uzi.
Oh, yes, he does have.
And he has the faster car.
But I think Drago is a better driver.
I mean, the buggy has better suspension, so it does not really impact. The impact over edges is like to a bare minimum, and with that McLaren specifically, I mean, we know the ground clearance. I mean, in real life is not that much, so the car definitely
the McLaren in real
you
life.
can't really drive. It's not an off-road car, but talk about being off-road, and well, Clutchgod is going to be off the map as Maverick picks him off. The Mini coming into play in the early stage of the game was going for a desperate reload on that second ray, but wasn't able to get the mag in right in the nick of time. Gets eliminated, but though Newman also has a few players from their side traded out as Savitar was dropped to his knees, and 7 Abbott, Drago. We saw him on a run a few moments ago trying to run for his life away from Avi. Has managed to get that trade. The Uzi coming into action. Kratos is closing in as well. This fight, Newman, they thought they were the ones calling the shot.
Oh, I love this.
That's not the case.
Especially Kratos and his position. That might actually be a game changer. But here comes the action. Through the door, Rex just charges in. Newman Gaming. They survive, but I think 7 Habit, they kind of knew their fate was sealed, especially when Newman Gaming started chasing them with weapons right from the get-go. 7 Habit needed this pit stop. They needed a little bit of the weaponry that they could actually find to try and fight back.
See, when sorry, go
But
ahead.
I think their fate was sort of sealed, and at this point, all that they wanted to do is just grab that particular finish point. They're going to be extremely happy with Clutch God, but I think they are seeking more blood in this one.
So, again, what I was about to say was when you are being chased, your
Oh,
Primary
nice.
goal will be to find some cover and try and juke the opposition around
Oh!
that cover. But look at this, Kratos living up to the name of the God of War. But Savitar a little bit quicker on his feet, jumps out the window and takes the opposition down. Newman Gaming, they've lost one player. They might lose a few more because there's another team showing up for the third party. And System, well, they've hacked the system in this one, haven't they? Showing up. The timing is just perfect. It's just one player standing from the other side. And SH2 OP, how OP will he be? Savitar is just waiting for him with a shotgun. Sitting in a corner, sees the opposition, hears all the commotion, the footsteps of the opposition entering the building. Still hiding, still waiting patiently. The players from the side of System still haven't found him yet. I mean, pixels could have been visible through that gap, but doesn't seem to be the case.
I think nobody is paying attention. Now, considering the fact that System might have seen a couple of bodies lying around, they've got 2 finishes to their name.
Yeah.
It should have been prominent to them that there's still one player surviving inside this compound.
You said it right. They weren't paying attention. They haven't read the feed. And now they see Savitar. He runs out in the open, but this time he is going to be outnumbered. Quite an easy finish point for the players of System to secure. Where did they get the other 3, though? That's the real question.
I mean, they had 3 finishes. 2
Yeah.
players were knocked down, 1 player Savitar, so they had all of the finishes from that initial
yeah.
fight. Yes, Savitar just could not really get to actually revive his fallen comrade. System was just so precise with their timing in that third party. And it's not the first time, even in Erangel, they've actually done it.
This team is just evil, let's be honest.
Are they like troublemakers and they're from
Oh.
the same breed?
Yeah, if that's the case, like, we're in for a few fun matches. But yeah, my apologies. I did not realize, like, the players of Newman were still knocked out. And I think if System wasn't there, the call would have been simple. Go for a revive, bring them back, and maybe then play the rest of the game with 3 players. But Newman this time, again, an early exit being handed out to the team. Last time it was a blunder of running into a sandwich situation. This time the sandwich wasn't there, but the third party was perfect. On the other side, this was another fight that was happening simultaneously, along with that Newman System fight. And this is where God's Reign took down the players of Kerala Esports. 3 picks have been secured. 1 man was still in the factory. We see him on the radar. Oh, now he's been spotted. Are they going to let him go, though?
I think they're going to let him go. They don't really have the long range scope.
Oh, no.
Man, Robin with an iron sight. I'm pretty sure like that's just not enough. Sure, but then
He's running after him, though. Look at him go. Look at him go in this buggy.
at this point, all of these Tier 1 teams, they've been just shooing away the undergods, especially when they win these earlier battles. Newman tried to do that, but it sort of backfired against them.
Yeah.
For God's Reign, they have to be a little more cautious. Now, Kerala Esports could not really fight back, but that's okay, fine. They will come back. But you know what? Newman and the situation reminds me of a meme that used to be like a couple of years back. Just with a stick, fans saying, just do something. How long are you going to wait? Do something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember what I kind of remember what you're talking
Yeah.
about. I don't remember the actual meme. That's the thing.
That's a similar sort of vibe, which I think Newman and their fans should be having right now. Just do something, guys. Please.
I mean, they will do something, but not today, tomorrow. And again, it's the same discussion as yesterday. I mean, is there really an incentive of topping the leaderboard? I mean, there is an incentive of topping the leaderboard and being in the top 4. You get to move to the semi-finals. But then again, I mean, no elimination. No one is going back home. So you don't really have to stress yourself out too much if you're having bad games. You can just play with a lot of freedom. And I think that is something that Newman is actually enjoying for themselves right now.
Personally speaking, I think players are actually, I mean, a couple of them on social media who did not qualify, especially the ones from Team X Spark, if I'm not mistaken. Aditya is a good friend. He was the one who actually took to social media to actually tell that the first day actually costed them the semi-final. So it's not like they're completely comfortable on the lower brackets. They actually want to be inside the semi-finals directly.
Yeah, but there's still
hope.
There is still hope, and with a team like Xpark, the kind of players they have, especially the form, like in terms of an IGL right now, the kind of the mindset that Pukhar has had with his team, I think Xpark actually has a very good chance of making it to the other side from the lower bracket. So that is one of the big threats in the lower bracket for all the teams that are watching this broadcast right now. The teams that are already sitting in the lower bracket, the 16 teams from the previous round.
Yeah.
I think they also realize this, and they're going to be prepping for Team Xpark. But we'll talk about the other teams. I mean, Xpark isn't really in this game, right? Are they?
Yeah, they certainly aren't. And Seven Habit, I mean, I wanted to kind of talk about a little about Kratos as well. Man had the opportunity of pulling off a 1v3 in that situation. I think he used a shotgun to perfection.
Yeah.
And one thing which did not really make sense was that, of course, Savita was the one who was actually jumping out of the window. There is that little bit of a time where you can shoot him down.
Yeah.
Kratos was more focused to get behind the vehicle, get behind cover, and I think that costed him.
I completely 110% agree with you, but you also have to give props to the man. I mean, after all, he's only human, right? I mean, his name IGN is Kratos, but he's not an actual god of war. He is a human being, and human beings, they tend to panic in situations like this when you have 3 players charging towards you. You have just taken down 2 of them. Third man is also pushing you, and your HP has taken a massive hit. You're gonna panic. You're gonna not pay attention to a few key things, and I think that is what happened in that particular situation. But still, it was a valiant effort. You have to give props to him.
100%.
And also, I mean, situations like this sort of make you realize like why all of these 1v3s, these clutch moments are so hype. Because they're not easy to pull off.
Yeah. I think the number of times a person has gone close to a clutch is a lot. But then the number of reels or the number of clips which get immortalized are just a few. They're just rare. They are one of the kind moments for yourself.
If you're talking about clips, one of the best clips in the last 4 months is going to be on Seth's social media from Big Brother Esports. The man on Miramar was able to pull off a 1v6. He took down an entire team by himself. Another team shows up. He takes down 2 more players. And then he actually tries to go for a few more because he was like in the moment at that point. But there's only so much one man can do, and he was eventually run over. But it was like one of the most impressive moments I've ever seen. And I mean, that is why Big Brother Esports is actually now like a team that everyone has heard of. Everyone has seen these players. Seth and Sarvit have been in incredible form in the last few weeks in particular. A lot of eyes on them. But still, I mean, it is that extra bit of oomph that the team lacks in certain tough moments, because of which they sort of fail to break that tier 1 barrier.
I think this is the tournament where they actually will be able to break that barrier.
I do agree with that.
I think they have got it takes. I think with the kind of performances that they bring in, especially with just like you said, with just heroic moments left, right, and center, they do have the potential to not just get the game and get those big results on board as well, but also win the hearts of the fans as well.
I mean, these guys will definitely end up winning hearts. I mean, there are a lot of these teams that have been extremely impressive or just plain and simple fun and entertaining to watch. And those are the 2 reasons you follow these teams and you follow these players. Either you're going to enjoy their performances. They might not necessarily always win, but you enjoy what the players do inside of the game. You enjoy what they do outside of the game. Their personalities are going to be quite attractive to you. Or the team is just like absolute god tier consistent performances back to back in tournaments. And that is another reason to follow them, because you watch their games, you learn quite a lot, you see what they're going to be up to. They sometimes will be ahead of the meta, or sometimes they just redefine things, do some of the unorthodox things. But I mean, I think, alright, one more thing that's going to be redefined is our conversation in this game, because podcast hours are about to end salty. We have extreme hardship towards Montenuevo now.
I kind of feel bad for Seven Habit at this point. They dropped in exactly at the same spot, but they just got eliminated, and now they cannot reap the benefits of the circle. Necro calls them the circle magnet, the zone magnets. It seems like they certainly have it in their blood, even if it's just on the sand laying as crate box.
Well, I mean, can't really do anything about it right now, can they? I mean, it was an unfortunate start to the game, but talk about unfortunate starts. I believe Big Brother Esports are looking to turn their fortunes around, because we did see them on that northern part of the zone. They are the only team taking control of the north. Every single team is closing in either from the eastern edge or from the southern edge. A massive cluster zone edge fight is about to happen, about to break out. And it's going to be important to see which teams actually do manage to break through those gatekeepers and find the position inside the zone. On the finish feed, we did notice Revenant Esports, part of the action a few moments ago, have secured 2 finishes. But look at this, Sayam from the side of Marcos Gaming taking shots in the distance. Actually fails to connect on the opposition from Nest Esports.
I love the fact that these 2 players who are stationed for Marcos Gaming, they're trying to like guard this entire eastern shoreline of the circle. This is good stuff. They're trying to deny a lot of real estate which is available on this particular edge, and also trying to block multiple teams. And it seems like couple of these teams, Team System as well as another team, they have an idea of what Marcos Gaming will do. They're trying to take that longer route. And in doing so, Team System, they're taking in damage. They're taking in hits from Nest Esports as well, who have got the higher turf.
Well, high ground, yeah, it does give you like an informational advantage, a positional advantage, but you also have to realize like taking a fight from an high ground is extremely tricky because the moment you are about to peak a ridge, what's the first thing the opposition is going to see? Your head, exactly. And if they just have to focus on that one particular set of pixels to line up those shots, you're going to take a lot of damage. You're going to go down instantly. So you have to be very precise with how you approach the action. But yeah, you can collect a lot of information just by being on top of those hills. Nest Esports, though, they're pushing for that lower ground. They have taken control of quite a good compound where we saw one of the individuals push. I believe it was Malik, who actually was leading the charge for his team over there. But from there on out, it's going to be like a little bit tricky because as we mentioned, like the gatekeepers are going to be there. In fact, Nest Esports themselves will turn into the gatekeepers in the next few moments. If the next shift is not on top of them, the opposition who are inside the zone right now will mark the exits of that compound and will try to take their vehicles out first and then the entirety of the team.
Yeah, the fun part was that Nest Esports actually found the only compound which was left unoccupied inside the entire circle. Majority of them have been taken up in the central part of Monte Nuevo, and they are in the mix of things. We have the map feed on our screens right now, and the circle once again takes a hard shift. Nest Esports are being forced to do the hard work, forced to do the dirty stuff every single time. But what do they do right now? They can't take a longer rotation because the northern part is completely blocked by Marcos Gaming. They are still on a massive split. I think Aladdin and Vexy are still leading the charge and trying to get the northern hemisphere of the circle for themselves.
Marcos is going to be in a very tricky position because they overcommitted their rotation. Marcos started from the western edge of the map. I believe Trailer Park Ruins was their drop in the early stages, and now they've like overshot the zone itself and have been caught off guard by the players of Big Brothers. Lucky for them, Vexy is the man initiating the fight and he has found the opening. They have two players on the flank as well. So it should be an advantageous situation for the players of Marcos Esports. But Big Brother Esports, they can take advantage of this 2-1 split and turn things around quite nicely. Look at this, Vexy going for the peak, trying to destroy that vehicle. Takes a bit of damage, but still, for some reason, the players of Big Brothers are not moving up ahead. And they've lost Sarvit, basically. I mean, he is will be able to crawl in the smoke and get a revive. And he does make it to the other side. Aladdin from the distance, from the side of Marcos, is actually closing in the distance as well. So from what was supposed to be a 2v1, we won in the distance, will now just turn into a two-man split fight from Marcos Gaming, while the four players from the side of Big Brothers are just grouped up together.
Yeah, and Marcos Gaming as well, they've been left hurt. I think that split from Aladdin sort of kind of backfired. It seems like Big Brother Esports, just like you mentioned, they took advantage of that particular split. They picked them apart one by one, piece by piece, and now Marcos Gaming, they're not really at their biggest strength. It seems like they've completely abandoned the fight as well on the other side. Silly Esports, meanwhile, are going to wipe things off the floor with another team. They're going to eliminate them and finally find a revive onto their fallen comrade as well. But Marcos Gaming, I think Sayyam and his comrade is down and out. It's just Aladdin and Vexy who is still up.
I was just going to say, we might have missed that split exit. Two players of Marcos getting picked off, but talk about getting picked off, and we do see the players of Brave Esports going for a push against God's Reign. They find the second knock as well. But now it's just one man left standing from the side of Brave Esports. He needs to secure those points before God's Reign run indoors, and it's not even going to happen. Because the man, the myth, the legend from the previous map, Ninja Jot, returns to his old form, secures the final finish for his team, and makes sure that God's Reign is going to be surviving till the late game stages with 3 players at least.
Surviving till the late game is definitely a big question, because we do have the map read on our screens right now. In the southern side of the circle, it's such a big hallmark of chaos. Every single team is in that southern part. Northern part of the circuit is completely out in the open. Look at this Silly Esports. They were trying to make the rotation, but they've been caught off guard by Sensei. Revenant Esports as well, quite close to Comfort. I think God's Reign, they have to figure out a way to try and clean up their nearby compounds. Trying and invade against Revenant Esports might just be the game plan.
Look at the edge of the zone. There are 3 big names who will end up guarding each other. Revenant is there, God's Reign is there, and just a little bit south, still on the edge, are the players of Burn X Official. And Burn X Official, they have the most advantageous position in this fight, by the way. They have the hilltop in their control, they have the high ground advantage, so they will be able to observe any of these teams trying to exit the city. The only thing that will be a little bit of concern do they have the scopes to work with? And apparently they do. The 4X will work in this distance, and they are trying to take shots on the players of Revenant Esports, but a little bit of inaccuracy in that spray, and Revenant Esports, they survive. They're going to be aware of the competition now. And this is what I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier. As you mentioned, you were completely correct. I mean, a massive cluster of teams towards that southeastern edge, but there were just 3 teams in the northern quadrants of the zone. Big Brothers to the extreme north, Marcos Gaming smack in the center, but still the best position in the game. And I was about to say this a few moments ago, was that Western Hill. Yeah, where only there's one team, for Angry Man.
I love their split as well. A couple of them have some sort of hard cover as well. They are occupying whatever compounds that they have, and then Skillful and King just marking down the high turfs, the topographical advantages as well. And it seems like Burnix Esports, they are being heard. Burnix official, they're being heard mid-rotation as well. They had to take that tough rotation. They were in the midst of open lines of sight, and as soon as they try to take their vehicles and try and enter the circle, they were being pushed apart. They've been picked apart by multiple teams.
Oh, but look at this talk about getting picked apart in Revenant Esports. They were split apart, and they might just get punished for this. The players of God's Reign pushing in tandem. Sensei trying to stop them in their tracks. But he is outnumbered. Ninja Jord has just moved up to the first floor. That might be the opening, the opportunity for Sensei to make his escape. But will he be able to get through to the other side? Apollo is there in the backlines to back up his teammates. And God's Reign, there's only one challenge for both these teams to enter the zone. And there's another team in the distance. There's going to be gatekeeping them, blocking their way. And it's going to be in the name of Midwave Esports on the other side. God's Reign, though, they're turning things around. Look at that, 7 eliminations. 2 more players from the side of Revenant Esports have just hit the floor and have been eliminated from this match. God's Reign inching ever so slightly closer to the circle while MJ goes for a revive.
Oh, no.
And while he was trying to bring his teammate back from the flank, the shots from Ninja Jord pick off Pierce and send him back to the lobby. God's Reign with 2 players remaining. 2 players from the side of Revenant. The smoke, the wall of smoke separating the 2 teams from each other. But what is happening to Revenant? They are distracted. Sensei's trying to gain the entry to the zone. He was trying to cook up a nade, and Midwave Esports did stop him in his track. MJ on the flank. This is such an awkward spot to be in. God's Reign, there's no coming back or bringing back Ninja Jordan to the fight from where he got knocked, especially with the wall of death closing in from the rear. But Revenant Esports, MJ getting taken out. This has to be the final lane in the coffin. Sensei, all he can do is play for survival, but even that is going to be tough at this point.
Yeah, to be honest, none of these participants really had any chance in this particular fight.
Yeah, true.
What a wonderful position that they were holding. They were right at the edge of the circle, and they knew they could see every bit of that fight break out in front of their eyes, and they were waiting for the right time to pull onto their triggers. And this is it, Midwave Esports. What a beautiful finish it was. 4 finishes in their name, but they still have to move a little bit forward. But are they prepared for the mole who is there inside of this compound? That is going to be Sensei. Might just be able to hurt them when their guards are not up. Sensei trying to pull them in. I like this strategy, just to give the opposition a little bit more space. He does have the UMP to excel in this close quarter combat, but he's been outnumbered, and a jump shot to clean things up. Midwave Esports, they certainly have got the advantage, but are they going to taste their own medicine? Because right up top, I think ORB Esports have taken the right positioning. They are about to gatekeep Midwave right now.
So this was bound to happen in a position where the zone moves away from the away from any city. Teams are going to move compound to compound, and every single time a team gets wiped out, the next team in line will end up gatekeeping the team that survived the previous fight. And now, as you mentioned, I think things will look, or in fact turn in the wrong direction for Midwave, but Lynch, this distraction that was there could have actually backfired. The other players from the side of Midwave had an opportunity to pick him off, but they were prioritizing their own safety. From the distance, as we talked about, 4 aggressive man, they're holding on to that positional advantage. They're taking shots on every single team that is lined up in front of them. Midwave is under immense pressure. The players from Big Brothers are going to be, well, they are finished off, in fact. They're not even there in the game. Forget about Big Brothers. Marcos Gaming, they have 2 players remaining. Vexi and Aladdin still controlling the center of the zone, but I don't think they're going to be controlling that position for a long time. I have a feeling 4 aggressive man might have already secured the win in this game if they don't make a blunder.
Exactly. I mean, they have got the control over the sidelines, over the edges as well. They are controlling who enters the circle and who doesn't. Meanwhile, a couple of their players have actually breached the circle as well. They are trying to control it from inside. I think Marcos Gaming, they're not controlling the circle, they're barely surviving inside. And if they can survive their initial fight against 4 aggressive men, then maybe there's an opportunity that they might pull off a miracle, because otherwise, just like you mentioned, I think 4 aggressive men, for them things are done. They just completely wiped the floor with Big Brother Esports with that nade.
That is why I was surprised. I was like, all right, I did see 2 players from the side of Big Brothers on the map a few moments ago. Where did they go? Well, thanks to the production for showing us what actually happened to them. And also, it was quite brutal. I mean, just ran towards them without a single care about the opposition shooting back. And he also realized, like, they were pinned down in that shack. But now, trying to deal with the players of Midwave and Karan. Look at the amount of aggression from this lad. Just steps right in front of them. Across the wall of death, separating these 2 teams. Atanki's still there behind the smoke, putting on those first aids, one after the other. But we all know it's going to be close to impossible for him to survive. The last first aid is going to be popped. He has the booster running, but he can't really do much in this position, can he? The HP bar, it is getting depleted little by little. Runs behind the rock to survive. Has been shot out by the players of Marcos, and oh, he prones right in the nick of time. Aladdin, he's going to regret the fact that the shots were right not on top of Atanki's head.
You know, amidst all of this chaos, the funny part is Karan tried to pull off like a heroic move with his buddy out there, just trying to go, all right, I'm just going to individually eliminate Midwave Esports, but could not really achieve anything there. But at least let's just find out if 4 aggressive men can find and spot down players from Marcos Gaming. Beautiful stuff right there from Vexy. Lovely shot to take down Skillful, and it seems like the smoke clouds are out. 4 aggressive men, they're already on the back foot.
If Marcos wins the chicken dinner with just 2 players, and by the way, these 2 players have been surviving from the mid-game stages, if they actually manage to pull it off, it is going to be a phenomenal game from this team. And trust me, they have the caliber to actually make it happen. But let's see, Aladdin leading the charge from the front lines, has the DBS in his hands. And the player from 4 AM, he knows they are on the other side. He's cooking up an nade. If he lines it up perfectly, it can do the trick that he wants. It lines up. The damage is there. He secures the finishes as well. 2 players hiding behind the containers, King and Karan. But the nade from King actually connects on Aladdin, and Aladdin is going to be put down on his knees. Now there's just 1 player left from the side of Marcos Gaming. Vexy, who's hiding behind that monster truck.
He wants to get on top of it, on the tires maybe. Just try and get some TPP over that container, but I don't think he is going to find one. 4 aggressive men, they have been reduced to a 3-man lineup, and all of this chaos just allowed Atanki to move closer to this particular team. Is there going to be a tag team mission coming in from Midwave and Marcos Gaming to take down 4 aggressive men, Johnny? What do you think?
I think it can happen. I mean, both the teams have flanks available. They can be distraction to the players of 4 aggressive men, but if these 4 aggressive men actually decide to be aggressive, then this is their game to win. Atanki is just going to be burned alive with that Molotov. Lined up perfectly. An easy finish secured by the players of 4 AM. But now we are down to the top 3 teams. ORB Esports. Skull is the man in the back lines in the blue zone itself. He has 2 first aids to work with. The second last first aid is going to be applied, and, well, not in the nick of time, though. He gets finished off. A 3v1 situation, the final fight of the game. Vexy, is he gonna pull off a sexy play in front of our eyes? Has the shotgun, the perfect weapon for these clutch moments.
A perfect weapon, and they are closing in on him. Everybody knows his position. Has a fire trail in front of him as well. 3 players chiming in front. The shotgun does not really connect, and he has been peppered with bullets still. Managed to survive. It's Karan trying to make an entry. Nobody actually finds an entry. The first man down. They try and go for the pan. What is happening? Vexy, do something. This is disrespect. This is banter at its very best. And what a way to get the winner chicken. 4 aggressive men.
See, first things first, huge round of applause. I mean, even going for an attempt like that was a huge round of applause. Like, it was applause worthy, but also he missed like 10 different hits. Also, Vexy also missed, but I mean, we know it's difficult to control your spray, especially at point blank range. I mean, you're going to be trying to do it with the gyro, with the thumb at the same time, and with the man running around with the fan. So chaotic. But my question is, you know he's indoors, right? I mean, I get it that one man wanted to pan him in the end, but you could have also just lobbed like 1 nade, 1 Molotov to finish him off, and it would have been done.
You know, I am actually surprised that he did not pull off a Mania just throwing the pan at the opposition. I kind of felt like that was a possibility in that situation. But I mean, this was a crazy game, and out of nowhere, I think props to Marcos Gaming as well for to survive that long.
Oh,
to
yeah.
survive to actually go in for that early rotation and finding that good spot inside the circle as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we'll have to find out how this game affects the overall standings, but all of that analysis is going to happen on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some popcorns.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो,
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It was an interesting and intense ending to the map of Miramar, but now it's time to move forward to the last map for today for this particular group. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the panel right now is Necro. And Necro, something's missing on the panel. I mean, just before we went to the break, didn't Salty say he was going to get us some popcorns?
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Where are the popcorns, man? Considering I'm a big foodie, I would love to get my hands on a couple of popcorns. But you know what? Speaking about the popcorns, I just love the rotation that the players of 4 Angry Men made in that previous game. I was sitting in the back lines. I really hoped that I had a couple of popcorns in my hands because I wanted to at least chew on something. But that rotation that I saw, one of the most entertaining games, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they played it smart. They just took the easy way out of everything. While the other teams were like, all right, we'll go for the compounds, we'll go for the cover. They're like, all right, this is a map of Miramar. What does Miramar have? Quite a lot of hills, right? Mountains.
Yeah.
They just took control of one mountain to the other and just kept sticking to that western edge, moving along with the zone. And as soon as they took the control of the hill towards the western side of Monte Nuevo, and the zone also shifted in that direction. It was pretty much their game to win.
And even at the start, such an awkward engagement between the players of Newman Gaming, 7 Habit, quite a lot of teams just getting eliminated quite early. Especially Newman Gaming is not one of those teams that I expected to have so many struggles in today's day, man.
Yeah, it was, I mean, we did not expect them to struggle like this, but it's not turning out to be a good day for them. And it's always unfortunate incidents, one after the other. You can't really blame them for losing those fights as well. In the previous game, the third party was the reason they lost. In this one as well, it was the third party, but an aggressive push. No time for the players to be even revived. And I think the only way they can recover is just like play well on Sanhok. Just go for a slower game. Don't take the early fights. Play for position and then secure the points in the late game.
Not just that, even Revenant Esports, once again, the moves continues. For this team, I mentioned this too. Yeah, it's understandable. They changed the playstyle in the previous group. But I really wanted to see desperately, would Revenant Esports continue with that aggressive playstyle inside this lobby too? Or will they go back to their default settings? And so far, they're not even seen anywhere on the map. The amount of limelight this team's getting, it's quite less.
Well, but I think on the scoreboard they might be doing well because they had 9 eliminations in this game, so that will bring their total points tally up to quite a decent number. And I think they were on the 7th or the 8th position in the match that I'm not.
I mean, it's like one position.
1 or 2 points.
Yeah, 1 or 2 points. So
still double digits.
10 points in total. They will be on the first half of the board, but not the blast of a performance that we expected from these known teams.
True. And that is something that I think we are hoping to see from Revenant, at least on the map of Sanhok. How?
Okay, listen, I understand Vexy missed a lot of shots, but look at this shot. The second shot was right on his face. The only reason why he didn't get knocked out is because a couple of pellets actually connected to the pan.
Yeah.
That is such an unlucky moment for that guy.
I mean, it's unlucky for Vexy, but again, why did the other guy not connect the pan?
I don't know. He was trying his best to just swing it around. He was just swinging around in midair. He was hoping that at least one connection will be found, but unfortunately, he chipped him down a little bit, though.
Yeah,
I
he
think
chipped him down,
but he was not able to find that headshot connection with the pan.
And it was quite interesting that the finish actually went to the player who was not even in the containers. He was just like blindly spamming mag after mag just on that small little gap of that was there in the container entry, and one of the shots hit Vexy. He just went down to his knees. Otherwise, it would have been fun if that final fight was down to 1-1. Imagine that. Vexy is there inside the container. It's just a 1v1 between those two.
That would have been really fun. Imagine a big mess-up coming in from Angry Man. And not just that, almost a mess-up was on the horizon when they made that push happen inside the warehouse. Unfortunately for Marcus Gaming, they lost out on Aladdin. If Aladdin was still alive, I think so that 2v3 is possible.
I mean, Big Brothers, I think the initial mess-up was the fact when they were Marcos Gaming against Big Brother Esports, that fight that happened earlier on in the game. I think it was one of the first fights that we witnessed. 2 players dropping from the flank. I think that was when Big Brothers just like completely switched their game plan. They were like, all right, we'll just take the center and play from the center. And then towards the end, I completely agree with you. I think the plan was for the players to sort of cause a distraction on the front of the factory, the open area, and Aladdin to hold the flank. And he did a brilliant job. I think he got 2 eliminations from that particular position, but then overcommitting and just staying there for so long. We all know after you secure a few finish points, repositioning is important, and that is, I think, the mistake that was made in that fight.
Yeah, definitely not able to reposition on the time, and that's where the player of 4 Aggressive Men really got themselves the advantage. But I genuinely think for 4 Aggressive Men, they did not need a push against the entirety of Marcos Gaming like that. But once again, their name is 4 Aggressive Men. They're supposed to be aggressive inside the game, and they're just trying to stay true to the name.
Plus, it's 1v3 situation in the end. You can't really resist the urge of not doing something cheeky. But we do have the MVP of the game, the rebel of the match, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens. And it's going to be King from the side of 4 Aggressive Man. 4 eliminations secured. 4 Aggressive Man, they weren't really part of a lot of these fights up until the end game stages. I think in the top 5 is when they took most of the fights.
I like that name, King KO. So he's supposed to be the knockout king, right? It's pretty nice. So he's going to knock the players out, and then his teammates will be the one to get those elimination points wrapped up. And over here, too, I guess that's why his finished contribution is 44.4.
Well, I mean, his teammates were also there. I want to see what the total tally of 4 Aggressive Man was going to look like, because they had 4 players alive for quite a long time. And it wasn't until towards the extreme endgame stages that they lost one of their players, ended up with just 3 players, and then tried to finish the game with just 3 players. So want to see what the total tally of this team is going to look like. But we have MJ from the side of Revenant with 4 eliminations to his name, Midwave Esports and Quadrant. So it's the big dogs that show up on the top players of the game list. But now here we have the important thing, the match rankings.
This is going to be quite interesting. Revenant Esports on that 5th spot with 11 points secured. So they managed to get 9 elimination points, as you mentioned, and that means 11 points in total. I would say that's not a bad start for them to sort of make that claw back in the overall standings. But once again, the cutoff's going to be quite intense. Just getting these 11 points in this one game is not going to cut things off. You need a consistent performance in the upcoming all the 4 games that you've got left.
Yeah, but look at what has happened to the top 3 of the previous match. We have God's Reign finishing with 9 points, Big Brothers with 7, and Brave Esports is there with 1 point. So these inconsistencies will sort of give us a little bit of a difference now in the overall rankings, but I think the second half of the leaderboard is going to catch up. As you mentioned about Revenant Esports, I think midway when Marcos actually recovered quite nicely, especially Marcos, but this match was all about Photographic Man, their positional play being absolutely phenomenal, and those 24 points are well deserved.
Oh, the overall standings are shaping up quite nice. Marcos Gaming on the first spot, even though the first game they were quite close to getting that victory, but still they were able to accumulate a lot of finish points. And now, as we have the overall standings in front of us, the top 4 is interesting. None of us saw this coming, but I would say it is quite interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And also, I mean, Photographic Man on that 4th position, they had 0 points from the previous game. They were one of the first teams to take an exit in the previous game, and now just with the win on this game, they have brought themselves into the top 4 with just 4 points separating them and Marcos Gaming, who have, well, kind of been consistent.
Latter half of the board now. This is where Revenant Esports, they've made that climb in the 9th spot. It's a big catapult from the latter half of the board. Newman Gaming still there on the 14th spot. That's not a good ending. 7 Habit, one of the zone magnets. I considered them as one of the best teams in here too, but unfortunately, not able to keep that momentum rolling.
Newman is the only team in the top 16 that still does not have a single placement point. They are not dead last. They are still on that 14th position, and all because of the 5 eliminations that they've gotten. But I think Newman, if they go on to win the game of Sanhok, we know the firepower this team has. They're going to rack up those points, and maybe after the next game, they might be in the top 4.
Not just that, even Brave Esports, they should be part of the conversation. They're somewhere in the top 5, on the 5th spot actually in the overall standings. And I genuinely think so. In the upcoming game of Sanhok, these guys will just dominate. I think so. I've got a gut feeling about that. These guys are supposed to be quite aggressive and brave inside the lobbies, and they have been proven time and time.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, Brave Esports, and we all know aggressive teams do prefer this map of Sanhok where aggression is actually paid off quite nicely. And it's not just going to be Brave. I think Brave is going to do well on this game. God's Reign might end up doing quite decent in this game. Newman is also going to be one of the top contenders for this match. Is there anyone we are missing?
Listen, I think so. Brave Esports likes to drop inside Paradise Resort, and even God's Reign likes to go over there.
Yeah.
This can be a really big drop collision. I'm not sure if God's Reign like to go over there or not. It's just a speculation. I think so. We've seen God's Reign drop over there time and time in the past as well, but maybe there's a chance they will drop over there once again, and a drop collision will be nice. If you remember that clutch from Simple, 1v4, from the smoke, he was able to find 2 knockouts. Maybe God's Reign should be ready for this one.
I mean, I think they're going to be prepared because God's Reign is one of those teams that will not lose out on those early fights. And we have seen that in the past as well. They know how to deal with the drop clashes, but can they deal with the players of Brave Esports if the drop clash actually happens? But we do have all the 16 names in front of us once again. Who do you think is going to win this last game of the day for this group, Necro?
I think so. 7 Habit might just be the winners, but Brave Esports is going to dominate. They're going to probably establish themselves on the first spot in the overall standings. But what do you think? So which team will be the one?
I think Newman or Revenant. Because I still remember Revenant Esports, they were struggling the last time around as well in the previous round. And it was the game of Sanhok where we just saw them pull off a phenomenal move and just take a big leap up on the leaderboard. And I think that might happen today. This might be the map that sets up the momentum for them. Newman, I mean, I know these lads. I know the players of Newman. I've known them for a while, and I know the kind of mindset that they might have right now. I know Avi, he's like a brilliant person to be around. He's never really going to be one of those IGLs that's going to put pressure on his players when the team isn't performing. But I know internally even he's going to be feeling like, yeah, we need to step up in this game. This is the last game of the day. And in order for the team to perform well tomorrow, they need this momentum. They need the momentum of Sanhok.
Exactly. Savitar, Ravi, Clutch Card, all these guys are quite known too inside the lobby. And considering Newman Gaming, your stakes are going to be on them. I genuinely think it's going to be a little bit tough for these teams to dominate, considering Revenant Esports, in the previous group they dominated, but you also need to understand that in the previous group there are only 2 known teams, right? Over here there's like a plethora of teams that have been dominating throughout the competition.
Yeah, but one of those teams Soul, who just like for some reason were always in the top 4, and we all remember that last fight, how it began. Soul had the high ground, upper advantage, and for some reason, Sensei was like, they were unable to take down just Sensei, and he just completely turned things around. So that might just happen in this game as well, but I do get your point. I mean, this group is pretty stacked, not just with the known teams. Even the underdogs in this group are quite deadly.
Exactly, but you know what? Speaking about deadly stuff, the deadly map 2 is on the way as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, and the plane flat pad starting all the way from between, actually, from Camp Alpha and Ruins towards Smog 9. Now, it's another tilted plane flat path, but all my eyes are going to be looking out for is that Paradise Resort clash that might just be coming up. And no, God's Green, I guess, they're going to drop towards Hathin.
Yeah, they're going to drop towards that Hathin area, take an exit. Split drop, in fact, towards the Hathin and the Temple Hill on Camp Alpha Island.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of other positions where we might get to see drop clashes, and one of those prime spots is going to be the city of Painan, and I think we do see 3 teams heading towards that city. As of now, Newman is going to take that drop.
Oh, wait, there might be a drop collision between Kerala and Brave Esports.
There's one more
Way too
team there.
close. Yeah, Newman Gaming's the one, actually, towards the cow side.
Newman is up north. There's one more team heading towards Mongnai
BB.
or Paradise.
It's Big Brothers. So in Paradise, already...
Kerala, Big Brothers. Do you see that light blue?
Yeah. That is Brave Esports.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Brave Esports, Big Brothers, Kerala is right next to each other. And as soon as this big battle is going to break out, I'm pretty sure Newman Gaming will try to third party. This is going to be a perfect one that we all have been waiting for. I just can't wait.
Necro, I think something hilarious has just happened. I think all 3 teams saw each other going towards Paradise Resort, and all of them just like mentally psyched each other out.
No
Brave
way.
and Big Brothers ended up abandoning Paradise Resort, and Kerala Esports take control of that position.
No way. What just happened? Okay, well, Brave Esports is the one who's supposed to be in Paradise Resort, actually, but this time they've dropped somewhere in the outskirts. Interesting. Big Brother Esports too, but this just says one thing. That all these teams, the only reason why they dropped in the outskirts is to get their hands on a couple of great guns, a couple of great loot, and then maybe pushing forward towards Paradise Resort. So still that Paradise Resort is going to break into hell.
I mean, it might break in. It might be an important position in the game, but I think the zone actually has changed a little bit of that, because we do have an eastern zone again. If there is not an incentive to take the fight, a lot of these teams will try to avoid it. But look at this Brave Esports. They saw the parachutes. And now they've seen the players of Big Brothers as well. Rishi has been spotted out. Simple, he's just lining up the information, relaying it to his team in the backlines, who are closing in. Look at the radar. All of them looking in the direction of Big Brothers now.
The cavalry's arriving, and Big Brother Esports, have they got any clue that in the front lines is Brave Esports? They're still moving out in the open. Simple's just waiting for that line of sight against at least one of the foes. And Rishi, he might just be caught out in the open. Simple slowly and steadily trying to close on up. He knows his position's anonymous. He knows they do not know that Simple's in the close line. And as soon as Rishi moves out in the open, Simple will have a striking chance. Strikes down, almost able to get that knockout. But Rishi moves away in the nick of time. He finds himself behind that cover. But now it's softened up. The players of Big Brother Esports, they need to provide cavalry quickly enough.
I mean, it was very important for Brave Esports to secure that opening knock as quickly as possible, as you said, but that did not happen. Now the nades are exchanged, and Simple does find the opening finally for his team, but the cavalry from the side of Big Brothers is also here, and they are trying to recover from the situation, but it's 3v4. That is not in their favor. It's going to be extremely difficult to bring themselves back in this fight, especially against a team that is known for the aggression in the early stages of Sanhok. Brave Esports. Gan is the man pushing up front, and he has the opportunity as well. I mean, but no utility to make it happen.
Simple, already looking forward to make some light work, but look at Safe. He's conveying all the information. He's conveying all the call-outs. You know, it's 3 players that pushed in forward, up close and personal against the enemies. And now Big Brother Esports, they need to play this one a little bit more safe. Let the opponents approach them, be a little defensive, because they're already looking quite good in that defensive stance. Sirwi and his teammates are in the front line, Safe a little bit far away, as even one of the players from Brave Esports is spotted out in the open. Safe's not going to have any mercy.
Good recovery from the side of Big Brother Esports. They do bring their player back into the game. And Safe just covering the flank. His is the most important task. As soon as the players of Big Brother Esports, Brave Esports, try to overcommit in that fight, Saif is going to be the man responsible for bringing down at least one of them in the early stage. But look at this, another early game fight in front of us where we have the players of Nest going up against Team System. It's not going to be easy for either sides to actually gain the advantage in that one.
As usual, Sanhok's going to start off the way we wanted it to. And Brave Esports, now they're getting pushed up by the players of Big Brothers. This fight's going to be elongating for quite a while. Rishi softened up a little bit. And even from the backline, Sarvi closes on up. Rishi is down to just 1 HP, but still Big Brother Esports looking for to make some light work against the players of Brave. But that return knockout coming into play from the side of Brave Esports. The trades now starting to happen back and forth. Rishi is still going for a bit of a jump shot, but this man is down to just a sliver of health from the backline. Simple closes on up and shuts down that man. Simple going for a couple of free fires again against Safe. And still Safe behind this little cover. It's going to be safe for now, but for how long Safe's going to be safe?
Well, not long. It's a 3v1 situation. It's not even a 3v1, it's 4v1 situation, and Seth has nowhere left to run.
Safe looking quite safe. And Brave Esports. Dude, still looking forward to toss that utility, but somewhere else on the map is the players of Kerala who are getting picked off. Midway Esports, once again, even these guys are doing some light work against their opponents, but the fight that was brewing up around Paradise Resort, that shaped up quite perfectly. As expected, the players of Brave Esports, they come out on top. Simple, just being the big man inside the fight once again. He was the one to find that opening, and he was the one to sort of save the day, too.
I'm more worried about the players of Kerala Esports now in the distance, because as we talked about it, I mean, all these three teams saw the parachutes open up. All of them had the same intentions of dropping in Paradise. Brave Esports gave up. Big Brothers gave up. Kerala Esports were like, all right, we'll take control of Paradise, and now they are done looting. They're closing in on both of these teams. Seth has delayed the players of Brave Esports from moving out for quite a long time. And considering this is an early fight, both these teams are lacking quite a lot of important things. Throwables, they are running out of throwables. They're running out of healing utility. And soon enough, they'll run out of ammo as well.
This is not a good start. That means Brave Esports will need to commit a little bit more time in looting, or maybe they can try to hunt down another team. But it's better if they get their hands on a couple of more utilities and take a look at Safe. Even he's got nothing on his board.
The spot is surrounded by other teams as well. I mean, Kerala is closing in from the northwest. You have Midway waiting in towards the southeast. There's Newman towards the northeast side as well. Main problem is, like, that fight just happened so close to the center of the circle.
It's tough. Newman Gaming third-partying, it was expected. But now they're starting to engulf these teams. They're surrounding the foes. And this nade from Simple to find that opening definitely put the players of Big Brothers. Man, Blood Rose is still in my eyes right here. These guys, the blunder that they showcased, I mean, it's definitely something to get over from. But then this overall situation that just happened. Big Brothers, they have been consistent throughout the day, but then it's at this game, things are looking quite bad.
Ooh, but Midway, look at this. They were able to pick up one of the players from the side of Kerala Esports a few moments ago, before they actually moved down south. Just a little bit south of Bahan, but what are their moves going to be like from here on out? 4 aggressive man, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens. The winners of the map of Miramar. They are positioned between Quarry and Paradise Resort, well, just a little bit north of Quarry. Not a lot of teams surrounding their spot. There's Revenants a few hundred meters down south. There are 2 teams up north, but Progressive Man, they have the opportunity of just staying there, keeping their heads down, and surviving the early game stages of the match. Look at this, Newman, they show up for the third party as well in the distance. We see Avi moving around on the map, but oh, he's here. He has arrived. And along with him, the rest of the players from the side of Newman.
Brave Esports, once again, these guys haven't had enough. Even though they do not have any top of utilities, they still want to push up against the foes. And Brave Esports, they realize the fact that now they've stepped inside an uninvited territory. It's better if they take an exit from this one. Even Safe's in the back lines. The only thing Safe can try to pull off in this position is just to be quiet a little bit more. He does have the opportunity to play the spoiler, though, if he wants to. But I highly doubt he's going to try to reveal his position, considering he's the only glimmer of hope alive for his team. So they need to secure as many placement points as possible. And Newman Gaming in front of us. They have managed to at least chip out a bit of damage against the players of Brave Esports. At this point, any type of damage they deal against Brave will be counted quite effectively.
It will, and as you mentioned about Seth, I think I do agree with that. I mean, his opportunity, his objective is going to be quite clear. Let these 2 teams fight it out and just stay hidden for as long as possible. If there are just individual solo players surviving from either sides, he can try and secure those finish points, but Newman, all 4 players together, looking to see if they can find an opening against the players of Brave. The shift of the zone is not going to be troubling anyone in this game. I mean, 7 Habit, they're still stuck on that Camp Alpha Island, but maybe they're looking to play a little bit slow. They haven't really secured a lot of points from the first few matches. And Newman Gaming, though,
No way.
completely abandon the fight against Brave Esports and run towards Camp Bravo.
How often do you see this?
Not a lot, I mean, but this is what you get if you are in the bottom 3 of the leaderboard.
I mean, I do understand, but Brave Esports, they did not even have any utilities. It's actually a good day for Brave Esports. It's
Yeah.
a good start for them. They managed to get their hands on a couple of elimination points early off, and then, too, they're able to avoid a complete big threat in the name of Newman Gaming, considering they did not have any type of utilities whatsoever on them. It's going to give a little bit of time for the players of Brave to go around, scout out for a couple of more loot if they can get their hands onto it. But once again, it's too late in the game. Will Brave Esports even try to prioritize for that?
At least they have those compounds in their control, so then maybe if they're lucky enough, they'll find a lot of throwables, a few healing utilities in those shacks. But beyond that, anything else, even moving around, is going to be a big challenge. They do secure that final finish. Saif has been picked off. And with that, Big Brother Esports becomes the first team to be eliminated in this game. But Revenant on our screens now. And if you look at the map, I mean, they're quite in an awkward position. They have Midwave up north. They have Silly Esports closing in from the south. And Aru is going to be spotted out by Fierce in a few short moments, but I wonder what will Revenant's reaction look like.
I mean, Johnny, you were wondering where the popcorns were. And right now, it's the players of Revenant Esports just chucking a couple of popcorns against the opponents, midwave, and also able to find that knockout in the elimination. But, you know, speaking about the popcorns once again, Salty's sitting right next to us. You want to ask him a couple of questions?
Where's the popcorn, Salty? He said he's going to bring it, ladies and gentlemen, but we all know he's not going to bring it.
Salty's one of those guys in that friend group who does not like to spend money at all.
No treats from Salty, basically.
Yeah, no treats.
Yeah, but can we change that, Necro?
What?
Is there a way for us to actually outsmart Salty and get him to give us a treat?
You forgot that Jenga moment?
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did it already. So just to give you guys a little bit of backstory on exactly what just happened with Salty and us. So we were playing Jenga. Me and Johnny were sitting in a cafe. We're playing Jenga, and then Salty joins us midway. And we're like, okay, we're going to restart this game of Jenga, and whoever loses will pay for the entire bill. And then me and Johnny, of course, won. Salty was the one who lost, and he paid for the big bill that was there in that cafe.
Yeah, you're also quite evil in Jenga as well.
Yeah, I like to grief, look, even in games and even in Jenga. It's fun to do that, right? Off the bat, just make the game a little tricky.
In Jenga, it's more fun.
It is.
You see the entire tower drop.
Especially when there's a bet on the line. You can feel that thrill. God's Reen. Eyeing out for the players of Brave Esports.
For the first time, there's nothing happening on Sanhok.
Yeah, it's a little peace, right? It's a little peaceful, and I like the fact that we also have converted these hours instantly into some podcast moments.
Yeah. First ever Sanhok podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
First ever. You guys have never heard it before anywhere.
History
First
in the
time.
making right here.
Yep.
But let's again bring the conversation back about the teams for a moment. I mean, because I'm actually quite curious with what a lot of these big names are going to be up to, especially considering, I mean, we have already talked about Newman, Revenant not having a great day today. Midwave is doing quite decent, though, on the other side. Marcus Gaming, I mean, they're going to be looking to finish in the top 4 at the end of the match as well. Which one do you think is going to be out of the top 4 for sure? Which one of the big names is going to be at the bottom of the ranking?
I don't even think so. That's a question at this point.
Are you going to say Newman?
Yeah, that's not even a question. I highly doubt for Newman Gaming to make that bounce back is going to be a little bit tough. Maybe the Revenant Esports can bounce back considering on the 9th spot in the overall standings. But for Newman Gaming, they've got some heavy climbing to do.
True. I mean, again, just a frame of reference, ladies and gentlemen. After the first 2 matches, Newman still does not have any placement points from the first 2 games.
They're on the 14th spot.
They have 5 points in total, and all 5 of them were finishes. 4 of them came from the previous game. They had 1 finish from the previous match of the map of Erangel, 4 from Miramar. So still yet to put those placement points on the board, but let's see. I mean, and at this point, even in this game of Sanhok, they're surrounded basically from every single direction.
Indeed they are. Speaking of getting surrounded, and even Brave Esports, they're quite surrounded by a lot of the teams, and now even Burnix officials starting to move in a little bit closer. Burnix, they want to go for the big pot. They want to step inside the Paradise Resort. Luckily for Burnix, they're going to have a free control, a free takeover of this Paradise. But speak about Brave Esports once again, considering they haven't even got any type of first aids. If even one player from Brave Esports, he peeks out, gets so much damage, he can't do anything about it.
I mean, first aid is going to be an issue. Throwable utility is going to be an issue because we saw how much they committed into that fight against the players of Big Brothers. And apart from that, even ammunition. I wonder how many rounds does this team have, like all 4 players. Because that will be a big point of concern if someone actually decides to take a fight against Brave Esports and it is an elongated fight.
Yeah. Speak of an elongated fight. I mean, Burnix officials, so far, they have been quite inconsistent. This game has to be the game where they sort of flip their fate, where they flip the table, get a lot of elimination points, get some points in the overall standings too to sort of catapult themselves, at least in the first half of the board, to have a good night's sleep, right? NEST in front of us too, against the players of Marcos Gaming. Now, Marcos Gaming, they're quite desperate to at least find one compound inside the circle. They have got their hands onto that one, but still, it's not that good of a spot.
It's definitely going to be a challenge for all the players of Marcos, but we have seen their potential in the previous map of Miramar. Right now, the thing that they have in their favor is the fact that they have all 4 players, but we did see our Esports pick off one of the players from the side of Silly Gaming. Silly Gaming going for an extremely weird push, by the way. They were playing with a 2-2 split, 2 players in Lakavi, 2 players pushing towards Camp Bravo, and I think it was BVS who was one of the players crawling in or trying to crawl in from Lakavi inside the zone. He was picked off by the players of Revenant Esports. The other 2 players, Hena and Foul, there's the team ORB quite close to them in Camp Bravo, blocking their way, blocking their entry into the circle.
Speak about blocking the entry for aggressive men this time. They're being the one with the nature, creeping and crawling their way up against the players of Marcos Gaming. They've heard a lot of sounds, and now even the Wall of Death is going to start to move up. This man in the clothesline, he needs to be a little bit more careful. Look at him. He can hear all the sound. He can hear all the footsteps in front of him. But all he's waiting for is that one single glimmer off the opponent. And finally, as soon as he hears him get away from that spot, he could have actually tried to strike him down, but no, Skillful is going to let the players of Marcos Gaming just slip by like that. And Nest Esports, they get pounced on by the entirety of Marcos Gaming. These 2 guys in the front line, Spray God, and even his teammate, which is Sayam, they've done a great job in making sure the opponent team's going to crumble down on their knees.
They are looking to wrap up this fight as quickly as possible from the distance. Finally, now the players of 4 aggressive man, they start shooting. They take their shots, but they fail to secure the knock. Aladdin, although, did go down from the side of Marcos Gaming, and Spray God took a lot of damage upon himself. But look at this. Look at the map. Even Revenant Esports from that high ground. Marcos Gaming, they're sandwiched between the teams. It's going to be so difficult to escape from this position.
This is what's going to happen when you're going to fight in the open. A lot of flags will be attracted. You're sort of like that sweet. And this is where the players of 4 aggressive men on the high ground too. For 4 aggressive men, the idea is pretty clear. Just try to push inside the circle, get a good positioning, and then maybe you try and think of some fights.
Yeah.
That's
survive in the late game with as many players as possible, and then in the late game go for the finishes. I mean, we have seen this tactic work for a lot of these big names in the recent days, but let's see. I mean, you're going to have to mix those macro plays with a little bit of your own unique aspect. But
oh my god, nice.
What a spray. Yeah.
Nice MJ and Fierce together, just spraying down the guy in the front. Vexy knocked out. A great way to start things off even inside this fight. And Fierce just going for the sprays with the suppressor that he's got on his M4. He's only got 81 bullets though, Johnny. This is definitely a bit of a concern. You cannot keep on spamming inside the smokes like that.
If you finish up the opposition, you might as well just go and loot their crates. And Marcos Gaming have already secured 4 more crates for the players of Revenant to loot. But Marcos now stuck in the wall of death. Just have to move a few meters to get inside the zone. 7-5. They can stay in the corner of the shack and protect themselves for just the next few circles. On the other side, the mid-wave colliding against the players of Newman.
Oh yeah, the big Goliaths finally just colliding against each other mid-wave. They might just be on the receiving end. A little bit too close for comfort, that was. Obi was not really able to secure that knockout, was not really able to secure that entire elimination, but still is trying his best to get his hands on a couple of more elimination. But that nade's gonna blast right on top of Wixie on his face, and Wixie gets knocked out and confirmed because of that Molotov that was in the front. Dinosaurs, he's got no other option left than to leave his teammate, abandon his teammates, and moving backwards to the safety. But soon enough, he's gonna move up against another team that might just be in the front lines, but still Dinosaurs is not sure which is going to be the safer spot.
You can't really run away anywhere on this map of Sanhok, especially in a circle like this. It has no cover available. And Newman, this time around, they are not taking any prisoners. Midwave Esports have lost 3 players. Dinosaurs, as you said, last man left standing, stuck on the low ground. Newman is chasing him from one side. He knows for a fact that there's more than one team waiting for him on the other side as well. Man is bound to get finished off in next few moments, but before that happens, ORB Esports show up out of nowhere, and they are also getting picked apart. Black has been knocked out, Yash knocked out. Sensei took a lot of damage. Lynch with the nade is going to try and knock him down as well, try and get a trade, and he finds it for his team. A little bit of a breathing room earned by the players of ORB Esports.
Oh no, Revenant Esports getting picked off. This is not the ideal start they wanted to have in their hands, but even from the far, afraid it's going to be the players of 4 AM wanting to chime inside the action. And even the players of God's Reign too, they're taking a couple of pop shots here and there. Revenant Esports, they're definitely getting quite a lot of cover from all the other teams. That wasn't intentional. But now Revenant Esports will be looking for to put an end to this fairy tale of the players of ORB Esports. They would want to wipe them out off the game right now. If Revenant Esports, they fail to do so, the problems will be continued even in the future lines. And the last guy's skull is still somewhere in the smoke shrouded. Fierce is not really able to lay his eyes onto that, but so that's why, at least for now, Skull's going to be alive.
Oh, but Skulls did step out from behind that smoke, and Revenant Esports Fierce, I think, just failed to see that last individual. I wonder for how long that man is going to survive in that position, but here's the third party, ladies and gentlemen. 4 AM, 4 aggressive man, Karan, the last man, a desperate push coming in to try and enter the zone. It absolutely fails at Sensei secures that finish for his team. In the meanwhile, Fierce from the side of Revenant has been finished off, and also Revenant, they've racked up 8 eliminations to their name.
What just happened? So much chaos inside the game ensuing out of these final few moments. And now as this next circle shift's going to be coming too. This is looking quite interesting. I guess even Brave Esports, they've been eliminated from the game. What's just going on? So many teams, within a flash, they've been eliminated.
Skull, you remember Skull from the side of ORB, right?
Yeah.
He's done something actually quite phenomenal. He took the first stage from his own teammate's crate, ran out into the blue zone, and is now just playing for the heal battle.
Yeah, but for how long? How many first aids can he actually gather? Maybe like 15 first aids?
He has 8 on him right now. I think he can pick up a few more because there's a lot of distraction
a lot of bodies
in the circle, and a lot of bodies to work with.
It's understandable. He can definitely try to go for that passive and the heal battle play. But so many shots are being taken at the same time. It's tough to keep track of all the elimination points that are hitting the deck. Even 7 Habits, they're going for those knockouts. They're going for those confirmations too inside the game. 7 Habits, they've done a great job in surviving, and they've also got the prime spot so far. But they still need to watch out from all the other teams. 7 Habits beating the zone magnets as usual. They're in this max center, but as I mentioned, being in the center can also be a little bit of disadvantage in the late game, as you can't be the center of attraction.
And they will become the center of attraction for a few moments, but well, Newman Gaming, Savitar need to pay attention. The man right in front as Burnex, they find the opening, but the nade from Great Esports actually helps them out. The DSC still surviving. Great Esports pushing towards him. How long will this man stay alive? The Molotov was lobbed to finish him off, but is a little bit far away from that tree. Gets a little bit of distance to work with. You have a lot of big names in the final few moments of this match. Great Esports is there. God's Reign. They have 1 player left. Newman Gaming, Burnex, and then 7 Habit just hiding in that one shack. And they're the only team with any actual cover to work with.
Yeah, they're the only team with a hard cover, and they've also got that dip to play with. So a little bit of ridges too can be utilized. Newman Gaming clutch got though. If you see this man, this sneaky little guy on the right side, he can be the spoiler. Even if he finds out 1 knockout against the players of 7 Habits, that can be a big difference maker. Great Esports as well, being able to survive for such a long time inside the game. A lot of the teams that we did not expect to survive have survived. But as I mentioned, 7 Habits can have a fair shot of winning the game. I even predicted this team. Let's see if they can win or not.
Well, let's see. They do have all 4 players left.
Oh no.
Great Esports, White Hat right behind them.
Oh no.
Hasn't spotted a single individual from the side of 7 Habits, but now finally sees Charan running out in the open, tries to go for the spray, and he fails to connect even a single shot. Charan going for a brilliant punish, finds the knock, a brilliant save for him.
Oh, what a quick prone too, man. Just Prone's back in the nick of time, and now he's going to be alive for a couple of more moments, but at least one of the players been knocked out from the side of 7 Habits too. In the end, we've got the top 5 teams left alive, from which only 2 teams are inside the zone. So many teams once again got eliminated within a blink of an eye, and now 7 Habit, they've got the most amount of cover available in these final few moments too. They've got the prime spot that they can find. Another man gets knocked out. 7 Habit off to a great start, but they're not able to keep on continuing this one. As 2 of the man's been knocked out, 7 Habit, there's a chance their game can be spoiled too, but finally, even from the outside of the zone, they've got quite a lot of fire that's been instilled upon them, and now it's just down to this one last guy, Maverick. It could be a one-on-one, but both these teams are prioritizing the resurrection.
Well, both of them are going for the Res 7 Habit. If they bring all of their players back, they will have a man advantage to work with. But Draco from the side of Great, he wants to take the fight. No throwables upon the players of Great Esports. On both of them, in fact, one first aid is there on that one individual, and he needs to go for for that first aid. Right now, Melodious, with that spray, has dished out quite a lot of damage, but wasn't really able to secure the knock. And finally, the top 2 teams, 7 Habit, Maverick taking a lot of damage. Draco, he's trying to go for the knock, but misses. The second spray, finally gets it, lines it up. And now 2 players from the side of 7 Habit, 2 from the side of Great Esports. Final 2v2.
2v2 is now going to be on the way as Assist is trying his best to find some connection. But unfortunately for Great Esports, they lose out on 1 man, and that's it. 7 Habit's going to be the one to get that chicken dinner. What an intense fight that was in the end. But 7 Habit, they managed to seal the deal against Great Esports.
What a brilliant win. I mean, they played it quite smart. The cover in the end was there, but it was on the edge, and the only way they could have lost that match is if they actually panicked and moved out a little bit too quick. They didn't do that. They maintained their composure. I thought they messed up when they got distracted by Skull, who was just running out in the open in the back. I thought that could have actually been a mistake that Great Esports capitalized on, but Great, they had their own world of troubles. The Draco, for some reason, thought, all right, I'll go for a revive now and then take the fight. When it was an actual 1v1, he could have won.
7 Habits, somehow, they just always find themselves in the good spot inside the circle. It's up to them if they're able to defend it or not. And this is where Sanhok really sort of gives you an advantage, right? If you remember, Enigma Gaming 2 was one of those teams. If you remember that one Sanhok game that they had, they were in the center of the circle, on the hard cover to play with, and even they were able to win that game. And same thing once again repeats over here, but just with a different team.
Exactly, and this will always be the case. Whenever you are on Sanhok, you have decent cover to work with in that final game fight. You will have an easier time around. But will the impact be enough to bring this team back up in the first half of the ranking? I think it can, but the top 4, how far will they be? We'll find that out, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है, क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शेकेंडेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चक दे।
खत्म कर दो।
I'm here to let you guys know once again that there's an Indian faction being added inside RTV, which is Road to Valor. Make sure to go ahead and check that game out. Download it on your phones from Google Play Store or Apple App Store. With that being said, Salty, once again, that previous game of Sanhok, as usual, started off quite aggressive. In the between of the games, though, in the mid-pack, it was a little bit quiet, but then later on, it was just hell breaking loose.
I mean, I kind of was surprised with the mid game being so slow, especially that much silence being there and you guys having your podcast hours for the first time on the map of Sanhok. That was pretty brilliant. But of course, Team 7 Habit finally getting that big chicken. I think this is a big jump on the leaderboard.
I mean, once again, I was the one who predicted that, so thank you so much for the props, man. But considering 7 Habits being able to win that, you know, jokes apart, I sort of knew this. 7 Habits, they're quite good at positioning themselves inside the circle, but sometimes in the firefights, they can't fall back a little bit. But this time in the game of Sanhok, they did a fantastic job in defending the compound, too.
Exactly. And it's all about defending those compounds. It's all about trying to secure your position. We were talking about this in the pre-game as well. They know how to get themselves the good positioning, but it's been the firefights where they lack a little bit. But in this game, they showed everything. Even Brave Esports, as a matter of fact, I think they've been showing some brilliant performances in the recent times. In today, at least, they've been extremely aggressive. It's just that they'll have to transfer that into a big number chicken. That's what's lacking.
Exactly. I mean, this is how the action really kicked off between the players of Brave Esports and their opponents. They were not really able to stand a lot of chance, but considering Brave Esports, they were lacking on the loot. Even they were not seen somewhere in the late game situations, they were eliminated in that chaos. There was just so many fights going on at the same time. But then as we move on forward towards this fight as well, Revenant Esports, I genuinely thought they had a fair chance of winning this game, but unfortunately, no.
Exactly, and Revenant Esports on the map of Sanhok, they suddenly just showcased their true potential. Even in the last round, we witnessed that Revenant Esports were the one. And the way kind of they were positioned, they had 6 finishes to work with, I almost felt like this team definitely has a chance. Completely agreed with you. But all of a sudden, they just dismantled to the pressure, just coming in from multiple directions, just could not handle it.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking about not handling a lot of things, Newman Gaming too, they were not able to handle a lot of pressure that was there in the final few moments. Even they got eliminated by a lot of the teams. Even Godsreen, they were seen somewhere in the late game. But one thing is for sure, Godsreen, I like the consistency factor that's rolling in from them.
It's not just Godsreen. I think Marcus Gaming as well has been pretty consistent. They are maintaining that good position on the overall standing. So these are the two teams who's been kind of consistent throughout the 3 games that we have played. And Newman Gaming, double-clicking on what you just said, I felt like the other teams, the undergods, have specifically cracked the code on how to beat Newman, try and take the fight early against them and just completely wipe them off. And in the final stages, of course, 7 Habit, in spite of the fact that they lost these bodies, early Maverick still was like dancing all across the floor like Mike Tyson. He was in commando position.
I mean, maybe you can also say that Newman Gaming, they're not really able to adapt onto the flow of the stages of the BGIS that are currently happening. And the stages are pretty much like the round. In round 1, it's going to be like the easy stage for all the teams that are known. Round 2 is going to be a little bit more tougher. Round 3, even tougher. And round 4 will be the toughest amongst all of them. And then later on, of course, it will be the semifinals, which will not be the final boss, but of course that one boss before the final boss. And if you beat that, then you get a chance to beat that final boss.
Yeah, it's like the penultimate boss, who
Yeah.
supposedly is like a little more difficult sometimes. I kind of personally feel like the final boss, even though comes with a lot of power, I think once you beat that penultimate boss, your levels are unlocked as well. You also have some
A lot
powers
of
of your
powers,
own.
yeah.
A lot of powers, extra powers. And for Newman Gaming, they'll have to unlock those powers tomorrow, especially when they come back, because otherwise they will have to go down to the trenches of hell.
Yeah, even the trenches of hell. How did we forget that boss? That's going to be even more tougher to beat
That
because,
boss.
once again, 16 teams can only move forward inside the semifinals. And as I've been mentioning over and over again, too, top 32 teams will be seen in the semifinals duking it out. That will be quite an interesting affair, too. But Salty, speaking about that previous game, once again, I genuinely thought Brave Esports could have had a decent outing, but unfortunately, no.
Brave Esports and their early game aggression has sort of been hurting them a little. I feel like, whenever there are those 4v4 fights, especially up against teams like Big Brother Esports or Marcus Gaming, they're always going to suffer, right? They are not going to come out of those situations unhurt. And when you lose those players early on, it feels like sometimes down the line in the end game stages, I feel that is where Brave Esports suffer a lot. We've seen teams like 4Aggressive Man. They kind of try, even though they have like aggressive in their name, they don't really justify it with early game aggression. They justify it with late game aggression. They try and stay passive in the initial stages, try and retain all their numbers, and we saw what they can actually do on the map of Miramar when they have all 4 players on the deck.
I wouldn't exactly say they try to play passive. I would say they're just a position-oriented team. They like to play defensive, I think so would be the right word over there. It's okay if they do want to engage inside a couple of fights. If a fight is being forced against them, especially that fight that was happening between the players of Marcos Gaming and 4Aggressive Men, if I'm not wrong, and where 4Aggressive Men were strike down in that fight, they did not back away from that one. They were trying their best to face against that fight, but unfortunately, they just fell short. It's the players of Marcos Gaming who has got so much experience at the end of the day, and they just crumbled down against that experience.
Crumbling down to experience is always fine. You always come up with teams who are just always better than you. They've got past experiences. But speaking of experiences, we've got a very experienced player in the form of MJ as the rebel of the match. He's got 5 finishes and 45.4% finish contribution. Revenant Esports, especially led by MJ in this particular game, I felt like they have the stage set up for them to get that big chicken dinner, but it's still lacking.
Exactly. Speak about things lacking out too, then we have got Brave Esports too. Another guy from the side of Brave Esports. It's going to be Hemu OP, who managed to get 3 finish points accumulated from that initial fight that was going on.
Yeah.
And then later on, we've got Newman OV2 with 3 finish points secured. At least Newman Gaming's over there somewhere in the first half of the board. For a lot of the teams, it's going to be a big catapult. It's going to be a big catapult for 7 Habits. Newman Gaming too, maybe a catapult, but then Great Esports as well. A big catapult will be seen.
One surprising fact over there was PreyGod had 100% finish contribution, which was something which we've seen for the first time. But let's talk about the man's scorecard right now. 7 Habit, 25 points, a massive jump from the second page of the overall standings. Newman Gaming as well with 17 points. I think this game is sort of going to help them build that platform. They're not really in as bad of a position as X-Park were on the first day, of course. We've got Great Esports, Revenant Esports as well. Burnix Official, all of these teams have sort of secured the double-digit numbers. I think they should be good to go.
Exactly, but then you've also got Orb Esports on the 6th spot. Then you've also got Godsreen, another one of the big names that I personally thought could have had a decent outing, but once again, it's Godsreen for you, right? No matter how bad they're going to be performing on the day one thing is for sure, they will always bounce back. That's how much trust they have earned from me.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure it's not just you. They've also earned a lot of trust from the fans as well, and that's what their lineup has been doing. But ladies and gentlemen, overall scorecard in front of us.
Second spot.
7 Habit, a massive jump, but Marcus Gaming barely have the lead at the very top. 33 points to work with. Look at this. 33, 32, 31. Marcos Gaming and God's Reign, consistency incarnate. They still have got their position secured. But then, of course, you've got 4Aggressive Men, 27 points. And there is a massive tie. Brave Esports, Brick Brothers, as well as 4Aggressive Men, all of them have 27 points.
That is true. Yeah, that's a little bit of tie going on. But then on the bottom, too, you can see on the 7th and the 8th spot, even that's a tie between the players of Burnix Official and Revenant Esports. That just showcases how sensitive these overall standings are. But then I would like to also let you know one thing. Look at the first spot, 33 points. The second spot, 32 points. The third spot, 31 points. It's
Yeah.
sort of like a descending order.
It's sort of
quite
like
fun.
a descending order, right? It's basically like numbers counting. And even then, number 9 for Newman Gaming, they've got 22 points overall. It's not a massive jump. It's just 4 points. ORB as well, 21 points. Midwave, 19 points. We mentioned it correctly, Necro. This is a group of death.
Tomorrow is going to be so intense considering the overall standings are now creating such a storyline where everyone is way too close for comfort against each other, and this is where things are going to be quite spiced up. Now, Salty, speaking about spicy things, as we all know, for 7-Abit, they have made a massive jump in the overall standings. Tomorrow, it's going to be their fight if they can maintain that spot or not.
Exactly. And you know what? Speaking of maintaining, I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams from the second page, they are going to be hitting a lot of big punches, because look at the numbers. Nest Esports, Team System, they've got 12 finishes on the board. It doesn't seem like these teams, they're scared away from taking a fight. It does not feel like they're not prepared for this particular round. They are very well prepared. And tomorrow, I'm pretty sure they will come with the same mentality that, well, if we can get 12 finishes on the first day, then maybe on the second day we can go more than 20, we can do more than 25, and we can get those points and push up.
That is true. Speak about getting the points, though. Now the talk begins about the upcoming group that's going to be chiming inside the fight, Salty. New group, which will be Group D, and in there, teams like OR Esports are going to be joining inside the fray. OR Esports, their journey has been filled with a lot of thick and thins. What are your thoughts on them?
To be honest, OR Esports, in my opinion, were used to be one of the most consistent teams. Inside of these BGIS, I'm not really sure what's sort of not really working out for them, but sometimes it feels like OR Esports, they've barely managed to qualify just on the brink of death. I'm waiting to see the OR Esports I used to love, because, you know, Jelly, in my opinion, is one of the best IGLs. So much experience, so much aggression. I think this man can lead him.
You know what? At one side of the spectrum, we're speaking about an inconsistent team. Now, let's focus on the opposite side of the spectrum. A consistent team, that's going to be Team Insane. They have been consistent in those finish points whatsoever, always on the first spot of the overall standings, no matter what the outcome is.
You know, Team Insane, I mean, there's nothing really to talk about. The entire community, the entire audience, they know about this team. They know about how aggressive this team is. And I'm pretty sure, like, when aggression comes into the picture, there is always another team who gets invited as well. It's Team Mayavi, and I'm waiting to find out if this team can also put up that aggressive front. And now, with so many big names in the picture, let's just talk about the underdogs who are also coming up. Just look at this. You've got Acid Esports, one of the most promising and consistent teams inside of the underdog circuit. You've got Growing Strong as well. Their performance initially was brilliant. And then how could we forget X7 Bulls and LOC Esports?
Exactly. LOC Esports, especially them, they have been putting a big smile on my face all the time whenever I see these guys perform. And I genuinely think so. LOC, they have a good mixture of everything inside the lobby. Good mixture of positioning, good mixture of playing passive, a good mixture of playing defensive too, and they know when to go aggressive. This is where I would like to say is that they know what a good fight is and a bad fight is. But sometimes still a little bit of problems are there here and there. But once again, they lack experience.
You know, they lack experience, to be honest. And the fact that they've had the learning curve from the grind to this point on inside of the BGS, I'm pretty sure LOC Esports, and the point which you mentioned, the decision making or the discretion, whether take this fight or not, or just fall back, I think that has instrumentally improved over time. And I'm pretty sure they can actually put it to good use right now. I think this is the round where they should show their true potential and get that and earn that direct entry into the semi-finals. But it's going to be tough. You've also got Metal Esports in the mix.
Not just that, even Growing Strong, another under God name. These guys have been performing so phenomenally well. Speaking about Growing Strong, right? Whenever you think that, oh, now Growing Strong's not doing good, they might just not qualify, out of nowhere, they just hit back so massively. It's sort of like that Thor hammer where you're like, oh no, we're getting destroyed, and then his hammer just comes out of nowhere, and it just destroys all the enemies.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Thor always just calls for his hammer, especially when it's like, you know, he needs that extra bit of power. He's like, all right, fine. He doesn't even do much. For Growing Strong as well, he doesn't have to do much. They'll just raise their hand like this, and all of a sudden, they just get all the points secure, to be honest. But it's going to be tough, Necro. I mean, round 4, we did mention that the previous group was the group of death, but this group, it's not that easy either. And we start off on a pretty slow map, on the map of Vikendi. What are your thoughts on it? Because it is an off map, to be honest. Nobody knows who's going to win it.
Exactly. We might see a couple of drop collisions, though, but as usual, we're going to see a passive start. Nothing's going to be changed over there. Team Mayavi, though, this is a conversation that we need to have. Now, on the first day that we saw, even on the last time in the round 4, or in the round 3 that I'm speaking about, Mayavi, on the day 1, they were not able to perform that well. But on day 2, I don't know what just hit them. Out of nowhere, this team was able to just rip apart all the competition. If you remember that Miramar game, that was one of the most iconic moments.
That certainly was one of the most iconic moments. And to be honest, I think Team Mayavi is built to give us those iconic moments. Now, that was on the land of deserts where things are actually pretty hot. This is an icy warfare, Necro, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be equally brilliant as well. Look at the flight path. It's completely skewed towards the western side.
Yeah.
Now, for the last couple of days, we've been witnessing the Mount Kresnik and the circles towards Villa as well. What do you reckon? Is it going to be similar this time as well?
Yeah, I think so. We might see a castle circle. I want to see a castle circle.
It's
Come
been a
on,
long
it's
time.
so fun. It's been a while. It's been a long time. It's been a while. If you remember the last time we saw that castle circle, it was just an absolute hell-breaking lose. So many teams are desperate to get those elimination points because they knew if you do get the prime spot contention in your hands, then maybe things can be a little
Necro,
different. And
I am extremely sad to actually break the news to you that even the first circle does not comprise castle.
yeah, well, it's completely fine though. At least Mount Kresnik's going to be there, so you will be happy, I guess.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be happy. It seems like two teams were heading in that direction, possibly trying to meditate early on, but it seems like they've sort of skipped that journey. They want to get back into the land of normal living, of normal human beings. And speaking of normal human beings, majority of the teams are moving towards the shorelines of the map, which is sort of a good start. It seems like there is no initial cluster right off the get-go itself.
That is true. Speak about having the initial cluster, though. Look at the southern side of the map. Acid Esports being chased down by LOC. There's a chance there's one guy still in the parachute phase. And if he gets spotted by the players of LOC, maybe the problems will start to occur. But no, LOC, they've got no intention of taking that early fight. Instead, they're going to focus on looting up as quick as possible. For Acid Esports, though, this is one of those teams that has been quite crazy, I would say, when it comes to the overall game.
Yeah.
In some games, they go aggressive. In some games, they just decide to play completely defensive and position-oriented.
You know, Acid Esports and their biggest strength, Negro, what I feel is how they sort of communicate mid-fights, right? How their IGL dictates a team's formation. And I think Acid Esports has one of the best formations, possibly one of the best contenders on the map of Sanhok, especially when they drop down on boot camp. They know exactly on how to move and how to clean up the entire circuit. So that is something which I'm going to be watching out for, how they can transition on the map of Vikendi as well. I've sort of never seen this team play on the map of Vikendi, if I don't remember.
I've seen him play once or twice, and these guys are quite decent on the map of Vikendi too. But considering you've said so much good stuff about a team, I highly doubt they're going to be performing that good now, considering you're probably going to curse them.
You know, right, I have sort of shook away the curse.
No.
I am like a good luck charm for every single team out there.
I do not
I'm
believe
such a
that.
positive person, Necro. How could I be negative to any team and their influence?
Positive team. Yeah, how do I forget that you like to meditate on top of Mount Kresnik? Yeah, I forgot that one, man. But you know what? Speaking about this fight, too, that's a great opening from the side of Bomb Official. And then instantly, the man from the back lines closes on up, gets that confirmation followed up, but the same thing will be happening to him. The karma always hits you back.
Karma always hits you back right from behind. Team Crores, well, one body hits the deck, but of course, they have a little bit of retaliation going on. 2 finishes on this man, Hawk OP. Now, he wants to clean the other team up as well completely.
Trade's on the side.
Yeah, but are they going to disengage though? I'm not really sure. They're not moving as of now. Team Cruz, they don't really look that interested. Team IM, they'll have to do something about it.
They will. I'm officials. What can they do? It's a 2v3. The opponent has a man advantage. The only thing the players of I'm officials can try to do is try to go for a heroic play, which will be way too risky. Once again, heroic play comes out of like 1 in a million odds. It's quite tough to pull off a heroic play. Or they can just wait for the opponents to just straight up push onto them and play a defensive game.
That's not really required, Negro. Team Cruz, they kind of head the back gears. And they completely move out of the situation, not really taking the fight. And in doing so, I think they've just dug their own grave, because the position where they're rotating from, Team Hub is already present. Now, speaking of Team Hub, they've got that massive split. Only 2 players are in the vicinity. 2 players are inside the circle, which is a massive, massive split. But I still think these 2 players can actually make it work, considering that information is not there on Team Cruz.
True that. Speak about the information. And Cruz is moving alongside the edges. At least they've got a safe rotation going on for themselves, right? Not really having a lot of risk just yet. Speak about the risk. Metal Esports on our screens right now. And even they are in quite a decent spot so far. In the center of the circle almost, but right next to them are the players of Lucknow Giants. And Lucknow Giants, I genuinely think this team needs to be talked about a little bit over here. It's one of those teams, I do not even know how they've made it over here to round 4.
Yeah.
But somehow they have managed to creep and crawl their way towards the round 4. But from here on out, you will need to be so consistent. You will need to get as many points as possible, in which Lucknow Giants have been struggling.
Yeah. Lucknow Giants, for them, consistency, just like you mentioned, has always been an issue. And we definitely will have that conversation a little while later. As Team Crores, have a look at this. Hawk OP just missing out on that shot. Not really a lot of scopes to work with, but even Sai connects a couple of shots. Team Hobby Esports, they've actually called for reinforcements as well, but the two players, they're still isolated. Avatar is in that compound, and it seems like Team Crores, now they have all the information in the world, and they're starting to close up the distance. From the backlines, though, he's being shut down, and Brokey is here to save the day.
Yeah, but once again, the problem is that man doesn't have any vest nor helmet. So even a couple of bullets and he will be dealt from the game. He needs to be so careful in this scenario. So careful. Hobby Esports from the top. They've got the advantage inside the fight. Also the man advantage. Nothing taken away from that. And Cruz, they're starting to close on up against Avatar. Brokey. Still, at least he's got the high ground to play with. He knows that one of the men's actually getting pinned down too. He needs to be a little bit more careful, and Brokey is not going to stop anytime soon. He keeps on just eyeing out the players, but it's still not going to matter. Hobby Esports, they're losing out on the man number.
They certainly are losing out on the man number, and this is because Team Insane is also involved in a third-party situation. Now, I liked what Avatar was trying to do. He knew that Brokey had his back covered. But the fact that he did not have any information of Team Insane and their positional play just cost him his entire life. From the distance, Skips just manages to spray down one of the players, and now Hobby Esports, they will have to back off from this entire fight, and two players are doing so. I think the last one, Avatar, of course, he and his dig and his grave has been dug.
Indeed it has. And speak about Team Insane. They've got the high ground once again. Let's see how they're going to utilize this one. They do not really need to move a lot. All they need to do is just try and close on into the safe zone. And considering it's Team Insane, do we need to worry about them? Absolutely not. These guys are always just good at the firefights. We've been speaking about so many of these teams being really solid in the firefights, and then Team Insane is on a whole nother league.
Oh, for sure. They're the ones who actually pull off the century moves quite often. And more often than not, I think Team Insane at the end of the 6 games, once again, it's still very early to actually predict, but they should be able to kind of pull that off. That is the sort of expectations that they have raised. But look at this. Team Acid Esports, once again, just pristine formation. One player on the top grounds, but it seems like Perigod has been knocked out by Clowny. Clowny, once again, one of the players who can completely change the game. And it seems like he is being the retaliation force for Team LOC Esports. And well done, of course. From the backline, Sparsh once again finds a knock.
Oh, so many shots have been taken against him. There's a vehicle in the front, too. It's going to be blown away. Sparsh needs to do something desperately. But how can he get away from this spot? That's my question. LOC, Mafia's been knocked out. Clowny's trying his best to fight back. Pulls out another gun, but it's still not going to matter. LOC, they're starting to get picked off, dismantled. Omega is on a move, does not want anything to do with this fight. And Omega, the only thing that he can see in the front is the positioning points.
Yeah, of course, two players have been completely knocked down. This man also quite low on HP from the distance. As an esports, Sparsh was in position. He wanted this vehicle to actually explode. He would have gotten all the finish points in the world. But of course, Acid Esports, they succumb. Or rather, could not really. I mean, have a look at this. Acid Esports are also not unheard from this particular situation. LOC Esports have managed to find one finish point off them, and the rest of the players are still healthy. But Perigod, one of the most important pieces inside this lineup, is done and dusted.
It indeed is. Acid Esports. Oh man, just revving their supercars, huh? The sound of these supercars is quite nice.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have one of them someday. In real life.
Someday.
Inside the game as well someday.
Yeah, I'm just going to let that sink in.
What about your Bugatti? How's that doing?
It's in a pre-order, right? So considering Bugatti's supposed to be like a limited edition.
Oh, yeah.
So it takes like months and months, maybe years too, to construct.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and I think so. Like Bugatti Chiron, they're like what, a limited amount only left over in the world. Like 49 or 50 that are being produced, and considering you in one up, I'm getting one. So yeah, it takes a while. But you know what? Focusing on the game. Acid Esports, I mean, that's a great way to start things off, taking down one of the big dogs inside the lobby. So you've already eliminated that potential threat that could have been there in the future lights. OR Esports called for that rotation.
What?
The Winkle gets blown up, and 2 players knocked out and finished. Team Mayavi, some good spray action. When there's going to be 4 players just spraying down one single Winkle, there's no way you're going to get away.
And Legit, of course, is just going to reap the benefits out of it. Team Mayavi came out of nowhere, honestly. OR Esports were just minding their business, trying to go on their merry vacation, but well, Team Mayavi was like, no, we are aggressive right from the get-go. We need those finishes. And Team Mayavi, we've seen them play on this map. They try and go aggressive right from the get-go, but it seems like in the initial stages, it kind of cost them the chicken dinner. I want to find out if they have made amends to that particular approach this time around, though.
Speak about the amends and Team Insane on our screens. Team Insane playing quite passive. Not the ideal thing that you'd like to see from a team like Team Insane, but once again, they're just trying to be a little bit more mature in the map of Vikendi. They know that do you really need a push when you're just going to have to circle, not even move for the first 15 minutes.
Yeah. And for them, this strategy has sort of worked, right? In the past, just trying to be a little more cautious initially, and then we've always talked about how they sort of shift the gears in the final stages of the game.
Speak about shifting the gears. I mean, I guess the players of OR Esports forgot that supercars are not good on ice.
I'm pretty sure you shouldn't really take supercars on ice.
Yeah. But these guys did, and that's why it got blown up.
I think the best mode of transportation on ice should be
Snowmobile.
Nah, not the snowmobile. The sledge, which Santa Claus uses. The reindeer the thingy that reindeers pull, that's like the best form of transportation.
Yeah, well, I guess you got to talk to the devs about that and try and implement that in the game, Salty.
Oh, I mean, I was talking about real life. I mean, I've used it to reach Mount Kresnik once. I think I'm going to do that once again in the future when I actually go to meditate. Initially, it was a vacation trip.
So if you're speaking about Mount Kresnik, where do you know in real life actually Mount Kresnik is?
Oh, Vikendi is actually a place.
Yeah, but where it is? Like, it should be in some country.
Oh, it's right beside my home, actually, like 20 kilometers from my place.
Nice. You're using the same dialogue that I use. All right, well, OR Esports in front of us. And 2 players, Jelly and Mac. The only 2 glimmers of hope. Now, look, so much for playing defensive, right?
Yeah.
Even though you're trying to play passive defensive, avoid all the smoke that you can, but still you're going to lose out on 2 players in that late game rotation, or at least that late stage 1 rotation that you guys try to pull off. Tough.
Hey, come on, man. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't really their fault. They couldn't have done anything. They had no information that Team Mavi was there. And we know, as a matter of fact, these vehicles inside of Vikendi, yeah, they do blow up.
But once again, the first rule of BR is expect the unexpected.
You're a pro player, you would know better.
That is literally the first rule, and I'm pretty sure even Johnny will agree to this. Expect the unexpected. You will always need to be aware, cautious, all the time, on the edge of your seats.
Well, they were at the edge of their seats, I think, because they were having fun in that rotation. And now they are at the edge of the lobbies, waiting to see what their teammates can actually pull off in this game. But it's been such a slow start, apart from those initial skirmishes. I mean, in terms of eliminations, it hasn't really been slow. We've seen a lot of eliminations happen left, right, and center, a lot of fights. But then again, that just creates an even more vacuum inside of the second circle.
Yeah.
Just a lack of players, lack of any sort of action.
You're speaking about Vikendi. In the initial phase, there's going to be a lack of action. Vacuum? I'm not sure.
Look at that. We have the map feed in front of our screens. There's a lot of space left.
Yeah.
I think some teams might actually prefer that's above our region, That's like towards the shorelines. The houses are pretty. I would actually buy a couple of houses if I was given an opportunity over there.
Speak about the opportunity, and right now we've got the players of I'm Official This can be an opportunity to pounce on top of the opponent. He's all by himself, isolated. Acid Esports wanting to make that move. But unfortunately, Inferno not able to land those shots, runs out of bullets, and now the man's way too low. If I'm officials, they can definitely try and make this push, but unfortunately, even that guy gets shot at from the back lines, and soon enough, he will be devoured by the players of Growing Strong. That man is so far away on top of that hill. How is he even able to see this guy from such a small mobile screen?
I have no clue, honestly, but I think the 6x scope on him and this man's precision is just absolutely precise. And that's GS that you're talking about, Growing Strong. They have eagle eyes.
And we're talking about the Thor's Hammer. And it keeps him going strong.
That was a lightning strike, actually.
Spell being used.
Yeah. Just call upon the god of lightning. I'm not really sure if the mythology aspect of it is actually right. But look at this, Team IM officials. For sure, they were trying to create troubles, but it seems like they have some troubles in their own bank as well. Team Insane, pretty close neighbors, and I'm pretty sure they're like not one of those peaceful neighbors as well.
Team Insane for now. They've got troubles of their own to deal with. Hirsch, Dark Lord, Skips. They're right next to one team that's right above them. This can be a bit of a problem. I think so. It's the players of ARM officials too.
Yeah.
I want to see this battle break out. And ARM officials will, of course, be eliminated.
Yeah.
Because they have the man disadvantage inside this one.
Yeah.
But still, Team Insane just trying to look around, gather as much as information as possible. Soon enough, the hard shift will be there from the circle too, Salty. Where do you think the hard shift's going to be?
Interesting question. I think it might just go towards Mount Kresnik because that's been like the area. But I'm not even sure it might go towards Goroka as well.
I think so. It's going to go towards Coal Mine.
Coal Mine is not going to be a hard shift, to be honest. I mean, considering Vikendi, yeah, it might just be a hard shift. But yeah, if it is Sabava, I'm going to be very surprised, though.
I like this name. 5 Filter Esports. They're here to filter out their opponents.
Yeah, kind of weird name, to be honest. 5 Filter.
I like it.
But what does that mean?
So they're just trying to convey that these guys are one of the best players out there.
Yeah,
as they have been filtered through the toughest challenges of life.
Right. That was a good logic. That was a good analogy right there.
Thank you, man. I know.
You have some big brains.
Thank you so much. Wow, Salty, giving me compliments. I'm flattered.
You know, sometimes you do deserve it. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't, obviously. And when you don't, I will let you know.
Okay.
Very respectfully. But I think this time you actually do. That was a pretty good one. But look at this. The circle is in front of our screens. Well, Coal Mine, once again, is inside of contention. So you should be a little happy. But Acid Esports, they're not going to be happy as well. Because, you know, their fights have been so awkward. They were picked off by LOC. This time again, they are being picked off by Team Insane as well. Just in the mix of things, Acid Esports not finding any space whatsoever. And one of the prime mistakes or the fundamental mistakes that this team is doing is that they're trying too much. They're trying to move too much from one part of the map to the other. We know, as a matter of fact, on Vikendi, all you want to do is try and hold on to your real estates.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Acid Esports losing out on 3 players in that scenario. This is quite a tough rotation that they try to pull off. And speaking of this, Team Mayavi, right underneath the players of Titan FTW. We've seen this team as well quite a lot of the times in the past. It's one of those teams that has been slipping under the radar, and they have made it to round 4, so that in itself is a big, big surprise to me. And now Legit was moving out in the open. Not the shots you should have taken. Titan FTW will definitely be regretting that soon enough. A lot of sprays taken even on that moving vehicle, but still Team Mayavi, they're going to have a clean rotation, at least in the safe zone for now.
Oh, they are teasing a wounded lion right now. I'm not really sure if the result or the outcome of this entire fiasco is going to come out right. Team Mayavi, though. Are they skipping? Are they skipping this entire fight? They just leapfrogged Titan and they tried to find themselves a safe house. But what is Legit trying to do? He's trying to go in for some trekking.
Yeah, it's trying to climb that hill in the front. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Seen some insane stunts from Legit. Some legit stunts.
Some legit stunts. That's obviously not going to do much. I mean, he
Oh, no.
practically could have done that on foot as well.
Come on, be the Spider-Man.
You don't have to be a Spider-Man to climb that ridge. You just have to be like fit bare minimum. I mean, who am I talking to? Sorry.
Wow. I see. I see you. Well, you know what? Speaking of the game, though, OR Esports in the Smack Center, really good spot. Lucknow Giants, too. The patience paying off for these guys. But for the other teams like Tyne FTW, Hub Esports, even Team Mayavi, they need to move inside the circle, including Crores Esports as well. That's on the northern side. LOC, unfortunately, Omega, this guy is still alive at this phase of the game.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, he's still alive. LOC still have that glimmer of hope, to be honest. But I'm not really sure if he's going to find a little bit of a space inside the circle. It's been majorly occupied. And look at this. Team Seal, we've seen them play multiple times. Once again, they have to perform. Once again, they have to show similar signs of consistency. And up front, they've got Team IM officials. They've also got Team Insane as well. Now, these compounds, these factory region, it's one of the most difficult places to actually fight. A little bit tricky to actually move from one little warehouse to the other. So I just hope the Team Seal hold their position, not really make a lot of maneuvers inside of this particular fight.
Speak about holding things down. Tyne FTW starting to move in from the southern side. LOC, Omega. Oh no, what just happened? Vanished in thin air out of nowhere. I blinked for a second and Omega was not on my screen anymore. That's a little tough. X7. Now they're going to start to take a lot of damage. This is where X7, they will also be eliminated from the game. I still remember Winter was one of those guys that was able to pull off some miraculous plays in the past, but this time he did not even get a chance. Team Insane's going to be the one who's going to eliminate them within a flash.
Oh, for sure it was a flash. I mean, they just got evaporated in midair. Team Insane making quick work of the opposition. But look at this. Team Mayavi as well has closed up upon Hub Esports, but they used it to their perfection. Hub Esports, they're holding down this compound to perfection.
Mayavi, they're quite close to the foes, and now once again they're quite softened up. The two guys in the front lines, they're down to just a couple of HP, but the man wraps around and Toxic finds that opening. Nicely done. Cypher knocked out as well in the back lines. Team Mayavi on the verge of getting eliminated. Now it's all down to Legit. They're trying to hold things back. He is going to be the final string that's alive to keep things together, to hold things together. Is Legit going to be able to successfully pull it off? Will this clutch be there? If it is, then it can be one of the most iconic clutches, one of the most iconic moments inside BGIS, but Legit is the only guy left alive. And against him are the three players of Hub.
He needs to think about it. Does he actually want to convey this fight? Does he actually want to convey the message that he's prepared for this fight? But even before he actually does it, from the distance, this man, Seal, I think it was player 3, if I'm not mistaken, this man just pops out of nowhere. Team Mayavi, they are going to be kicking themselves.
He jumped for a second, and then in midair, he just vanishes.
That's called...
precision.
Yeah, precision, all right.
Team Seal was the one who took him out of that game. Yeah, they sealed him. They sealed the deal against Team Mayavi.
Midair.
No more decisive things going on for Team Mayavi anymore. And speaking about decisive things, I mean, I think so. Mayavi, they decided to take that fight, but unfortunately, they did not plan it that well, huh?
And to be honest, Mayavi, I just spoke about it right at the start of the conversation, at the start of the map itself. They will try and go in aggressive. They will try and go in for the finish points whenever they find the opportunity. But that just not allow them to go in full-fledged in the end game stages. Look at this, right? Lucknow Giants. Amidst all of that chaos, they have just prioritized the center of the circle and holding the compound like an absolute fortress, and they are doing so well. I think they will survive inside of the top 3 if Team Seal does not decide to actually go in and converge on top of them.
Lucknow Giants against the players of Seal. Player 1, Player 2, Player 3, and Player 4. That's what their names are.
Yeah.
Adi looking forward to find that initial opening. Could have been really close, but the man was not able to get knocked out. And this is where Adi's going to be a little bit disappointed into himself, but still the Nates are going to keep on falling up. They're quite desperate to find that opening. Lucknow Giants up against the players of Metal Esports. They wanted to make this push happen. Austin Bot and Don just pinned down in this compound. Goya gets shot at from somewhere else in the back lines. This is not a great outing for both these teams. Things are starting to fall down for both of them.
Yeah, but Lucknow Giants, they've held their compound really well. I think the nades and the utilities that they've used to kind of do that is absolutely brilliant. So far, the maneuver has been brilliant as well, and now there's just one player from Metal Esports who just wants to make a difference. Courtesy to a couple of third parties as well. I think through the windows, Metal Esports were hurt from other teams as well, and that just helped Lucknow Giants in their process.
Metal Esports Paradox is the only man left alive in this vicinity, and that too is on top of a little bit of bridge that he's found himself inside the house, and he gets eliminated too. He was on top of that counter. And Lucknow Giants, what a clean sweep that was inside the game.
Man wanted to be a smoke criminal. You wanted to be inside the smoke, just try and deny the visibility. But Lucknow Giants, they have the information. They know every single nooks and crannies of their compound itself. And that is one of the best aspects about holding the fortress. How beautifully they did it. But of course, problems are going to arise because the circle has started to ditch them a little bit right now. Lucknow Giants have to move, Necro.
Moves out in the open in no man's land. And now teams are barely making it on the edge. Growing Strong is one of those. With all the 4 players alive for Growing Strong, that's a good sighting. But still, there's too much danger around them. Top 6 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. And considering it's top 6, it's going to be quite toxic.
Well, somebody has been doing some good wordplay today. But speaking of the players from Team Insane, they've actually been pretty aggressive in the late game stages. They have been able to wipe off teams in a flash. Look at that, 7 finishes. You were talking about how that start was a little defensive. It seems like Team Insane, well, we talked about shifting gears. They've done that already, and they have got a good position. They will still have to breach forward, and I think one of the steps of doing that comes to fighting against Lucknow Giants. If that happens, I'm going to be very excited.
Speaking about fighting against Lucknow Giants, this is going to be an interesting affair. All the players in the front lines, and look at this shot from Austin Bot. Was such a good one to get that opening. And then Metal Esports, it was like a chain effect. It was the domino effect. One man gets picked up, and then the entire team just crumbled down. But this compound, what just happened? Both the teams that were fighting against each other, they got eliminated right next to each other too.
It's just Vikendi being Vikendi, to be honest. Players just vanishing in mid-air, evaporating or condensation? Yeah, that was the term. I kind of was a science geek in my childhood, but then all of that knowledge also evaporated into mid-air, you know, ever since I started to do commentary.
I don't think so your knowledge evaporated. I think so it's just your brain that evaporated.
Oh, my whole brain itself?
Yeah, yeah. But you know what? Team Insane in front of us. Oh no, the Wall of Death starting to move in. It's going to chunk out a lot of your HPs. You need to be quick on your reveals, and that's what now Team Insane are trying to pull off. It's one of the biggest mistakes that you can make to take a fight against the players of Team Insane. I mean, yeah, Lucknow Giants, they've been feeling themselves so far, and they're trying their best to fight back once again. Brudgewell pinned in the corner. All the players of Insane need to do is just toss out a couple of utilities, but even that's not needed. They flush out the man. They shut him down. Instantly, the confirmation follows up, but still the Wall of Death has to be a big point of concern. Lucknow Giants, the last man was there, which was Austin Bot, but even he gets devoured in the end.
I love how Team Insane pulled this off. Brilliant use of utility as well, and the way they actually pushed up. That was brilliant, but look at Insane right now. They are the only team inside the circle, and every single other teams will be gate-kept.
That is true. Adi knocked out, still trying to crawl in for that safe lines, and maybe this guy can be ran over. Dragon Esports, these guys are trying to be a little bit too evil against the players of Team Insane. Choke God could have almost choked too if he was not able to successfully somehow move around. But Team Insane, Dark Lord's going to get the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. Adi should be back up on his feet. Still in the sidelines, there's another team, Dragon Esports. That can be a big threat, but at least luckily enough for the players of Team Insane, they've got the circle shift right on top of them.
You know what's surprising? That Orange Rock is still surviving. OR Jelly is still in the mix of things, and Jelly is inside of the blue zone. He's in the open end of the circle so far.
He indeed is. Mac trying to go for that peek. He gets eliminated too. Not exactly eliminated. Well, almost eliminated because the Wall of Death is what's going to start to move in. There's no way Mac's going to be able to hold on to things at all. And Growing Strong puts that final lead, puts that final nail in the coffin. And that's it for OR. At least they were able to breach inside the top 3, so that's all that matters. Dragon Esports now starting to take shots against the players of Growing Strong. The final 2 teams fighting for the supremacy. And Dragon Esports, they've got the zone advantage.
They certainly have the zone advantage, but the numbers are stacked against them, and it seems like GS will try and use it against them. Trying to close up, of course. A couple of utilities will be lobbed in, but it's a proper 4v3 fight. Whoever finds that first opening, will be getting the advantage.
Oh, Rocky got so much damage. Needs to patch himself up in faith. He needs to keep faith in his teammates and this nade that he's tossed in the front. It's going to land quite close. Oh, he moves away in the nick of time, and that's the only reason why he's alive. So lucky Rocky was. He moved away from that rock.
Yeah, he certainly did. But GS, I like this split which is going on. A 2-1-1. Godbot still has a lot of visibility, and I'm pretty sure he will be able to damage. But what was that return knock from Superboy?
What a perfect one that was. These two guys sort of played a distraction role in that fight, even though it was not intended like that. But still somehow worked it out for the players of DE, in which could have been the biggest upset. But now Dragon Esports, they've sort of equalized things. Before it was a 4-on-3, and now it's a 3-on-3 situation, growing strong in the pressurous line. They need to make something happen, because considering it's also the final zone, everyone will need to try and close on into the center. This is going to get so intense.
This certainly will get very intense. But GS needs to use a couple of smokes. No cover whatsoever for Faith. And just like you mentioned, the blue zone barely hugging. No utility on this man. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but he's tossed the bandages to its teammates. And growing strong, they know they need to move out in the open. Dragon Esports, they've pretty much got the chicken dinner served on a silver platter themselves. Even they start to move out in the open. Growing strong, they've pretty much given up at this point. The last guy's in the blue, going for the med strat. He's got a couple of first hits that he keeps on applying. But eventually, the last man from Growing Strong, even he takes an exit from the game, and Dragon Esports are going to be the one to seal the deal and come out on top.
I mean, that was a brilliant move, right? They did not even want to give out that finish point out to the play zone. They want it all for themselves. And Dragon Esports prioritized the circle, prioritized the man advantage, and just made use of it. GS came close. I feel like their rotation was one of the best, but I really wanted Dragon Esports to get this big chicken. One of the undergods who showed true potential in the earlier stages, and I'm pretty sure they are just doing it this time as well.
Speaking about Dragon Esports, I mean, they were just slipping under the radar in the mid-game phase. They were not seen anywhere, and then in the late game is where they started to chime inside the action. I like the fact that even Lucknow Giants are doing a fantastic job trying their best to sort of roll in the action as well. But unfortunately, they decided to challenge a fight against Team Insane. And as usual, for Team Insane, they did some light work against Lucknow Giants. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चमकने
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the BGIS. We just witnessed a very cold game on the map of Vikendi. But let me just give you some cold information. Spiro on the Hindi desk is actually inside of the top 500 at RTV. I'm pretty sure he is crazy addicted to the game. I'm pretty sure you guys will be addicted to it as well. I think we should try and compete against Spiro.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take us a while, but if you guys are into RTV, someone please take him down. I mean, use the Indian faction that's been added. Please, please, go after him.
I think somebody from the audience will be able to beat him, you know, considering the fact that Spiro has been grinding for a long time. Somebody over there might just be grinding for a long time as well. But speaking of grind, these teams from coming in from BGIS that grind, they have performed brilliantly. GS as well as Dragon Esports, the finale inside that final circle. What a beautiful fight it was.
I mean, hey, the name says growing strong, right? And they're growing stronger and stronger every single day. This match as well is off to a great start. I mean, I can't really say it is just Vikendi because we've seen this team perform quite well on Erangel, on Miramar as well. Their Sanhok is also quite decent. So nothing really taken away. It was like a brilliant game from them. And Dragon Esports as well played quite phenomenally. The surprising results actually came in during the earlier and the mid-game stages of the match. We saw a lot of big names just hit the floor like it was nothing.
Exactly, and one of them will be Team Mayavi, of course.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Team Mayavi, we were having this conversation, I was having this conversation with Necro that Team Mayavi always want to go aggressive. They see a couple of team up front, they're like, alright, fine, these are finish points. They don't see them as opposition or players, they just look at them as finish points. And that sort of tactic sometimes backfires. Even Medal Esports, as a matter of fact, we mentioned how their path to success or how their path inside of the circle will come through taking this fight against Lucknow Giants, but when they tried to do it, actually, Lucknow Giants, they held their compound like an absolute fortress.
Yeah, and that was also quite surprising because Lucknow Giants, I mean, seeing them take the aggressive front, bring themselves out of those tricky fights was quite interesting because Lucknow Giants has been a team in the recent days that was playing for position. Playing for this placement point, not necessarily taking a lot of the fights in the mid-game stage as well. This time it was forced upon them and they handled it in a very nice manner. On the other side, Dragon Esports and Growing Strong, massive props to both these teams. I mean, positional game was way too strong for the others to handle.
And to be honest, the way Insane as well was sort of chiming up inside this particular game, I felt like they had the firepower of actually making it count. But then, like I said, the initial fight against Lucknow Giants, and when they came out of that particular compound, they were already hurt by the play zone. They were like in the middle of Dragon Esports and GS, and they were taking shots from multiple ends. They had nothing to do in that situation.
Yeah, along with them, I mean, you can't really drag focus away from the fact that even Medal Esports, I mean, their finish in the game was also sort of like a little bit shaky. We did expect like, big things from Medal, OR Esports. I mean, we know this team is, again, a team that plays a brilliant positional play game, and Vikendi should be one of those maps where things should be a little bit easier on paper for them, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hopefully Miramar, I mean, the next map they can convert it.
You know, to be honest, for OR Esports, it was really unfortunate. They were just on a merry run, and Team I was like, I see a vehicle. Let me just spray them down. And all of a sudden, the vehicle just explodes. 2 players just off the hooks. And for OR Esports, I kind of felt it was unfortunate. Necro thinks they should have been aware, but I'm not really sure how they would have gotten that information. But again, that debate always happens on the desk. But for OR Esports, one thing is for certain, that this was not the ideal finish.
I mean, Necro has a point. I mean, you need to always be checking your surroundings even while you're moving around. But hey, man, can we really blame them? Vikendi is such a pretty map. Sometimes you get distracted. Plus, during the mid-game stages, there is always going to be a lot of commotion happening around. You're going to see vehicles and players moving around all over the
Yep.
maps, even in the buildings as well. You might get distracted for a few seconds, and that might be the reason that you get picked off in the way OR Esports got picked off. But still, first game of the day, and every single time I say the same thing. For the groups that play the second set of matches, we can discount that, alright, even if you don't perform well on Vikendi, you need to convert those Miramar and the Erangel that
Yeah.
follows up. Because starting your day on an off map is a little bit tough. You imagine like warming up with one hand tied behind your back. That's not really going to work out, right? And Vikendi puts a lot of these teams in like kind of a similar hype.
Yeah.
How do I call it? Like
I'm not
a
really,
similar situation.
I'm not really sure if you can warm up on the map of Vikendi. It's actually pretty cold over there. So,
Yeah.
technically speaking as well, it just doesn't really work. But speaking of working, Godbot, this man has been working a lot for his team. 5 finishes, 100% finish contribution. He's the one in the group of the school itself who does all the work for the group project.
Yeah, and the group is the other 3 lads just stand there in front of the teacher and just like share in the marks that they're about to
Yeah.
also get on the rankings of this match. But I mean, following him up are going to be the players of Insane, Skips, and Dark Lord, and there's 8 eliminations on these 2 players combined. So we know that Insane also put in a lot of hard work in this match.
Yeah, they do.
I'm pretty sure they're going to have a lot of points on the board. OR Esports, I mean, the total tally, I'm quite interesting what their total tally is going to look like. I think just like 5 finishes on the board for them in total. Hub Esports on the other side, we expected Hub Esports to have like a little bit of a decent run throughout the day, and they're off to a pretty decent start. I mean, 5 points from the opening match on Vikendi. I would say that's okay, considering the top 3 teams are like quite closely against each other.
Since we are speculating about the numbers and everything, we do have the match scorecard in front of our screens right now. And Dragon Esports at the very top, 23 points. No surprises. Team Insane, courtesy to their 10 finishes.
Yeah.
They actually secured that 20-point marker. Once again, a great start to their journey inside of this round as well. Team Insane has showed that consistency all across the maps, no matter which map they play, no matter which round they play. Growing strong, I'm extremely happy with how they actually performed. 17 points, extremely brilliant. And then for OR Esports, that 4th position finish with 13 points, I felt like after that initial debacle of the 2 players that they lost, I think this was a great recovery.
The thing about OR Esports, I think, is the fact that we might see them be in the top 4, the top 5 even in the next 2
Ooh.
matches. So that is where they are targeting. They don't necessarily try to win every single game. Their goal is to secure the points and sort of stack up the points in terms of the overall ranking. What I'm worried about is the fact, look at what is there on the second page of the leaderboard. You have Acid Esports, you have Team Mayavi, you have like a lot of these aggressive teams. LOC is there on the second page of the leaderboard as well. I Am
Medal
Official
Esports.
is there, Medal Esports is there. And these teams do not take kindly when their first game does not go their way. And especially considering the next map is like one of the most technically competitive maps of the entire map pool, the map of Miramar. It's going to be fun to witness how they look to turn things around.
I think Mayavi, as a matter of fact, Team Mayavi, they have a little bit of a thicker skin when it actually comes to it. They will come back after the entirety of the first day is over.
You see that logo, right?
Yeah.
We all know who that man is.
Oh, yes.
And we all know, like, when this man decided to give up on his entire career as a talent in esports, because, like, for the viewers tuning in for the first time, Mayavi, the coach of Team Mayavi, used to actually be an analyst and a caster himself. And
Yeah.
when he decided to move into the competitive esports circuit, the first thing he said was, I'll build the most aggressive team in the entire country.
Yeah.
And that has not gone away yet. It is still there. So every single time he is there with a set of players, you know for a fact the first things they work upon is like, all right, let's get the fights down. Let's make sure that we're not losing those gunfights. And that will always be the case. You will
Yeah.
hardly ever see them get beaten in those 4v4s. It's those mid-rotation awkward moments that they get picked off from. And that, like, it does happen. You can't win every single game of BGMI, for crying out loud. Like, there are 16 other teams that are trying to stop you. And I think Team Mayavi, they will eventually step up. I'm expecting that to happen today. We were having a conversation with Necro about this earlier in the morning. He's expecting them to sort of analyze the matches today and then come back with a game plan tomorrow. But let's see. I mean, Miramar should like go their way. I'm hoping for it.
Technically, Mayavi's team has always been about like comebacks, even in the previous round. Like first day was not really according to their plan, but then the second day, the comeback or the jump was massive. They like catapulted themselves to the second position on the overall standings. But it's not just Mayavi as well. One of the teams that I'm actually worried about is going to be X7 Wolves. Now, the way they sort of played in the previous round, especially in the grind, Winter was one of those players whom I was really surprised by, and I was looking forward to this particular player for the rest of the tournament as well. didn't really show up with that intensity. What is going wrong with this team?
Yeah, the Wolf Pack was just too far away from each other in this map. I mean, first game not really going their way. X7 Wolves, again, I think for the quarterfinals, I'll be honest, X7, I don't see them breaking into the top 4. It's going to be very difficult for them because look at the competition. I mean, you're talking about X7 Wolves and them being a disappointing team in this match. What about LOC Esports?
Oh my
LOC
god, yes.
was such a phenomenal team in the previous round, and now the first game hasn't really gone their way. But again, Vikendi, off map, it is difficult to start. We have to sort of have realistic expectations. And during the first game, a majority of these big teams just do like to observe what the opposition is thinking and what their game plan is for the entirety of the day. Because teams that do like to take that aggressive front right off the bat, you're going to expect them to just run into fights in the next following maps as well. And if that is the case, countermeasures are going to be brought.
You know, for LOC Esports, I think they did not really get that time to actually get adjusted onto that cold weather condition as well, because right off the get-go, Team Crores just landed on top of them and tried to chime in. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping that they have warmed up right now because the environment conditions completely changed. It is the deserts of Miramar and the Big Bird takes it to the skies. This time, the pilot is going to be Super Johnny, and I'm pretty sure he knows where the destination is going to be.
Yeah, we are just going towards the west of Torre Amuda because why not? I mean, we have not really been to that spot quite a lot, ladies and gentlemen, but this is going to be quite a long flight path for the map of Miramar, and it is going to be quite interesting to see where the teams drop. Quite a standard plane trajectory, what everyone wants. You have the entire map available, but when this is a situation in front of you, Salty, where would you go on the map? What would be your drop in this game?
I've been very vocal about Montenegro so far, and I think it's just right over there. The distance is also not that much. Once again, just land towards Montenegro, try and get yourself good loot, and then wherever the circle is, you just have a direct rotation path set for yourself as well. I'll be watching out for the teams going out towards Montenegro. Even the circle in the previous round, previous map, was pretty much close to Montenegro as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting a lot of western zones in the map of Miramar in the recent days. Even in the previous round, we had quite a lot of western zones inside of this map. For me, personally, I would just go for Hacienda del Patron. Like, I like that position close to the center of the map.
Or because of the name?
Name as well. I mean, name is the third reason. I mean, first is like basically close to the center. You can rotate anywhere. Miramar is a big map. You do not want to move around unnecessarily inside of this game. Second, the city of San Martin is quite close. So in case that position is abandoned, you can actually take control of San Martin as well. You will have a lot of cover to work with and a lot more positions to look at. That third, of course, I mean, the name translates to House of the Boss.
Yeah.
Who does not want to be in the House of the Boss? I mean, that means you're the boss.
For sure, you are the boss, but it seems like Team Mayavi, they want to be the boss in this particular fight, and they already are. They've hit the deck right from the get-go, and Sparky is down on his knees.
Well, they have one man down, but 3 more left standing on the other side. Will make that 2 as Punk is going to hit the floor as well. And Team Mayavi off to a great start in this match. Titans FTW, well, they're going to have to do something different to pull off a miracle if they want to go for the win. Team Mayavi, they have set up a brilliant 2v4 for them. They have control of this entire factory. A lot of loot available over here for the entire team. All 4 players huddled up all together. Well, you see that one man in the distance, and he's just making sure. Pro, his job is simple. He has to keep track of these 2 players in front of him. He has to be aware of this their position and relay this information to his team to sort of set up the execution for these 2 players from Titan FTW.
And I think the plan is simple. Just try and give them a little bit of a breathing room. Try and get yourself full of utility, because Team Mayavi, when they actually entered this particular fight, they barely had anything to work with. But this breathing room might actually give an exit strategy to Team Titan FTW. They've found that bug, and I think Pro has sort of heard the engines firing up as well. He will have the visibility of these players just running away from this particular fight. Team Mayavi, they aren't really going to be that sad about this position, to be honest. They have 2 early finishes to work with. And I'm pretty sure it's still fine, right? You let 2 players go, but they are still going to find finishes left, right, and center. But wait, what is happening on the other side of the map? LOC Esports, not really in a good position right now. X7 Wolves, they strike.
Yeah, X7 Wolves. The Wolves are here for the hunt. Evil finding that first finish for his team. Did take a little bit of damage while he went for the secure on that knock, but he's going to be forced back. Not really a position from where X7 Wolves are going to be too worried about the players of LOC. Plus, considering both these teams in La Cobriera do not really have an incentive other than just like personal grudges being taken out for that first exit from the side of LOC, being taken out on X7 Wolves. Other than that, no incentive to force a fight any further. You are in a good position in the zone on the northern edge. You know the surroundings are going to be empty. Not a lot of teams are going to be bothering you with the rotations as well. I think for LOC, the prime focus needs to be a recovery game, because we know they lost a lot of points on Vikendi, and in this match, if they fail to secure those points, they're going to be in a troublesome position heading into the map of Erangel.
Totally agreed over there. I think LOC Esports, they have to do a good job holding this position and try and recover from it. I mean, they do have a split, which I kind of don't understand.
Yeah.
One of their players is just way behind, and just 2 players are holding the front lines right now. Now, this might prove to be a numbers disadvantage. A 3v4, according to mathematics, is still like a more doable situation than as compared to like a 2v4 as well. Meanwhile, we just have a look at this. 2 players from Team Titans. They just landed.
Yeah.
And Mavi laid upon those bullets on top of them.
He let them land just so he could line both of them up, and he did not have to waste a lot of ammo after 2 players. You know how smart that is? That was an actual 200 IQ play.
Well,
Like, it was so easy. It was so simple. He just let both of them drop together. You're like, all right, take your time, hit the ground, and then hit the ground again for the second time, but with your face.
on the ground, I think they are being sent back by the aeroplanes back to not the spawn island, but to the lobby themselves.
Yeah.
This fight did not really broke up. I mean, X7 officials, we saw them just take a little bit of footsteps towards the sides of LOC and the way they were holding, but it seems like even X7 has sort of backed off from that particular fight. Again, like you said, no incentive. They are on the right end of the circle. They've got a massive control as well.
Have you ever tried moving around on any map in that bicycle? It's so fun.
Reminds me of a different game every time I look at a bicycle, but yeah. I'm just against bicycle, man.
Why? It's such a good workout, Salty. You're into fitness, right?
Yeah, but a bicycle just never really fit my vibe. I mean, if I'm gonna travel, I'm gonna use my motors, like beat up.
You call your legs like a turbo engine.
Nah, man. They're not V8 or V12s. But this guy is V12, as a matter of fact. Team Titan FTW, they just run the road. That was a Ferrari peak.
I mean, can't really do much. He's hiding behind a pool table.
I mean, is that even a pool table? Yeah, it is a pool table.
Yeah, it is a pool table. What are you talking about?
I mean, there were no sticks. I think they've been hidden because these players do tend to play a lot quite often.
You know how in pool cafes they keep the sticks hidden so that no one just like shows up and starts playing without paying?
Yeah,
that's why the shopkeeper has taken the sticks away.
I'm not that good at pool, to be honest, but I think I can land a couple of shots. We played a couple of times together. You're a pretty good player.
No, I'm actually horrible at pool.
You were playing quite seriously. I was just trying to land up shots which are like easy.
That was
You
not
wanted
good.
to do like proper geometry and reflection.
Yeah, but that was not good. I haven't played, I think, in like about 6 years. I used to play like back in college again, back in my days.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, good 5 years, because I was as old as you when I used to play pool.
How does that matter? For sure. It's. I mean.
Lose the touch.
Oh really? Yeah. When you get old, I'm pretty sure like majority of the pro players, they are.
I mean, if you keep, it's like BGMI, right? You keep practicing, you keep getting better and better and better and better. If you stay away from the game for like a few weeks, even a few weeks, you stay away, you come back, you just feel like, why is everyone else so much better than me all of a sudden? And I think talk about being better in this fight. Team Seal, they have a better position in comparison to the players of Titan FTW, because we saw Titan lose 2 players earlier. Seal lost 1 a few moments ago, but it's still a 2v3 in the favor of Team Seal.
Yeah, and they're lining up at these nades pretty wonderfully. I think they are pushing back Titan, and the amount of pressure that is being put up has sort of led to this development of an entire firework situation. Team Titans, I'm pretty sure they're not sure of what to do in order to defend this particular compound. It's way too much out in the open. There are too many entry points, and the players are separated as well. There is no trade potential between them.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for Titan FTW to survive. No DBS as well. Maybe that could have worked, but with the UMP, Nanobay actually secures the opening, and even player 3 from the side of Seal is down. The split actually works out brilliantly for the players of Titan FTW. The pre-fire does not connect, and Sixth Sense is going to be the man picked off next. Nanobay trying to spray the last player. Team Seal fighting for their life. Will they survive? And the answer is a simple no. The Titans proving to be the actual Titans in this game. 4 eliminations secured. That was a 2v4, a complete 2v4. They picked off Blackie first, and then the other 3 players showed up, player 1, 2, and 3, and all of them went down, not in that particular order.
The final 1v1 was just so tricky, to be honest. First of all, I think from the side of one of the players from Titan FTW, he unloaded an entire clip of that UMP.
Yeah.
He barely had any bullets in that first chamber, instantly switches onto the M4, misses a lot of shots with the M4 as well, and then finally manages to land like a couple of bullets.
I mean, his teammate also, massive props to him, did put in a little bit of legwork, just dishing out that extra bit of damage before he went out. If that had not happened, as you mentioned, those magazines that hit nothing but thin air, I mean, they would have cursed all of those shots, Titan FTW. They would have been the ones just sitting back in the lobby, thinking about their decisions, their actions in this game. And Team Seal right now, they're going to be doing the same. Also, like, this is what you get when the 4th player is not player 4.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think he was just not prepared for this. Look at this commotion. Look at the amount of time both the weapons were running and none of them were actually hitting any shots. I mean, I do understand the hip fires, and then of course the bullet spread is just way too massive. But then, yeah, dude, Team Seal is just not living up to their name. I think Seal is supposed to be like one of those groups who have got their aim sorted out of everything of it all.
Yeah, we've all heard of Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
Leave no man behind. Well, apparently they left one behind, and they
Two-
just lost the
two
entire.
right now.
Yeah, just lost the entire crew because of that.
Sometimes it happens. It
Yeah.
was a sort of a mission which backfired. They tried to invade the compound, but then Titan FTW were like, alright, we are the Titans.
Yeah.
How can you actually think of trying to take us down with just a mere military? You need gladiators to do that.
Wrath of the Titans. That is what they felt in that. But in this game, I think a lot of these teams are going to feel the wrath of the zone. The zone is in a very awkward position. Crater Fields to water treatment, west edge to east edge. Northern edge is going to be at La Cobriera, and the southern edge at Power Grid. And there is actually, in this particular map of Miramar, no one, absolutely no one, gatekeeping any of these edges.
Yeah, and majority of these teams, they are stacked towards the center.
Yeah.
Does kind of bring the question up, are we heading towards the mountains of Crater Fields? Now that is one of my favorite zones which I love to witness, has been quite a while. But look at this X7 Wolves, once again already having a high ground advantage, landing a lot of shots onto Harsh. Beautiful position, and I'm pretty sure Harsh is like caught in that position. There's no way this man is moving out of that tree.
Just tap behind that tree. Just keep on tapping and you will eventually get him down, hopefully. I mean, if he goes for the sprays again and again, he will run out of a lot of ammo. Let's see, I mean, smoke has been lobbed for Harsh. He has brought his HP back up as well, and X7 Wolves, they might have the high ground advantage, but look at Skips. He's gone for an interesting flank, and he's gonna fall. Takes a massive drop down that hill. Before that, he was knocked out, so he's bleeding down already. 30 HP is left. It's gonna be quite difficult for Insane to bring themselves back in this fight. This high ground advantage, I mean, I wonder why X7 is not committing a lot of utility to this. Otherwise, this is such an easy fight for them to win.
Oh no, scrap all of that, Johnny, because the circle took a massive hard shift, and this entire region is out of the picture right now. Team Insane, though, I think they were a little late to rotation. They were looking at this high ground as a mid-rotation pit stop for themselves to gather information, to create that virtual heat map of their own. But right now, they are being pretty adamant. They want to take this fight as an ego back.
Well, this is not going to work out because just a few seconds ago, there was a massive blunder from the side of X7 Wolves. Pain, his feet slipped and he fell down from that cliff, and Team Insane, they utilized that opportunity to go for a brilliant push. Just a small few seconds of timing, and they have taken a massive advantage. Evil has been knocked down. There is no way Evil is coming back into this fight. He's going to bleed to his death eventually, and Insane will have an actual man advantage to work with.
They will have the man advantage, but at what cost? They will have to eventually leave this field, and I think Team X7 as well, they sort of realize that the circle has sort of ditched them. They need to find an exit strategy. Pain is still out in the open, needs to keep watching his back, because he doesn't want to get shot down from behind. The circle, of course, is taking massive shifts.
Yeah. Also, if you're wondering who these crates belong to, well, Team Mayavi, we know. They finish what they start, right?
Yep.
That was Titan FEW who just got finished off by Team Mayavi.
Yeah. They ate and they left no crumbles behind. Right now, they are looking at 5 filter esports.
If Team Seal go back and watch this game, they're going to be cursing Team Mayavi so much. Like, why couldn't you do that before? Why didn't you do that the first time?
I mean, this is all karmic extraction, my friend. They were supposed to be. It was written in the stars.
Yeah, it was.
And Team Titans, they certainly did fall, and it seems like right now we are heading to a very interesting situation because Team Mayavi, look at them, right? They are halfway inside the circle. They've got Team Lucknow Giants coming in from behind. Now, Lucknow Giants was the team. They kind of had a little bit of a skirmish in the previous map as well. And adding to that, they've got Team FFE also into the picture.
Yeah, I mean, the southern fight is going to be extremely intense, but we do see Team Mayavi already pushing for the center of the circle. One thing I want to see, you see that massive cluster towards the western edge, right? There's 4 different teams there. There's Growing Strong, there's the players from Team Insane, there's Dragon Esports, and also X7 Wolves on the western edge of the circle. That is where I expect a lot of action to be in the next few moments. And this, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this would have all been good. I mean, Skips, this was a brilliant knock from Evil. Wasn't able to convert into a finish, and Skips came back a second time. He got knocked out again, but this time he had Dark Lord over there to back him up. But before that, the actual game changer was the fact that Payne was knocked out due to his own accord, and there was no way X7 Wolves were taking that 2v4. They went back to go for a revive on Payne, were distracted. Evil was still trying to hold his front ground, did not realize there were 2 players in front of him. And now, because of that, X7 Wolves, their entire tempo of this match is thrown off.
The tempo of this match is thrown off as well, but they still are holding their ground. They're not really moving a lot. Have sort of a central shift to work with. But look at this, just like you mentioned, the massive cluster on that western part of the circle might just deter X7 and their movement right now. Might just be able to, move on in terms of a late rotation, because otherwise there's no entry point.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult to enter this zone. I mean, there's a lot of teams on that southwestern edge. The western edge is going to be gate kept by the players of Hub and Insane in a few short moments, but let's see the players of City Esports take a few shots on the players of Hub a few moments ago. They have quite a lot of solid cover to work with. I'm official. Look at them on the lower ground. They are ever so slightly inside the safe zone. But only for now. If the next shift is away from them, then they're going to be in trouble as well.
I think considering the fact that they're on the other side of the little hill or the little topographical advantage that there is, I think they are completely isolated. There is nobody over there apart from the fact that Lucknow Giants might actually make an entry. So we'll have to find out how well IM officials are doing. But speaking of how well they are doing, it seems like LOC Esports, they have a little bit of troubled neighbors knocking on their doors right now. Redox, he was taking a little bit of damage but has finally revived himself up. Reset back into fight once again. But a 4v3 against Team Mayavi, it definitely is a very tough job.
It is going to be a tough task for them. Quite difficult to take that fight, especially considering as soon as they step behind the factory as well, their back is going to be exposed to the players of Crores. I was just wondering who took down the players of FFE, and apparently it was OR Esports from the distance who was dishing out the damage. But look at this, the distraction is here in the form of Metal Esports. And Paradox and Encore, they have the high ground advantage to work with.
They do have the high ground, but I'm actually worried about the fact that they have a lot of distance to cover.
Yeah.
They need to find that first knock. And Jelly is actually venturing out into troubled lands. He is completely out in the open, has no information that Metal Esports is just barely there. They have the right end of the circle, though. They are looking to gatekeep this entire region, so they will be watching out. There will be marksmen. But does Metal Esports have a strategy to actually break this forward, or are they going to leapfrog, because there is such a massive opening as well? They are going to leapfrog apparently.
I mean, this was a brilliant move. Again, another 200 IQ play. They used that ridge as a cover and completely avoided any line of fire from the players of OR Esports, and now they're looking to push into these compounds. Max, the nade was ready in his hand, trying to lob it, but then decided to just fall back, join his teammate Mac in the back lines. Medal still looking for that opening.
They want that opening quite desperately, and like the fact that OR Esports as well, they're not making any moves whatsoever. They have their back line sorted, and their infantry is just in position. But as soon as I say that, Encore and his nade just lands at the perfect spot, and the first man goes down. OR Esports, their defenses have been shook.
Yeah, the defenses have been broken, and now Metal, they are gay with a significant advantage to their side because Max is crawling back towards Jelly. Mac is going to be isolated in a very awkward position, but look at Admino. He provides the support that his teammates need. A brilliant nade on top of Encore, and Encore is going to hit the floor. Top Dog, there's a little bit of damage upon him as well, although he's still on his feet. The first aid is going to be utilized, and that means a little bit of time wasted while he puts on the first aid. A 4v4 again in this fight, and OR Esports, this time they're not looking to back off. They're going for the push. Medal, what are they going to do? How will they react? That is the question, as Encore has been brought back into this fight. Again, the numbers equalized from either sides.
At least the numbers have been equalized, but certainly there's not a lot of time, Johnny, to actually stretch this fight out beyond capacity. Admir does have the shotgun, wanted to go in for that initial flank, but look at that, the Molotov was brilliant, and Admino, his health is being chewed upon. OR Esports slowly making some big moves. It seems like this need is going to connect.
And it does, in fact. Top Dog is going to be down on his knees again, and Medal, well, OR Esports is going to play a prank on them. They knock down one individual, try to make a getaway. Kyoya steps out in the open, trying to punish Jelly, and he does, in fact, secure the knock. A brilliant trace from Kyoya. Knock and finish the IGL from OR Esports out of the game.
You know, Jelly sort of actually took it too late. The rotation was just way too late in OR Esports. They had no utility to utilize in that situation. Should have possibly smoked it up, but they knew they had to reserve it for the end game stages. Look at it right now. OR Esports, they barely have any sort of real estate. They barely have any sort of cover to work with as well. And now they are being picked apart by multiple teams, be it Hub or be it somebody else.
Even the rotation was punished by the players of X7 Wolves who were on the other side of the ridge, as Admino was the man who was knocked out next, and now Mac has been dropped as well. Mac is the last player surviving for the team. Payne takes a few shots from the distance. He's going to be forced back behind the shack. But still, the chaos all around him, enough to distract him from the objective. Needs to survive, needs to get in that cover. As Medal now, they have the back of Payne. X7, look at them. Look at the feed. Even X7 Wolves are getting wiped out.
Yeah, they will be, of course. Medal Esports, they were left behind by OR Esports, and now they have got the space. But once again, it seems like Nakno joins. Or no, it's actually insane. From the high grounds, they have such a vantage point over every single team, and they have been peppering it down. They've been peppering down Team OR as well, and now it's Medal Esports. Both these two teams were supposed to fight against each other, but insane, they're happy that they didn't.
It's three teams that were supposed to take on each other, X7, Medal and OR. And all three of those teams are down to their last surviving player. Medal, well, they still have an opportunity to bring one of those players back into the game, but even that is going to be taken away from them. On the other side, as you mentioned about Insane Esports, well, they stole that position away from Hub. Hub has been completely wiped out from the game, and I believe the next wipe is going to be of LOC, as Mayavi, they have found the opening. Pro has been traded out, but it's not going to be enough. This is the last player, I believe, from the side of LOC left standing, and he's not going to be standing for long. I believe they have been eliminated from the game. Medal has dropped out as well.
Yeah, they have dropped out. But for Team Mayavi, I don't think this LOC Esports was actually a true contender or a true challenger in the rotation path. It actually is going to be Dragon Esports, the winners of the last game, standing in between them and the circle. They will have to breach them forward and certainly have the numbers advantage, but how will Maya be closing the distance? That is definitely a question. And meanwhile, all of this happening, Team Insane and their high ground advantage has been jeopardized a little bit because they have to move inside the circle as well.
It's always been said, the top teams, they pack a massive punch. And this time they're showcasing how hard they can actually hit. Insane with 8 eliminations in the game. Mayavi with 9 eliminations inside of this match. Pretty sure Acid also has quite a lot of numbers on the board. But can they survive this push from the lads of Insane? They've used those vehicles to close in the distance, running around the wall of steel that's separating the compounds from the exposed ridges. But as soon as Harsh tried to take down Sparsh, he was dropped out, all thanks to that DBS. The numbers have been equalized for the next few moments. Insane with 3 players, Acid with 3 as well.
Absolutely good payback from Acid Esports as well. They're very proactive in this particular fight. And now look at it. As soon as Team Insane came knocking on their doors, it was explosives all around. It basically was like landmines. And they're laying it up all together, just completely making it under fire. And Team Mayavi on the other side just get wiped out of thin air.
Well, what happened to Lucknow Giants today? Who made them mad? I mean, they are just racking up eliminations. Even in the previous game, they had quite a decent number on the board. And even in this one, they take them the same team, by the way. Team Mayavi, last game this match.
You know, this was actually a pretty important knock. Dark Lord was the one who was still resurrecting the situation for Team Insane in that situation. Team Insane, they have a massive cluster right behind this building. They were completely being pincered by the nades and utilities which were being thrown in. But Dark Lord was the only guy who was trying to provide them reassurance. But even he has been taken down, and the entire responsibility now comes down to Adi. And look at how well Team Acid are surrounding from all directions. Spursh coming in from the top, and of course 2 players being the infantry. In the clothesline, a jump shot, and how brilliantly done. Acid Esports, 10 finishes for them.
Well, the massive shutdown on Insane is definitely going to give them a lot of confidence to end this game. And as you said, 10 eliminations already racked up on the board, make that 11 as they pick off Choke God from the side of Dragon Esports. The only thing that Acid has going against them is the fact that they have one of their lads finished off in the early stage of the match.
Yeah.
It's just 3 players surviving. But if they can do this with 3 players, I think they can secure the chicken as well.
Oh, for sure they can. And they have a sort of a little bit of the circle as well. Dora will be resurrected. Dragon Esports have only 1 guy left. We have 9 players inside the circle, but majority of it growing strong. They are outside it. They are supposed to be the main contenders, but now they have to make that last-ditch entry, Johnny.
Let's see though. Are they going to be successful in entering the zone? The answer is a simple no for Dragon Esports, but that gives us the top 3 of this match. We have Lucknow Giants surviving with 3 players, Acid with, Lucknow Giants with 2, Acid with 3, and growing strong with 3 players. Acid definitely sitting in the most advantageous position in this game. They have the high ground to work with. Lucknow Giants, in comparison, just sitting in that dip, the ditch. That's going to drag them and, in fact, take them all the way back to the lobby. Spray God, along with his teammates, they have the information of one of the individuals from the side of Lucknow Giants. But will that be enough to secure the squad wipe? Austin, look at the flank. It might just work out for him. The Molotov is going to flush out Dawn outside of his cover for sure. And that's not even going to matter. Sparsh, he sees a few pixels. He's lining up the spray. Fails to hit the marker. If the Molotov wasn't enough, the nade might just do the trick. The second... Oh, wow, it was a little too overcooked. Just blows up in the air.
Acid Esports. I'm just afraid that this team does not overshoot in the moment of heat. They certainly are feeling it. 11 finishes onto them. But this team, it seems like they are overextending at this point. But once again, it's Austin X Bot from the backlines who takes down the first one. And the finish has been stolen by Acid.
Well, the last player from the side of Lucknow Giants. In fact, the second last player, the duo, doing a brilliant job. And look at this. We have a final 2v2v2 between these 3 teams. As one of the players... I believe it was Dora from the side of Acid who was knocked out. That does give an opportunity to Growing Strong and Lucknow Giants to capitalize on this. Austin in the back lines is going for, well, a small little heal battle of his own. 2 first aids to work with. Sees the players of Growing Strong in front of him. Has the information of both of their positions. And if they look back, well, they're going to see death right in the face, but they are focused all in the front. And Acid Esports, they wipe out Growing Strong from this match. Now, a final 2v2 between Lucknow Giants. Austin with a little bit of HP to work with, but Dawn, can he make this well indefinite work? It's down to a 1v2, or in fact, a 1v1. Austin was knocked out. Dawn, he's going for the push. Sees Dora, sees the head, but the shots from Dora a little bit more precise. And Dawn, well... The cops might be looking for him, but Dora has his position and has his finish as well. What a brilliant finish from Acid Esports.
Wow, what a game it was, to be honest. The hold from Acid Esports and then that progression towards absolutely controlling that final circle. It was brilliant. I mean, initially, we kind of felt like Insane Esports, we were questioning if Acid Esports would actually survive that onslaught. But then that brilliant move, like as soon as Insane stepped up in that particular fight, Acid were like, all right, guys, you're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, they were just prepared with so much utility. I mean, they had protected their position up until that Insane fight happened. And as soon as Team Insane started to push, as you said, they welcomed them with that artillery strike, not allowing them to just even push beyond the first compound. I mean, Team Insane, they were stuck. Dark Lord was forced out in the open. He got picked out. And after that, we all know what happened. Acid just steamrolled over everyone, just burned through every single team like Acid.
Do you think this entire group is actually turning out to be an underdog frenzy?
Yeah,
because at this point, the bigger names, they are just being washed up every single time of the week.
It is, in fact, and it is going to be quite critical to see what actually the result is going to look like at the end of the day. But, I mean, I'm enjoying the action. We did see a lot of comebacks in this game as well.
Absolutely, a lot of comebacks in this game, but we'll see how it affects the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this very short break, don't go anywhere, and I'll see you.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चक दे।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. What an impressive turn of events on that map of Miramar, right, Necro? I mean, Acid Esports making a brilliant comeback in terms of the rankings.
All of that is fine, but what the hell was going on between OR Esports and Metal Esports? It was such a scrappy fight. They're getting that initial knockout, then instantly backing out, then getting another knockout, still backing out. I don't know. I don't even know what was going on at that point.
And while all of that was happening, X7 Wolves, they were also patiently waiting. All right, guys, you guys settle up. We need to secure the finish of whoever's left. And I think they just waited a little too long. Even they got punished. None of those three teams made it through to the late game stages.
Not just that. I was looking at Hub Esports, and they were in one of the best spots they can ask themselves to be in. And then even they get eliminated. I look at the elimination feed once again, and I'm like, wait, what? Hub Esports just got eliminated? What just happened?
Yeah.
They were in such a powerful spot.
I thought the same thing. I was like, all right, there is no way Hub is not going to be in the top 3 in this game. And then we switch focus to that Metal OR Esports fight. We come back and all of a sudden Insane is there. Hub is gone.
Exactly. But you know what? Lucknow Giants, that step up that they're showcasing inside the games, without a doubt, no jokes. Jokes apart, these guys have been doing a phenomenal job in that step up. We did not even expect Lucknow Giants to play this well today.
Yeah, I mean, they have been quite phenomenal. And especially in terms of the aggression, because I mean that is something that has caught everyone off guard. Lucknow Giants going for the aggressive fights, going for the aggressive plays, and also making it work. But talk about making things work. Well, Titan for some, well, this was a miracle, but they made that 2v4 work in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is how the action really kicked off, and even one of the more scrappy fights on the board, Team Insane against the players of X7 Volts. Team Insane, again, they're able to get their hands on the late game stages, but when they faced off against the players of Acid Esports, where even a couple of third parties were in the play, that's where Insane sort of crumbled down.
I mean, there was no way for them to actually focus from the right side of those compounds because that slope was quite exposed. They had to go from the left. And there was so much utility lobbed upon them from the players of Acid that they couldn't even move an inch without getting knocked out. First, it was Dark Lord who went down, then a few more nades, 2 more players hit the floor, and then it was just like Insane wiped out without even making a move against Acid.
Not just that, speaking about all of that stuff, and Don could have actually been the mastermind in that final moment, right? He could have been the one to play the spoiler, he could have been the one to just steal that chicken dinner away, and that would have been a big steal from that guy.
Oh, it would have been so good to see that happen because Lucknow Giants waited and waited and waited for so long for Growing Strong and the players of Acid to sort of clash against each other. It did eventually happen. We saw Austin stay back in the blue zone, use all 3 first aid just to make sure that Growing Strong would overcommit against the players of Insane. As soon as the numbers were down to a 2v2, Dawn, he picked the perfect moment to strike along with Austin. They brought the numbers down to that 1v1, but it was a final 50-50 odds fight, and unfortunately for Dawn, he wasn't the one who came out on top.
Yeah, he could have been able to win that game too, but unfortunately, I mean, once again, Lucknow Giants, that step up in general is looking quite phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I hope they're going to keep on continuing playing like this in the future lines too. But then that brings us to the opposite side of the spectrum, a team that's not able to find themselves in the big groove and also is known as one of the best teams. You know already who I'm talking about, OR Esports. They're looking lost inside these lobbies, Johnny.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, normally it would have been OR Esports. We would have seen them do well on the map of Miramar. But again, I mean, as you mentioned, and you talked about this before as well, that fight against Medal, that was the only thing that took this entire game away from them. They got so delayed because of that one distraction that they did not really have any moving space or any position from where they could actually enter the zone. The zone was quite far away from them. It was an open rotation that they had to make, and as soon as they stepped out into those open fields, it was X7 who punished them first, brought their numbers down to their last surviving player, and then from the distance, I think it was Lucknow Giants who finished things up.
That is true, yeah. A lot of the third-party action was going on, considering it's the map of Miramar. In the final few moments, the circle's going to shift out in the open as expected.
Yeah.
But you know what? That just diverts our conversation to another team, which is Growing Strong. This team has been consistent in the first 2 games, and that's a great way to kick things off.
Yeah, Growing Strong has been, as I mentioned, growing strong every single day. And I think from the previous round, round 3 to round 4, I think they have put in a lot of homework, put in a lot of hours just fleshing out their strategies properly. And I think it's working out quite phenomenally for this team now.
Exactly, and I hope it just keeps on going up like that. For one thing is for sure, these guys have cracked the code on how to just keep that survival game up on the top all the time.
Yeah, I mean, their positional play is quite good, as you mentioned. Survival play, even in the previous match, they were there to the extreme late game stages, and then in the late game stages is when they actually decided, all right, now we fight. In this game, it was a similar play style. They just played for survival. That did not matter if it was like 3 players or 2 players surviving. The goal was to make it to the late game stages, secure the placement point first, and then go for the finishes later on.
But you know what? It's time to find out the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen. So let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP. Who do you think is going to be there? I think it's someone at least from the side of Acid.
Yeah.
And yes, it's going to be Duora OP with 7 finishes and a finish contribution of 46.6.
Well, yeah, I mean, Acid, I believe they have 15 or 16 eliminations on the entire team. Quite a brilliant game coming in from the players of Acid Esports. But apart from that, I want to see what the other teams are going to look like, because I believe the finishes and eliminations are quite evenly split between the top 6, the top 7 teams.
Yeah, look at the second guy. Has 6 finishes to himself, and then Don's going to be there with 6 finishes for himself too. Insane Dark Lord, consistently there. At least one of the guys from Team Insane is always there in the top 5 Rebels.
Yeah, I mean, Team Insane, they have to be the aggressive team. I mean, that is what we have seen them do in the past as well. But let's not talk about the parts. Let's move in the future. In fact, let's move forward towards the future and have a look at the point rankings from this game. And look at that. Acid Esports, a 30 bomb being dropped in terms of the match rankings. Lucknow Giants on the second with 20 points on the board. Team Insane, they have brought themselves back 15 points from this game. Not too shabby. But look at that. From the first to the 6th position, we see all the teams hit double digits.
Exactly. Team Mayavi over there too is... I mean, Team Mayavi so far, Usually on day 1, they sort of start things off a little bit slow, and then on day 2 is where they pick up the pace. We've seen this happen in Group 3, or in Round 3, my bad. We've seen the same storyline repeat. Now I'm just waiting for the players of OR Esports to step things up. In the game of Vikendi, not able to show any progress. In the game of Miramar, able to get those 6 points. That's not enough. So let's take a look at the overall standings so far. At least OR Esports, they found themselves in the first half of the board, right?
Yeah, OR Esports, at least they're on the first page of the board, but look at the difference. And look how close the top 5 teams are. 35 points for Team Insane, and then you have Lucknow Giants on that 5th with 30 points already on the board. OR Esports with 19, that's the next team on the 6th position. So there's a massive drop of 11 points between these two squads. And then you have Team Maya, we have managed to close in the distance with this game of theirs. 15 points being brought on the board. Team C, they've taken a drop after the previous game. They are on that 8th position now with just 9 points. Just 1 placement, 8 finishes though.
Reaching in the first half of the board is not going to be that tough inside this group, but reaching in the top 4 is going to be really tough.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And as we move on forward to the latter half of the board, we've got Metal Esports, 5 Filter Esports, Titan FTW, Hub Esports, I'm Official. All of these teams, we had so many expectations, not 5 Filter, because we haven't really seen these guys in the past, but all the other teams, we've seen them, and I generally thought these undergods could actually make a big difference.
Yeah, I agree with you. And 5 teams in particular. Let's take their names for sure. LOC, X7 Wolves, I'm Official, Hub, and Metal Esports. I mean, we expected a lot from these 5 names, but 2 games in a row, I mean, we haven't really seen them pop off. Maybe, hopefully in Erangel.
Remember when the show didn't even start in the pre-show, Salty was just placing bets on LOC, saying that that team's going to be winning. He was saying that LOC, they've definitely got it in the back, and now look at LOC on the bottom of the board. And this guy says, I'm actually a blessing for the teams.
That happened yesterday as well, right?
Yeah, same thing. Even CK, if you remember, he was the one who went with CK, and then they had 0 points. And once again, the same storyline repeats.
I mean, I think at this point, teams are going to have to talk with Salty. Just ask them, please don't take our names. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to have to pick one team out of the 16. So it's going to be like Russian roulette. Who goes down, who makes it out.
Maybe we should just keep him out, I guess, because he just keeps on cursing teams like that.
Where's the fun in that?
Yeah, that is true. You know what? You got to have at least one man who's just cursing teams left, right, and center, because we can just blame everything on him.
See, I mean, you shouldn't say anything about Salty at this point, because if you think about it, the man is a walking death note. Yeah, and he does not even need a book.
That is true. What if he takes our name next time?
Hey, what if he takes your name? You keep messing with him.
That is true, man. I mean, you know what? I really want him to take my name so at least I can lose some weight.
Oh, man. I mean, that has to be a 200 IQ play. We'll see if that works. But talking about 200 IQ plays, I mean, we head on to a standard map where you're going to have to be a little bit smart about how you play. Erangel is going to be the last game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the 16 teams once again on our screens. But the Necro this time, who do you think is going to walk away in the last game? Who wins the last game?
That's good for my prediction. You know what? I want to go for that big gamble, but at the same time, my conscious mind is saying that no, do not do that. Try to play a little bit safe. But still, you know, I'm a guy who's quite stubborn. I like to stick to what I want to say, and I would go with LOC.
Oh, so you're challenging Salty now. We'll see who's strong out of the two of you.
No, so I'm like the good power. Salty's like the evil power. Let's see which one's going to stand strong.
I mean, see, the dark side always wins.
Never know, man. Sometimes.
That is why there's like so many Star Wars movies still being made to this very day. It's been going on. The dark side will never lose, Necro, and that's why I believe in Salty. But I won't take LOC because of that, because I know he's going to win.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Team Mayavi in the last game.
I think so you should go with I'm Officials.
Oh.
Even that can be a pretty solid pick.
I'm Officials can be a solid pick, but I think they are taking their sweet time, and I believe they're taking things a little too lightly just because that lower bracket option is still there. That has been the case with a lot of big names and even with a lot of the other teams who played so aggressively in the previous round. They're like, all right, we can just take a chill pill for a little while, have some fun. Officials will have big games, don't get me wrong. They'll have big games in terms of finishes, but I don't think they'll be in the top 4 even by tomorrow.
Still, I mean, all we're doing is just making speculations, right? Everything we're just saying is just sort of assumptions, speculations. Maybe Lucknow Giants can also come out on top. They have been so close to tasting that victory.
Yeah, and they're due for a win. I mean, they even in the game of Vikendi, they were pretty solid. Even on Miramar, they were quite solid. And they're due for a win, at least for today. Let's see if it's this last Erangel, they get that chicken dinner in their name.
Exactly. Speaking about the last Erangel, it's going to be beginning in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Match 3 for this Group D. The plane flat path's going to start all the way from Quarry towards Severny. And this plane flat path is heavily tilted to the left side.
Yeah, this is going to be leaning heavily towards the western half of the map. But I think even if you're looking to head towards Milta, you have the option of dropping towards Ferry Pier, going to that military bridge. You are going to find a few vehicle spawns over there, picking those vehicles, and then head towards the eastern side of the map. Milta, Shelter, Prison, Lipovka, even Yasnaya. I think you can drop towards Severny and travel to Yasnaya from the northern half of the map. So not a lot of challenge. The main challenge is for the teams that drop on that military island. What will they do in the early stages? Because at this point, from a position like this, from a flight path like this, can't really move towards that military island without a fight.
That is true. And look at DE. They've dropped down south towards Primorsk. Wait, what? For the first time ever, we might just see a drop collision in Primorsk.
Well, and IM officials, what are they doing? Look at the split drop from IM official as well. Inferno quite close to the players of DE.
Oh my god, even Ty and FTW is over there. So many teams. There's 5 teams in that same vicinity.
Oh, it's going to be fun. An early Primorsk Ferry Pier fight. We've never seen that. I mean, alright, let's make it 4, because the 5th team, I believe it's the players from Team Sealand. They're on the northern side. I think they're going to head up towards the Gatka area. Just Hospital Gatka is where they might go.
You know, I mean, I like the name of Blackie right there.
Why?
But I genuinely think that he should have kept his name Player 4.
Exactly. That is what I was saying in the previous game as well. I mean, it breaks the flow, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just breaks the flow. I mean, nothing against that name. It's a pretty good name, but I just wanted him to keep Player 4, so it would have sounded pretty good. But I guess we'll just call him Player 4, right? No issues?
We can, but I think we should just respect the fact that he's chosen that name for one particular reason, maybe?
Maybe. Or maybe he wasn't really able to change his name.
Oh, yeah.
Can be the case as well. Before now, we've got Ty and FDW. Titans for the win. If they've got the founder Titans, then they can definitely get the win. Have you ever seen Attack on Titans?
I have. This is just the first season. I mean, it's an unpopular opinion, but that anime is not for me.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I think it's pretty good. Okay, listen, you just need to watch a little bit more. I'm genuinely saying you need to watch a little bit more because it just has so many mind games. When you watch a little bit more, you start to understand that the main character is actually the villain.
I mean, there are a lot of these pop culture things that people keep telling me to watch. Like, for example, I've never seen the entirety of Breaking Bad. I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Breaking Bad too?
Yeah.
No way. Walter White is my teacher.
Is he?
I'm just kidding.
Is your name Jesse now?
Yeah, I mean, I would be down to be Jesse Pinkman. But I'm just kidding, guys. It's just all jokes.
Yeah, you know that opening shot with you is going to be weird where he's just crawling out of a window.
Don't even make me think of that. But you know what? I know one guy who sort of looked like Jesse Pinkman when he was quite young.
Yeah,
you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think so. We should not talk about that anymore. let's just speak about LOC, right? They're cruising around inside this beautiful car. They're having a great time. All the guys in this one single vehicle. They're having a good time.
They're having a good time, but only in this match and only now, not on the overall ranking. I think LOC is still going to be a little bit stressed about how, in fact, they will plan the execution of the notorious ideas of climbing the overall rankings. This time around, though, one thing is for sure, I mean, they're going to have a fun time on that entire military island because there's no one else apart from them on that whole island. They will have control of military base. They can go towards Novorepnoy Bridge, and the rotation is going to be quite easy for them. But the exits, the bridges are actually going to be marked, so that is something that might worry them, but it's for the next few minutes in the future. It's just the first stage of the game. Till then, I think they can just loot the entire island, look for a lot of first aids, and play the late game.
They indeed can. Dragon Esports on our screens. And this team is one of those guys that I think so we all have been sort of looking out for.
Yeah.
Let's see what the players of Dragon Esports they've got underneath their sleeves. Because in the first game of Vikendi, they were able to survive for such a long game. And then now over here too, at least they've got a good head start for themselves inside the entire lobby. The second game, not that good enough. But maybe the third game, once again, they can bounce back.
They're going to be hoping for a comeback in this matchup as well. They have quite a decent position, as you mentioned, inside of in the early game stages. The other two teams that sort of dropped close to them, one of them was IM Official. They've lost a few players from their side. And the other two have actually, in fact, backed off. Titan FTW, they've also moved towards that military bridge close to Ferry Pier. We're going to be playing to gatekeep the teams, I believe, but no. Titan FTW, look at them. They're moving up north towards Gatka ever so slightly. And that means Dragon Esports, for them, moving inside the zone, at least the first circle, it's not going to be too difficult. Their path is completely clear.
It indeed is. But still, Seal, I genuinely thought they were going to go for a little bit of engagement inside all of this ruckus that was going to be caused. But no, it said Seal, they just moved away. They're looting out for those little compounds around them. So Seal, at least inside a professional game, at least inside a custom lobby where they're in a tournament, they're not going to have any issues in looting those small compounds. But if it's a normal classic game, you won't be able to find good loot. Because considering inside these type of lobbies, the loot's cranked up.
Yeah. 3 times.
Yep. That's a lot of loot.
Yeah. But I mean, all of that is done just so these players have everything available and everyone is fighting to the best of their capabilities. And we get to see a lot of action. Both us as commentators and you guys as well, watching this at home.
True that.
Because if there is no action, if everyone is just like protecting themselves, playing slow, looting in the game, we'll be just sitting there for a long time before the fights actually happen.
I mean, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now we wait like, what, 10, 12 minutes? At least on Erangel, we wait 10, 12 minutes and then the action begins. If this was like a normal classic game and all of a sudden you put like 2 crore rupees on the line.
Oh, dude, I would start sweating.
Yeah, everyone would just like stay prone in the entire game. No vehicles at all. You would just crawl wherever you need to go.
Johnny, imagine this, right? One game, one shot to win 2 crores. And whichever team that's going to be, just one game you need to perform in. Just one game.
Yeah.
And you win that game, you get a big amount of money.
I mean,
and there's also a chance that a team can be unlucky and they lose to that final fight just because of one small mistake or just because they're unlucky.
Oh, talk about being unlucky, and Lucifer is going to be the man who's going to be the unluckiest right now. The lad from Titan did not even have a helmet, and still they go ahead and secure the knock. The second shot from the distance, and I am official, the first team to be wiped out from this game.
Oh, no. I told you to go for I'm officials, and I guess you've done a good job in not actually picking them.
It's Sparky got all 4 of those picks. They picked off 2 players close to, I think it was in Primorsk, and now they went inside the zone. They came back and picked off the other 2, I believe. No, they chased after them.
Well, that's the best part you can ask for. That's the best thing you can ask for. And now Sparky's definitely got a lot of sparks.
Yeah, do we call this a 1v4 though? No, that is a question.
Not exactly. 1v4 is like just you over there.
Yeah.
So it's like a 4v4 in which one guy was able to make like a hero play.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, that's a heroic play though. That's for sure. Team IIV in front of us. And this team's just moving around the shores right now in the Water City too. If they had one team that made such a close rotation to them, and that too in the name of OR Esports, our team Miyavi actually trying to go up against the players of OR Esports. This can be an interesting one. But OR Esports, they're already on a move considering they're right next to him.
Well, they are right next to them, but the thing I'm worried about for OR is the fact that there is a weird 2-2 split going on with the players. You see Jelly on the northern side, the other players on the southern side. There it is. And that can actually work out in the favor of Team Miyavi. If the players are isolated, it becomes very easy for you to finish off the knocked players, because it is going to be quite tricky for the other team to go for the revives.
I genuinely think so. LOC do have a big winning chance in this one. They're taking their sweet little time and going for the loot, and probably a team who likes to go to the military island. They will make a late game rotation. But why is Acid not moving? That's my question. You're in Milta Power and Milta.
I think they're going to move in a few short moments. I mean, we do see vehicles being picked off by Perry and Spray. They can pick Duoro and Sparsh and then move out of Milta Power. Just move towards farm. For LOC though, I'm quite curious with how will this team play. Will they play the edge? Will they push for the center? They have both options available. But talk about options.
Oh my god, this could have been so bad.
Yeah. Both these teams had the options of stopping their vehicles, taking the shots upon each other, but both of them just walk in the opposite direction, or in fact drive in the opposite directions. Just like the final scene of the call.
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, but at this point that scene has become a meme.
Yeah. But you know what?
Yeah.
Now, as we do take a look at in the game, there's quite a lot of players that like to praise themselves. Clutch God, Spray God. And then there's this one guy who calls himself the Choke God.
Hey man, it's good to accept your own faults sometimes.
Yeah, down to earth, right?
Yeah.
Like that. Seal Esports once again on a move. What's going on with these guys? At least they found themselves that one single compound. They try to push up, and then they realize, no, it's the entire line's already been taken by one of these players that are still there. And Blackie gets knocked out. This is not a good news for them.
Yeah, and he got knocked out by the play zone, not even other players. What was that player doing in this matchup? All of a sudden now his team, Seal Esport, is in a massive disadvantage. And it's going to be quite difficult for them to recover as well, considering Titan FTW is breathing down their necks.
Maybe some network issues going on inside the game for that guy. Hopefully he gets that sorted soon enough. But Team Seal on our screens. And Team Seal looking forward to seal the deal against the players of Titan FTW. Titans, they're on a move. They do not want to fight up against the players of Team Seal. They want to be the one to go for the high grounds, also accumulate a lot of information so that they can pave the path perfectly for the late game scenario. How much info they can actually wrap up, that's my question. But yeah, as you mentioned, even Team Seal now, they're on a big man disadvantage. Titan FTW, they've got a nice little high ground to play around with. But once again, this is a big gamble these guys are taking. What if the circle does not move on top of them?
I mean, if it doesn't move on top of them, the only thing that can be a thorn in their way is going to be, well, the exit from Everest, as you mentioned. But apart from that, I think if they have information, if they're willing to force fights, commit utility to it, they might actually be able to make this work. It's going to be extremely tricky, not easy at all, but I mean, the teams are lined up towards the east, so all the competition is going to be from a single direction. All the resistance is from one side only. Your back is completely free. There's no one pushing in that position. Look at that. It's just Lucknow Giants up north. And even if Lucknow Giants move down south, I think it's going to be a bad play for them to actually challenge Everest. But the zone itself has something else in mind.
Yeah, it's a big bomb just dropped on the lobby. Everyone's going to be quite astonished, and now out and over, you can just see a big wave of vehicles starting to move inside the safe zone. OR Esports, FFE is over there too. And considering we've got a couple more teams that are trying to close on into the center lines, including Team Insane's over there too. Acid Esports is right there, right next to him. Metal Esports in the front lines as well. I like the fact that Metal Esports is one of those teams that has a sweet mixture of everything. Positioning, firepower. They're just really good at all the aspects, and they try to be as consistent as possible.
And at this point, with the zone shift, Metal has the best spot to be in. I mean, they could have moved up north towards Rozok or taken control of those school apartments. And I believe they are going for that hill just a little bit south of school. But Metal, they have a brilliant opening for themselves to win this game. But talk about openings and Acid, they find the opening against Insane. Second time in this day.
Yeah, I do not even know what was exactly going on over there from Team Insane. That's a big blunder being pulled off. And then even Adi gets picked off by the players of Acid. This is not the ideal start the players of Insane wanted to have. Considering even Adi's knocked out, the Acid Esports would definitely like to close on up. Team Insane, a big blunder inside the final game. Just left out with these two players to try and pull some miraculous plays off in here. Dark Lord, he's got the Potato Hill control, but he's way too far away from Adi.
No backup available for that one man from Insane who was knocked out. Acid Esports now a little bit concerned about the apartments in the school building. Main building is where the players from Metal are situated. Shots being fired and they connect as well. A lot of damage dished down on Spray God.
Tough.
Helmet is gone.
Yeah, one more bullet and his helmet will be compromised. Or broken. And considering we've got Team Mayavi in front of us, this team's been in this same spot for a while now, from the start of the game. Do not even need to move, just keep themselves pinned down over here. Water City. They've also got a lot of water, which is equivalent to life.
This time around, I mean, Mayavi, they're going to be forced to move in about 20 seconds now. Luzon is going to close in. The next shift, if it's not on top of them, then it's going to be extremely difficult for this team to survive. Also talking about surviving, it's quite weird seeing them play a positional game.
It indeed is. Hub Esports. One of those teams, even in the previous game, they had quite a solid position. Even this time, they've got a really good position. But Toxic is getting shot at from somewhere else on the map. That man's teammates, they're trying their best to at least get that man across the bridge. And as soon as the next circle shift comes into play, even Rozog's going to be out of contention. So Hub Esports, they need to move inside the safe zone. LSU2 from the southern side, they will try to close on up.
But look at that, Team Maui, all of a sudden, they still don't have to move. The circle, it still has a little bit of Water City in it. And as you mentioned, I mean, majority of the cluster of teams present towards the eastern side. But look at this, X7 Winter, Acid Esports going for the punish, but they have to be careful. They're surrounded from every single side, but Dora just runs into the opposition, secures an impressive knock, and then drops down.
What just happened? Acid Esports, that man all by himself, Spray God, moved in that one single initial compound that was there. Acid Esports might just be eliminated. They were so desperate to find a good spot inside the circle, and that's why Acid Esports, they made a lot of mistakes in that desperation. X7 Wolves, there's a chance they might just be third party by Growing Strong, but even Growing Strong, they've got no intentions of pulling that off because they know X7 Wolves, they're quite out in the open. If they try to do that, a lot of bees will be attracted to that honey.
We had it's Dragon Esports against the players of Titan FTW. Now, this is going to be an interesting fight. I mean, Dragon Esports, we know they don't back away, especially with the kind of momentum they've had. They don't really need to back away. They have the opportunity to take the risk to try and force fights and secure extra points for themselves, giving them an advantage in the overall ranking. And Titan FTW, they've looked so good, even in the previous game, even in this one. But from the flank, Rocky fails to notice there is a player from the opposition who is controlling that ridge all by himself, and that is Punk.
Big chunk of HP just deducted. Rocky going to be knocked out in that scenario. But Dragon Esports still trying their best to fight back. DBS closes on up. Punk wants to be the one to find the initial knockout, but the toes were quite exposed, and that's why Titan FTW, they're going to be in the advantageous spot once again. Pulls out the AKM, wants to dish out a bit more damage against the foes, but still the players of Dragon Esports, they're trying their best to fight back. Punk now starting to get a little desperate inside the situation. Nate's being pulled out from the guy in the front, and Superboy might just be knocked out right here. But Punk's still not able to find that sweet opening, but his teammates are definitely able to pull off a lot of miracles in the back lines.
What is happening to the players of Dragon Esports? One blunder after another, but now they have run out of second chances, and Titan Esports, well, Titan FTW, they're going to be running for the win in that squad fight. 8 eliminations secured already.
This man was single-handedly able to take down 3 players with his AKM and the DBS.
Yeah.
That's a heroic play.
Why did Superboy ignore his position for so long?
I'm not sure. This is why I'm exactly saying a lot of these players are struggling with the audio cues.
Yeah.
And not just that, now Metal Esports getting challenged on, getting charged on by the players of Hub Esports. Hub looking forward to march against the players of Metal. This will be an interesting one. Metal Esports starting to close on up from the back lines. This is definitely going to be spicing things up so much. Encore gets knocked out. Not a good way to start things off inside this fight, but Metal Esports will try to turn the tables, will try to flip the tables. But even this man gets picked off. This is not a good outing at all.
You know, Metal is pinned in a corner. Top Dog is going to be the man standing up top of that ridge, trying to take the fight. Paradox Kyoya, they're looking for an entry inside the circle. It's going to be quite difficult for them to find it, as Top Dog is going to be pushed by the players of Hub. Avatar looking for the fight is going to be taken out. A good retaliation from Metal.
Oh, that's a Groza in his hands, and of course he's going to do so much damage, but unfortunately, the nade blows up right next to him, and Harry's going to be the one to taste that sweet victory in that fight. And the last 2 players of Metal Esports, they back out.
X7 stole that point away from Hub.
They did?
Yeah, they secured the finish for Top Dog.
Oh, wow, nice. Well, that's what you call a thief in the night, but over here, it's broad daylight.
Daylight robbery.
Yeah. Man, imagine a robber just robbing in the broad daylight. Actually, that would be a 200 IQ move. No one would expect a robber to rob in daylight.
Yeah, but also, why?
Because think out of the box. That's what Elon Musk taught us.
Did he? Did
Yeah.
Elon Musk say that?
That's what he said. He said, think out of the box.
Oh, I thought you were talking about daylight robbery.
No, not daylight robbery. He said, think outside of the box, and that's why I tried to think outside of the box. But speaking about stuff, LOC, Clowney, was able to find that knockout against that one player, one foe. Seal Esports might just be crumbling down. At least they're starting to get dismantled against the players of LOC. Redox as well, trying to make some moves against the foe. Yeah, well, he's still not able to run over. Oh no, this is a little embarrassing, but it's okay.
Try to look cool, but ends up looking like a fluke.
Try to be cool, but was a little bit of fool.
Yeah, I did not want to say that.
It's okay. I don't know. I mean, I call my friends fool too. I say, hey, what's up, fool?
That is kind of different, but come back to that later. I mean, a lot of action in this game at this point. To ignore it, especially Team Mayavi. They've just moved out of that water city. They're looking to enter the zone from that northwestern side. And their entry was blocked, but they've managed to pick off the opposition.
Oh, so many shots taken against the players of LG. Prajwal could have almost been knocked out since still in the back lines. Even he gets picked off by Redox. LOC, as he's going to find that confirmation. Redox still trying to find a couple of more players that might just be in the front lines. Lucknow Giants not in a good position as they're also getting sandwiched and shot at from somewhere else on the map. Tying FTW as well. They're definitely not going to be for the win.
Well, it's going to be difficult for them to actually secure the win, as you mentioned, but sandwich for the side of the players of Titan, in fact, for Punk, can actually also work out in his favor. LOC, they were making a lot of noise, but now he's not going to hear anything. The nade from Redox, which was lobbed a few seconds ago, does in fact secure that final finish. But LOC, are they aware of the fact that there's Lucknow Giants still in the backlines, Necro? That is going to be so important. And now they finally see Dawn shots connect and the knock is going to be secured, but the instant trade is there.
Yeah, Dawn knocked out. Still two players to the front now. Lucknow Giants. This might be a tough position to get out from. And if Redox managed to connect this nade perfectly, then things can definitely be different. But Redox overcooks that nade a little bit more. At least gets that confirmation down, though. And that's all that's going to matter for now. He's catching a bit of hurt from the blue zone. He needs to step back quickly. No, if the nade was so close. Imagine 1 inch back and maybe Redox could have been knocked out from that one. But at least he's catching a bit of chip damage upon himself.
And Titans wiped out from the game brings us to the top 10 of this match. Lucknow Giants with 2 players on the other side. Rage God's utility exchanged a Molotov for a nade. And Clown, they completely forgot about OR Esports, by the way, the players of LOC. OR has a direct line of fire on these positions.
Third party coming into play. Lucknow Giants in a big wall of trouble. The next circle shift 2 is almost going to be there as the wall of death is starting to make some moves on the board. And LOC, they move out in the open. Not the best of the position you can ask for, but at this point in time, you got to make something out of nothing. And LOC, that's what they've realized. Team Mayavi up against the players of Growing Strong. This is going to be quite a tough pill to swallow for the players of Team Mayavi, but they're trying their best to fight back. Legit. He knows that there's a man pinned inside the compound who's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. There was a flashbang tossed inside the house, and I think the man in the corner is probably quite blind, but still at least he's able to get away.
A little bit legit. He's lost 3 of his comrades. He's the last man left standing for the side of Team Mayavi. But look who's here. The players from the side of X7 Wolves. It might just be the saving grace for Team Mayavi as Legit just runs behind the cover to try and protect himself. But how long will this one man survive? The players from Growing Strong taking on the opposition, but I don't even think that was the plan. I think Godbird just saw him and he was like, hey, what are you doing here?
Yeah, that was big turnaround and slap to the face. And now Growing Strong. These guys are definitely growing quite strong as every single second's being passed inside the fight. But still, Eclipse falls down to his death, and almost Godbot 2 getting third party. Not almost, they actually do get third partied. It's the players of OR Esports who've got the clear line of sight onto this entire compound. Such a big mess being unfolded in front of us.
OR, they're the only team with all 4 players left. Growing Strong, they took a massive hit from that previous fight. FS, they are backing off.
Ooh! That return knock, perfect.
From where?
The team in the blue is up. It's in the sidelines. Right next to the players of OR Esports 2, you can see Jelly's knocked out. And right next to Jelly are the 2 players who are prone in the grass of Hub Esports.
Well, that was an unpleasant surprise.
Yeah. You know what they say? Sometimes surprises can actually astonish you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing. I just use the same words in different wordings.
All right.
But you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because you said the same thing.
Yeah. Surprises can astonish you. Harry in front of us.
The boy who lived.
Yeah. I didn't get it.
Have you read Harry Potter?
No.
Have you watched the movies?
No.
That's why.
But for now, growing strong. Sparky. This boy. With 3 eliminations wrapped up. Godbot gets knocked out. OR Esports. They desperately do want to make some moves and also find themselves inside the circle. Admino, he pulls up a little bit too close to a potential threat that could be in the front, and that threat slaps him down. Sparky, this man's got a lot of sparks on his fingers, and he's not going to let his opponents go away just like that.
Such a strong momentum for the players of Growing Strong. 13 eliminations already on the board, and they can bring their numbers back as well, but now finally the moment for FF to push, and one nade just ends the entirety of Growing Strong, puts them out of the misery. But look at this, it's a 1v4 for Max from the side of OR Esports.
Nade just blows up on their faces. So many surprises we've seen so far inside the lobby. And now we've got the players of 5 Filter Esports in the best spot they can ask themselves to be in. 5 Filter Esports against this one guy from OR Esports. Can he pull off a miracle? The answer's probably going to be no. Max's position's compromised and the guy in the front's way too low. Max, he tried to give away that elimination point to the blue zone, but unfortunately that sacrifice did not come through because the opponents were too elimination hungry.
Yeah, I mean, they knew where he was, and once you know it's just one player left apart from your entire team, you will just, all 4 players are going to run towards him, especially if that lad is out in the open. It's going to be such an easy finish for you to secure, and that is exactly what 5 Filter did in that one moment. But let's go back in time a few seconds before that. Growing Strong destroyed. I thought Growing Strong was going to be the winner of this match.
Genuinely, because they had a solid cover inside the circle too. And then that one single nade just sails in and astonishes them, just blows up on their face. And this is why surprises, some people do not really like surprises.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite unpleasant for them as well. But I think it was all because of the fact that they saw one player moving through the window and they thought, all right, we might just secure this opening and then we might go after the other players. I don't think even 5 Filter Esports planned like, all right, all 4 in one go. That was just a bonus.
Indeed, that was definitely quite a big bonus. But considering with how that previous game ended, one thing is for sure, the final few moments of the game was quite entertaining. Team Insane being eliminated, no one expected that.
Yeah, I mean, no one expected a lot of things. But what we can expect is, ladies and gentlemen, the overall rankings. But all of that is going to happen after we come back from this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that final game. And once again, to let you guys know, there's an Indian faction being added inside RTV, so make sure to go and check that out. But once again, getting back inside the conversation, that previous game was quite entertaining. Every one of us thought that Growing Strong might just be the one to come out on top, but then, in the end, it's the players of 5 Filter Esports who come out on top.
One thing we still have to see, though, is if Growing Strong will be at the top in terms of the overall points, because they had a lot of eliminations. I believe they have 16 eliminations in the game.
Oh, yeah. Growing Strong were definitely getting a lot of eliminations, and that, not that even that they were pushing up against the teams. It was just that a lot of teams were just closing on to them.
Everyone just kept coming to them, and when, I mean, if the points are coming towards you, what do you really have to do? Nothing at all. Just make sure your defenses are on point, and this time they were.
Exactly, and not just that, even LOC Esports, I think, so somewhere down the line, they were able to survive for a decent amount of times. I do not exactly know how many eliminations they got, though, but at least maybe a decent amount of points acquired that can be a little bit of baby steps for themselves in the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, they can be. I mean, LOC, they needed to bounce back in this game, but I don't think, I mean, one thing is for sure. That is not going to be enough to bring them anywhere close to the first page of the rankings. Although, I mean, we do have to give props to 5 Filter Esports. I mean, 5 Filter Esports played the ending quite perfectly. OR Esports as well, surviving in a tough position for so long. X7 Wolves and Acid, I mean, what was Acid Esports thinking? Did they just try to go for a whole squad wipe with just cars or something?
Yeah, it was a big blunder from Acid. As I mentioned, Acid Esports, they just had red in front of their eyes, and the only thing they saw were the eliminations that they could try and wrap up. But I genuinely think so. They were just really desperate in finding a good position.
Yeah, I mean, that is understandable, but if you are trying to make a rotation, you see an entire squad waiting, you're not going to slam your vehicle into those players. And if you miss, come back around and try and go for the second attempt.
I know what they did. Acid was like, you know what, we already messed up anyways, so might as well just mess up fully, because the first 2 players got picked off instantly.
Yeah, don't make a small blunder, make a big blunder.
Yeah, if a blunder's happening, you might as well commit to it completely, right? Because then if one guy is staying alive, it's like, oh no, he's not really the real homie.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wait for that man to end his game.
Yeah.
All go down together.
Yeah, I mean, Acid Esports, they're quite a solid team. We expect a massive comeback once again tomorrow, but not even a comeback. They're probably on the first half of the board anyways.
Yeah, they are. I think before this game, they were in the top 4.
Yeah, they were on the third
fifth,
or the second spot. Yeah, something like, okay, on the 5th.
Yeah.
So, as we know, right, breaching inside the top 4 is going to be a little bit tough, but making it inside the first half of the board is not going to be tough at all. 5 Filter Esports, they're going to be on a really solid spot after that game.
I'm wondering where is Growing Strong actually going to be, because Growing Strong was pretty consistent. They were in the top 3 in the previous map. They were in first position.
I think so. They've probably got the crown.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, a lot of big names just left early.
Yeah, even Team Insane not being able to perform. So many of these names, even Mayavi not being able to perform. We had so many expectations. I think so. You were the one who went with Mayavi. Yeah. Unfortunately, them not being able to play things off that well. And I genuinely think so. These circles have been just playing a lot of the mind games.
I mean, they were, but with Team Mayavi in particular, I mean, they had control of the Water City. Water City was on the edge, I think, till stage 4, stage 5. And that is when the circle took that massive eastern shift, and that is where Team Mayavi sort of abandoned their cover. So I was hoping, I mean, they could still take those fights, because that is what the team is good at, but that wasn't the case this time for them.
I mean, take a look at the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Sparky OP from Thai FDW. And 5 finishes wrapped up with a finish contribution of 62.5 for the FD of course, 5. And then as we move on forward towards Growing Strong, there's going to be Faith, Sparky, Godpod, and then there's one guy, Maxi God, who managed to get 4 finishes from FFE.
Yeah, so 4 finishes on 4 players, and then there's Sparky with 5. I don't know how he got the 5th one, because we know where the other 4 came from.
Yeah.
Team Seal.
Exactly. Team Seal, unfortunately for them, I just do not even know what they're trying to do over here in these games. Now, there's a team that is lost, right? Which is OR Esports. They're sort of lost from that main track.
Yeah.
But at least they're trying their best to do something. But then Team Seal, they're lost.
I mean, Team Seal this time, I have no idea what happened to them. I mean, they made the great escape as well. I mean, 2 players, I believe, did get away from Titan FTW. But then, I mean, Titan went around on the edges of the circle looking for them. And as soon as they found them, they finished them off. And it was Sparky who got all 4 finishes from that fight. But still, I mean, there is going to be hope for a bright future. I mean, tomorrow maybe they can try and secure a comeback for themselves. But look at this game. I mean, alright, 5 filter. No matter what, they had 10 eliminations, 25 points for them. Growing strong, 13 eliminations on the entire team. 12 with 3 players, 4 on each of them. 1 player got just 1 finish.
Exactly, but you know what? After this, we're also going to be taking a look at the overall standings where a massive icebreaker will be revealed. And the overall standings in front of us. So OR Esports, they're in the top 4 actually, Johnny. Making some light work inside the lobby. Slipping from the edges, slipping under the radar.
Doesn't matter, Necro. Look at the points on Team Insane and then look at the points on Lucknow Giants. 2nd to 7th, that's a 7-point difference. That's it. This group is going to be tough.
Oh no. Team IIV on 19, that's a big difference too. It's like 12 points difference right there. This is going to be a little bit tough, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a confusing group.
Yeah, it is. I mean, growing strong, they're on a whole nother league, but then Team Insane on the 2nd spot with 38, then the 3rd one's got 36, and then the 4th one is quite close too, the latter half of the board in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, I mean, see, 19 points on Team Maya. We were sitting there on the 8th position. Then you have Hub and LOC and Titan FTW, just 4 points behind from Team Maya. 15 points on each 3 of these teams. That's up until 11th spot. You move to the 12th, that's Medal Esports on 12th position. On the 12th with 12 points, that's a 7-point difference. X7 Wolves, Team Seal with 10 points each, just 9 points separating them from the team on the 8th position. This group is going to be so frustrating to look at in terms of the overall rank.
You know what makes these overall standings even more interesting? Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. And that means on the 2nd day, we might just see all the teams in the latter half of the board bounce back once again. That's going to make things even more intense and interesting. But as we have a squad showdown in front of us, OR Esports 12 finishes, Dragon Esports 12 finishes, but then there's still a bit of a difference between the positioning points.
Well, an overall finish contribution, 40%.
Yeah, both of these guys in the finish aspect, they're on the same page.
Yeah, that is going to be super fun to look at. I mean, OR did have a pretty fun time in this game, Dragon Esports as well. I mean, we saw them drop towards that ferry pier, and luckily for them, they weren't the ones caught off guard by the players of Titan FTW. Otherwise, Seal would have been quite a happy bunch of lads today, but that wasn't the case. Dragon Esports, they did manage to survive, and they did manage to move forward. Apart from that, I think the only surprising thing, or not surprising, something out of the norm is the fact that the team sitting on the 1st and the 2nd position have done that without any chicken dinner. Growing strong, managed to cross that 50-point marker, the only team to do so without any chicken dinner.
That is true, but you know what, speaking about the OR Esports matter once again, as the days are going to keep on passing by, as the tournament's going to keep on passing by, these teams will be familiar once again. And that's going to give an edge to the players of OR Esports because they like to play a little bit defensive passive. And in order to play defensive and passive, you need to have all the information that you can have.
Yeah, I mean, you need the information. And I think with how OR Esports plays, if teams figure out their rotation patterns or their strategy to play on the edge to try and play a survival game, a team like Team IIV who's out looking for the fights, they know they will have that one target waiting for them every game.
I mean, look, once again, considering tomorrow's going to be the day 4, and as I mentioned, tomorrow's going to be the day of bounce back. So many teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board, they will just try their hell off to try and get in the first half of the board.
Yeah, but I don't know how they are going to accomplish this, man. I mean, 7 points from the 2nd to the 7th position.
Too fragile, huh?
Too fragile, yeah.
Too sensitive, and considering with how things have been looking like, too, I'm pretty sure even you guys are going to be quite stoked, quite interested to see how things might just look like. But you know what? A lot of the updates will also be given on the social, so make sure to go and follow the social of Craft and India Esports, be it Instagram, be it YouTube, be it Facebook, whichever social media platform you guys like to use. Make sure to go and follow us on there. But Johnny, with that being said, today's day is almost coming to an end as well. Any final few words from your side?
I'm actually happy looking at this group. We all were waiting for the group of death, and yesterday we saw what the group Team Soul was, and we thought that was going to be a tough one. this is what actual difficulties look like.
Group 2 is sort of like the group, at least today's. Group 4 is sort of
Yeah.
like the group where all the underdog teams have been playing good. And
Yes.
then in the Group 3 was sort of like the group where all the known teams are dominating.
Yeah.
But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, today's day as well is almost coming to an end. And we will see you guys tomorrow with some more intense action.